But I'm going to be cleaning up my GitHub profile. I actually got off LinkedIn this week, and so I've been cleaning it up and getting ready to put that out there a little bit more this year, and maybe work on some migration stuff like that. So who knows what'll come up. I actually just recently discovered, I'd heard about Fira before, but I don't think I realized how cool it was until it accidentally showed up as my default font for my website. And then I spent like an inordinate amount of time figuring out what font it was. So for example, if you take, it's kind of a cool little anomaly, but if you remove, I need to redo this site. That's one of the reasons I'm going through it. So there's like all kinds of variables and stuff I'm using here. So here's Laura. So here's what happens if you disable, if you make a font it doesn't know. It defaults to, if you put like something that it doesn't know, it'll well, it does it in Firefox. I think. What am I using here? Is this Chrome? Yeah. So Chrome is a little bit pickier about it. It uses its default, but Firefox defaults to, after much research, to the system font. So Firefox defaults to the system font, the system default, and Chrome defaults to its own default, which was interesting. So let me prove that. If you go to if you go over here, you can see this same sort of thing. Here, I'm going to change my colors a little bit. I'm going to make it a little bit sharper white instead of the off-white. And just stupid things, but so yeah, this, if you mess with the font here and you get rid of it, it defaults to this cool looking font. And it's just more readable. So I was like, I don't know if it's me getting older or if it's whatever it is, but maybe it's because I'm using it on a television instead of a 4K monitor. But I just really feel like, for example, right now I'm like looking at this Dell 4K monitor over here, and from a distance I can't read it. I can't read the serif. I've been a big serif font fan for a long time, but I'm gonna say I think Helvetica comes. There's a massive war, by the way, between serif and sans serif fonts, and if there always has been, and there's good research that says serif fonts are better on the printed page, but then it was taken to task when doing with screens, and the science still says that serif fonts are better, even on a good high quality screen these days. But there's so many different sizes of screens that are being used and types of screens that are being used now on multiple devices. You can't be sure you're going to get a high quality screen anymore. So my personal take on that is that it's better to have a sans serif font, and that's like a big point of debate in the design community, in the UI community, and I like the thickness of the strokes throughout the whole thing on this, particularly when I'm looking at it far away. I don't like the inconsistency in the strokes because it causes the letters to be less visible. And so much of my content is going to be presented on a screen, on a big screen potentially. So I'm not buying into. So there are designers out there who think that you should use sans serif fonts just because they're better anyway, and because they look better, they're more modern and all this stuff. And that never compelled me to want to do it, but if it's visible, then I do. So I guess I get the benefit of looking more modern by switching to a sans serif font. It does kind of make it look cheesy, if you ask me. It's not as timeless, but I already have a sans serif font in the logo, so I don't know. There's a number of things that I want to change about about the look and feel of this, of this stuff. I do really, really like this though. I really like it in here. It seems to be just easier. That one's not doing it, by the way. Wonder why not. Go back to the Chrome one. So I actually defined two fonts here. I have serif and a sans serif as a variable, so I can change out styles. I do want to make it so that I have a dark mode by default, but you can switch back and forth. I may actually keep the dark mode. Somebody on the stream the other day said they actually prefer light mode fonts, light mode sites, and that was the first time I've really heard anybody say that. I've never heard anybody actually say that. They don't really care. So yeah. I'll get some more coffee and turn the chat on here. I don't even think I have. God knows I didn't change the title today. I'll have to go change the title of the stream once it gets posted. Maybe I might just do that now, just cause I don't think anybody's here yet. Heck, we only have 20 people in here. How can I turn off the system and turn it back on if you guys are already here? Or so. Yeah, well, all right. Okay, I'll deal with the title later. Now that I only have 2 services to wrangle, before I had to wrangle like 3, now it's more annoying. So now I only have to just change the Twitch and the YouTube. I definitely want to automate that. Oh, hey, look, we lost somebody. I talked somebody out of being here. So, 5 on YouTube. Thank you for visiting on YouTube. The YouTube viewers is going up, and I like that because, you know, go ahead and close that. So yeah, honestly, there's nothing on the agenda. Today's agenda is whatever. So, and the first agenda is for me to, another thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna combine a couple of my sites together. I know and I have to break up I just have a lot of work to do. Just like tiny little things that I have to get done. So, so I already put everything over on GitHub. I need to make a whole video about this, but, if you go to github.com, you can add, I mean, why does it put the YAML there? It really shouldn't. That's really, really annoying. It's annoying that it puts the YAML there. It should not do that. It should ignore it. Anyway, so that's something I just noticed. Okay, so I wonder if I could strip it out on the other one. So you guys know about this, right? So this is all zoomed in and everything. I can zoom out on it. This is this is GitHub. If you have a site that matches, if you have a domain, a repo that matches your username, there's 2 special repos that you can have. You can have a repo that is the same name as yours, and then that way, anytime someone goes to see your README file, they see it. They see this. They're not supposed to see that YAML though, as a test. And the other one is if you name the same thing except for .github.io, and this has to be public unless you pay. If you pay them, you can use a private repo to make up your website. So as you can see, this is the exact same repo. I just posted both places at the same time, kind of a V post. And this has GitHub Pages activated on it. So that means that you can go look at it. Activity log. Oh, that's cool. I don't think I saw that before. That's new. That's new from last time I was here. So they have a way to see when your site gets deployed and stuff. So you don't have to use Netlify to deploy your site. You can use this, and I'm seriously thinking about doing this permanently. So the way you get to that is you just go to your username.github.io and you get a site for free. And again, this is the site. Um, and I'm kind of going through this because there's a number of discoveries I'm making that are going to impact how I do knowledge bases and stuff for individuals. Good morning, Kimacro. Went to town on your GitHub. Nice. Oh, you have a GitHub Actions workflow to keep it up to date? What? That's cool, Q. I want to be you. I'm going to try to catch up with you today. So, yeah, I mean, this stuff is, I mean, I've read about it, but I haven't used Actions yet, and I haven't used, I mean, I know what they do and everything, um, but so yeah, so there's two ways to post. So this is actually from Pandoc, and we're not going to do Pandoc, but I really like this because this is a really good discovery for me to have before we do the Pandoc series, because as I wrote in my notes, the conclusion I'm making is that I don't need Netlify for my profile. I don't even really need robs.io. I love it, but I've been thinking about a lot of things. I actually wrote about this in my notes. If you go to whatever, robs.io right now, it's easier to type in, I guess. Maybe that's the reason to keep it. But so I found out somebody's domain was expiring, and I was like, they're sad because their domain, they upped the price to $40 a year instead of $4 a year. .tech used to be nice and cheap. It's expensive again now. So these domain names cost this person I was mentoring, young person, doesn't really need a domain, but wanted one. And then I got looking at it, I was like, because I've been in the middle of this transfer anyway, and we talked about forms the other day also. So, and I kind of tried to write all of these things here. Wait, I don't remember the way to do this. There's a way to, I forgot how to do it. There's a way to go down half. I always have to look it up. There's a way to scroll down, and I learned it last week and now I forgot it again. Option down. No, what is it? I can't remember. Oh my gosh. There's a way to scroll halfway down the screen without having to scroll down the whole screen, and I forgot it. I think it's N and P. Yeah, it is. I'm not so dumb after all. And you know what? I like N and P as an alternative to J and K when you have to pick something else. So this is Alt. I should probably turn this stuff on. So Alt Control N, Control P to go up and down. All right. So there you go. Now you can read it. So yeah. So after a friend informed me about this, domain names cost money, of course. And so I thought, I've been thinking about a lot. My wife and I on our walk, we talked about data longevity and things like that. You know, it's like, what happens when you die? People are dying everywhere right now. It's really sad. It's really sad, but it makes you think about, well, if I died right now, what would I have to show for it? What could people get? How could my, wife log into my accounts? As if I know it's a morbid topic, but there's a lot going on right now to make you think about those kind of things. And I mean, I'm not trying to be a fatalist or anything. It's one of the many things I've been thinking about. It's like, well, I tell you what, it's really lit a fire under me to like finish the stuff I've started, some of my life works that I've started that I want to have really cleaned up and well done. And so as well as making sure I write down everything that's going on, it's also causing me to stream everything that I do, because, at least that way people can maybe sift through the crap if they want to find something useful. I'm not saying we're going to die. I don't have COVID or anything, but it's like, I think you'd be kind of unnatural if you didn't think about death a little bit more right now. And no time to recommit to a better future than, New Year. So, and tomorrow and the next day, that's going to be an absolute shit show in America. So yeah, GitHub is the standard tech social networking service, which is pretty clear now. And something else I noticed about GitHub that I really liked is that GitHub comes with built-in discussion boards, which GitLab does not have, as far as I know. It was really cool. It's just another reason just to go back to GitHub. I did a whole video on that in case you're wondering. It's under Tools of Technologists. it was sad because I really love GitLab. I love everything about the company. Um, I mean, I have concerns about Microsoft versus GitHub, but I don't, it's a fence, a toss up. So at this point, GitHub is really where I'm pushing. Practically speaking, GitHub is the hands down the winner right now. There's just no question. Um, so they have social networking built in, so it's more likely people are going to find you over there. So why not find my blog or my notes at the same time? You know what I mean? If I make those public, so if they say they run across my account and my main README file, which I cleaned up and showed you, um, so my main README file, Q was talking about his GitHub.com RWXRob. So easy to make too, right? I got that YAML's driving me crazy. So you just make a markdown file. This is all sort of precursor work too to the conversation about Pandoc and Markdown, which we're going to do after we finish this book on web design. Friday, Saturday, and Sundays, midnight to 4 if you want to be in the studio audience. I might change that time though. I've been thinking about it, but that time seems to work. It works for the West Coast of America as well as England. So, and and you can have these links. But I'm thinking to myself, well, why not? I said I have a personal link here, right? Also, another thing, okay, so I'm just rambling because I can, because whatever. But, oops, not that one. So if you're going to make a personal profile site, so I'm going to jump to my conclusion. My conclusion is that the only portfolio thing you need is a GitHub account. That's it. You don't need anything else. You don't need Netlify. You don't need, unless you don't even need that. Not for forms even. So you just don't need it. You don't need anything else. In fact, you don't even need to really make it a fancy website unless you want. And even then, you don't have to even put it anywhere else. And when in doubt, shave off layers of complexity. And so I'm like looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, okay, if I made my own portfolio site, what would be on it? Right? If I was going to make my own portfolio site and I was going to send a link to a potential employer or somebody, what would be on it? There'd be my name. I'd put my picture there. I'd have some way for them to send feedback over here. I want them to be able to click on all my projects, which, by the way, I'm going to start using because I'm not managing my projects as projects. I'm just managing them my own way. They'd want to see my repositories that have an overview. If I publish packages on NPM or if I package containers, they're going to do Docker containers and everything. All of my stuff is right here. All of it. It's already there. And now they have a way for you to put your profile in here and you can jazz it up a little bit, but it doesn't really need to be fancier. It tells how many followers you are, how engaged you are with the community. It has links to all your stuff, right? I mean, really, if you're going to make a personal portfolio web page, so far, so good, right? It's got, what organizations you're a part of according to GitHub, potentially other things. There's a good chance you'd have an organization set up for, there's my old Essential Web organization. Oh my God. We got to look at that. I did that in 2014. That's the first version of the knowledge net that I did. Soil. I love that icon. That's one of my favorite icons that I made, and Soil went away. I got to save that icon for something else. Anyway, you can publish in Markdown. Everything publishes instantaneously. There's no build step even really required unless you want to add it on. And then what? You can pin your biggest repositories, your biggest hits up here. So tell me what else there is. Well, in my case, there's my personal notes, my code of conduct, a blog, and some other things like that. Easily added to, this is easily added. This is kind of like I did here. I click here, you click on the YAML file, and you can see this is my curriculum vitae. So this is my actual, like if you want the down and dirty details of all of everything I did in my life, vitae, curriculum, list of your life, basically curriculum of your life. I can put it all there. So I can put that in an organized way. I put my recommendations here. I could make that Markdown if I wanted to, but I don't want to make it that. Actually, okay, so you either can do it as the decision to put data into YAML or into Markdown is a real decision, because if the data is going to be crunched and used and searched or to make other things, you probably want to keep it structured. If the data is going to be just presented in text form and only text form, and never really, you know, mined for other things or search other than for keywords, then Markdown is the way to go. So, why does all of that matter? Because what I'm considering doing, I'm actually not considering, I'm going to do it. I'm going to put my robs.io notes and my code of conduct, my personal code of conduct, and all of that stuff in here. And they say, well, then you're forced to use GitHub's interface and stuff, but you're not really forced to do that. Because why? Because if you duplicate this, you get to this site. This is a test. See, this is rwxrob.github.io. This is a test of using, if you make a repo that's that name, then whatever's in there will automatically be a website like that. It uses the Jekyll blogging engine, or the Jekyll static site engine, which is the first actually. I think you could credit Jekyll as the first static site generator in the world. Top did a great job with it, but it's old, you know. You don't have to use its blogging techniques, but you can. You can still use Hugo or whatever for Pandoc, like I do. In fact, this is a Pandoc rendering. If you go to there, be careful, your eyes will get blown out, because this is just generic Pandoc, which makes it all white. And that's how I discovered this font. And I was like, why does that font look so cool? Where did it come from? Turns out it's a default font on Pop! OS, Fira, Son, and I'm going to make that my new font for my blog and everything. So here's what you get. You get the best of both worlds. You already had to have a GitHub profile because you just are a tech that's out there who's engaged with people, and they're gonna, you know that people are gonna like look at your site through GitHub. So you probably clean up your room and and make it fancy. And why not? I mean, some people won't, but if you've got to do that anyway, besides, you can drop LinkedIn entirely like I did, and you can use this to contain all of your career information. And anything that you want private, you just put it in a private repo. If you want to pay the money, you can make GitHub.io, your whatever, blah, 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 .github.io, you can make that thing all private. You can put stuff in there that you don't want anybody to see unless you tell them to, or it's a bad idea to do that, but you could give them URLs directly. That can always be mined out, so brute force. So don't do that. Don't depend on that for secrecy. But but you also get the website. You get the website for free, because the website is a part of GitHub Pages. So really, in fact, I feel like, I don't know, I actually kind of proud. I made a recommendation to GitHub in 2014, 13 actually, that they should add a separate directory. There used to be, you had to have a separate branch for the documentation for this kind of stuff. And now they don't do that. Now they made it, they look in a directory and allow you to identify the branch. And I'm really glad they added that. Anyway, the point is one place to maintain all of this stuff. One repo to rule them all. It's got all your blog notes in it. It's got, it's got your personal stuff in it as well as your professional stuff. And I think I've been debating about whether that's okay to do that, because, I mean, if you put personal stuff out there, and I do, I mean, God knows I do. Some of the stuff that's in my, I mean, I guess I paused for a second because I was thinking like the legal implications of me saying something stupid in my blog and having somebody find it and not being able to get rid of it or take it down because it's in my Git repo and now it's been duplicated all over the world, right? Somebody could fork it really easily. Is that a vulnerability? No. Because if you've written anything bad and it's been around for longer than a week, it's been web archive. Good chance it's been web archive. So you can pull it down. That's the best you can do. And if you had to rebase your entire personal repo because you said something really stupid, you can still do that. And I say a lot of stupid things because that's the other thing I've been debating, is because my personal blog, I'm gonna go get coffee and come back and I want to hear what you guys have to say. So you guys can just talk through this. Making coffee. I'm making coffee stains on my notebook. More followers than following. Well, so we get good to bash. We can talk about that in a second. Read the man page. Oh yeah, my activity on GitHub has been like in the toilet. If you compare my GitLab to my GitHub, you know what we need to do? I need to go make my aliens. How do you do the aliens? I gotta do it. Anyway, I'm reading through comments and I'm gonna come back. I'm using this particular tool because I can go all the way back to the stuff that's scrolled off. Domains in general. What do you think? Do you think the point of what was the point of domains, Neverbear? What was your point about domains? Oh, private GitLab repos. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go back to buying. I'm gonna pay my $4 to GitHub because, look, a couple of things. I believe in paying for stuff I use. It makes me poor because I pay a lot, but if I use something, even if I haven't supported it in the past. Oh, domains is in rob.io. It's robs.io. Yeah. What was your point about robs.io? So domains, the emission of names over IPs. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, domains are a good thing. The problem is like the length of their lifetime, right? Because they go away. So, I mean, look, I could, for the sake of ease of finding it, I could still have robs.io point to, it could be a CNAME. You can use a CNAME. Yeah. You can use CNAMEs in GitHub without having a network provider at all. So I've done this before. This is really funny. It's like everything is going back to 2013 because this is how I did everything in 2013. And then I found, Netlify and GitLab and everything. The GitHub weren't really private, just hidden from front on. Yeah. And they still kind of are. Yeah. I mean, look, so if you're going to do the private thing for a website, of course it's not private, right? So you have to be careful with that. That's one of the reasons I left GitHub in general is they had they promised a lot of stuff and there were a lot of real bad faults. On the back end, people were sharing, there was no containerization on the back end at all. And sites were being shared across, on the same disk spaces and stuff like that. There's just a lot of possibility for problems, but just for hosting like this, it's not that big a deal. So yeah, so I think where I'm headed with this is to put a bunch of things together. Get it for anything that I don't want everyone in the world to see. Right. And nobody should. And I tell people that all the time. There's no such thing as privacy on the internet. Unless you're doing encryption of your own and content encryption, there's never, ever think anything is private. Gmail, even Amazon instances, EC2, I remember they've been mined, people go through them on Amazon. So the conversation I'm having with myself is about simplification of my life. I'm doing a little house cleaning in the new year, and honestly, I got a lot of cleaning to do, but I kind of know what I want to do. I just want to put it all back on GitHub and have it in one place. And if I'm really gonna leverage all of GitHub's cool new profile stuff, this is really annoying me that YAML stuff is showing there. There's even more motivation for me to put all my repos over here and projects and everything, and to actually, I've got like 7 NPM packages, 3 of which are probably decent enough to put here. I should put those here so that they all show up. So when people want to get if a professional wants to see you, you just go to your GitHub, boom. I already know this is being used for professional services to mine out the data. And so why would you have an extra website in addition to your GitHub other than to make it more readable, because now you're not going to be found, and GitHub is all about discoverability and being found, and even more than I think the other stuff. And so that's, I think it's more important for me to look. I only have so much time on the day, so I'm really, really glad to be done with LinkedIn, because now I don't have to worry about maintaining my LinkedIn or posting something useful or having somebody find me over there, because I'm proactively finding my own opportunities. And if anybody finds me now, they're going to find me off my GitHub, which is way, way better, right? My GitHub content is here. I have my habits. I mean, not habits, my YAML file that has all my work in it. And the work history I'm going to keep as a YAML file, mostly because I want to be able to generate resumes on demand. And I don't want to talk about that yet. I'm not quite ready for it, but I've been toying with a standard structure. I've been toying with the standard structure here. So if anybody else wants to follow the same structure, we can kind of build they could maybe use the same tool. And that's going to be completely organic. I'm not going to try to get consensus on what it is and all that other stuff that I started doing when I did the career manager, which I still want to do. But in this particular, another thing too is my skill stack. I haven't put my skill stack here, but I want to do that. And I'm not talking about my company. I'm talking about my skill stack, like autodidactic habits. I talked about this, like where you keep track of where you are and where you're going, what your skill set is. I want to put that here as a tracker. So anytime I have changes to my skill stack, it's available, and people can go there and they can see what my skills are. They can see how I rank myself on my skills and what I think my skills are. And then, I'll make an app that converts all of that into a nice, pretty resume, or maybe searches it out. And then if somebody wants to get a hold of it, to share with others. And then it's just a matter of mining. People mine GitHub repos all the time. Then it's just a matter of mining GitHub repos to find that data to create a registry of people. People already do that. So even more reason to stick with GitHub for this. Offsite, yeah. On-prem VCS at work, yeah. Are you using Git? Data is your drug? Are you using Git or using something else? A standard kind of thing, yeah. Well, I don't want to go into it like, oh, I'm going to make an IETF RFC submission for blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? It's going to be a long read. Which one? The skills one? I don't know, man. We'll see. Because I'm getting really OCD about it, because like the whole idea of the skill stack thing is, in fact, the older I get, the less I turn to technology. The less I turn to technology, the older I get. I know it seems completely backwards, and it's not because I'm afraid of technology. It's because I have seen technology used. I mean, that's why I joke about over-engineering all the time. The more you're around, the more you realize that people, they make stuff that they don't need, when a simple YAML file would be better than a database, a MySQLite database, or there's just so many unnecessary applications that are being created because people are so excited. And it's fine. And I think as long as you own it and say, hey, this is an over-engineered application, I want to just play with the technology because I like technology, great. But, if you just look around, and there's a ton of over-engineered stuff that doesn't need to be there. Gravitating to using Git as your location for taking learning notes. Yeah, and that's keyboard. That is a fundamental part of, I call it a code book, actually. I have, and it's funny because I'm going back to, I really believe in code books. And you know what is another thing that I'm so happy I can do on GitHub again? We can make lessons that are GitHub repos. Yeah. So I cannot wait to do this again. So let's say, this is just, it's just so much better. So you guys know when you make a new one, right? Like, let me try this one here. So if you go to your settings, this is so cool. I love this. I forgot about this. There's been a lot of things number one, I'm going to say it again. I have been loving how snappy the interface is. And I hate to say this, but GitLab is really slow. It's like, its interface is really slow. But if you go to settings here, just for this particular repo, I'll show you. You see this here? Template repo? Yeah. This is gold, man. this is gold for educators, because what you can do is you can make a template repo, and then you can boilerplate everything for a project, right? So, half the process is like creating the project and everything. So you don't want to rob people completely of that opportunity, but you can boilerplate the project and you can put it in a template repo. And then people, when they clone you, they don't just get, they don't, they it forks, they get a new one, but they get a new one instead of getting like a fork from whatever. So it's a great way to, fire off new things. I really like that. Isn't that cool? So so you can, like, if if you have your favorite boilerplate for like a Go project, right? You can just clone that sucker and boom, you're done. You've got it. It's all set up, ready to go. And so it's kind of like somewhat like snippets and coding, but on steroids. Mm-hmm. SW team is using Git, but your data team is still using TFS. Interesting. Made the transition of all the projects to Git yet? Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Git was relative. I brought first CVS and then Subversion onto the team that I was on at IBM. Nobody, like, out of 20 people, I'm kind of proud to say I was the first one. No one was using any sort. They were using just file system tarballs. Like, what? And I got them on that, and then Git was the hot new thing, and it came out. All our stuff was in Subversion at the time, and then we finally moved over. So I've used them all. Bitbucket even a little bit. The most functional and useful feature for GitHub is the issues feature. Yeah. Yeah, it does have a better issues interface. I won't lie. Yeah. Yeah, the GHCL, I've been using it a lot. I can already tell migrating from SVN to Git. Yeah. Companies are still doing this. So I will say this. I have a couple complaints about the GH interface already. And the really great thing is that I can actually submit a fork to the GH project because it's in Go. Perforce, I've never used Perforce at all. What is the rational one? I used that one at IBM, but I didn't like it. I didn't manage it at all. I had to use it there. That was when I was doing software development. Really freaking hated that thing, by the way. I did. I really hated it. It was so bad. I mean, you got to give them credit on Git. There's some problems. It's, people complain about its Perl dependency and stuff, but anyway, so yeah, all fun stuff. So yeah, Mercurial. Yeah, I've used Mercurial. Yep, I have. Yep, that one too. Hmm. It's funny because I've used all this stuff and it's nowhere in my resume anywhere. It's like, at what point do you like list all of the individual tiny little things you've used throughout all the years? This is why I think it's kind of important to have some sort of ongoing skill sheet that shows where you were, and then you can reevaluate or you can drop it and everything. And that's actually something I'm going to add. So I guess the big takeaway here, I'm kind of reaching a milestone in this conversation. I just want it all in one place. I just want it all on GitHub. I want it all in my GitHub repo. I'm gonna put a nice pretty domain on the top of it, robs.io, and that'll take you there. Actually, robs.io is going to take you to my notes directly. It'll take you right to the notes. I don't want people to have to wait around for those. So the reason I'm doing this is because I've been rotating my notes by year, because I like to just use I know this is lame, but when I search my notes, I want to be able to search back for the whole year, and I don't want to have to use grep. And I haven't built it into my KN tool yet. So a lot of times what I would do is I would go to so when I'm searching my notes, I'll go out to the main page, and then I'll search for, like, I don't know. So find GitLab. I know this is like the epitome of under engineering. I was like, oh, hey, there's GitLab. Okay, where's the next one? Is it next? Oh, wrong thing. I can't remember which one it is. But anyway, but I do this in links all the time, right? And then I just go down and I just go find it. It's like, because I know it's in this year, but this is like, look how big this document is. This is like a front end engineer's like nightmare. Watch this too. There's like, I made a mistake in my markdown right here. so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed. And it's like this big destructive thing. And then it figures itself out again. I mean, it's horrible. It's like, but at least I have it. There's a lot of people who have no idea what they did over the course of the year. They don't write anything down at all. They don't write any of their thoughts. And if they're like me, they forget them. And then they're like, oh yeah. So I've been going through this. I've been reading some of my old just summary, not a lot because you don't have time, but it's really, really good to go back and read your thoughts as you go. And I think this is an active part of being an autodidact is, I mean, you look at the best, smartest brains in the world, they were taking notes all the time, whether they were doing it with like a quill pen or, they were constantly taking notes, and they made those notes public through correspondence and other ways. And we have those notes now. That's how we can read about Da Vinci and Edison and all these people. And so I think there's a lot of value in it. Plus it sharpens your communication skills. If you don't like to type or if you have difficulty typing, that you might not want to do it as much, but, and it's a way to get stuff out of your system without going off on somebody in Twitter or in the office, which brings me to a concern I have, because this is really personal. Sometimes I get really personal. Sometimes I don't think I've ever, I think I probably named Kyle. I won't name him again, but there's a couple of people I've actually named in here, and I'm like, no, but most of the time it's just me ranting. So, and I figure if somebody's going to SVN, yeah, that's the one we use. If someone's going to find me and they're going to judge me based on my personal blog that also happens to be on GitHub with a big disclaimer that says, this is my personal mindset, fine. If I happen to have Proud Boy white supremacy tendencies, I might think twice about putting that in my professional, anywhere near my professional life, but I don't. Because, by the way, that must be exhausting living like that, living a double life where you can't be who you are, And I don't know. I'm going to see. I was wondering how you keep your thoughts string. Yeah, that's what I do. It's just a bunch of Markdown, because Markdown is just easier to write, right? And then I have an alias or a little script I call and run note, and it throws me at the top of my note sheet, and I just write down more stuff there. Me too. See that? It's got a new. You know what my favorite thing to do is? Can I confess something to you? I love making coffee stains on my notepad. I don't know what it is. I think it's because if you make coffee stains on your notepad, it makes you look cool. It's like, don't tell me you write Markdown in there. Oh no, God no. Well, sometimes, but usually no. Yeah, see, I mean, I bullet things, and I have an iPad, that I take notes on too. But this is my favorite. I'm a paper guy. I've always been a paper guy though. So here's me like doing all my mem stuff. I've actually tables and pen. No, God, yeah. No way, I wouldn't do that. So this is the kind of thing that I'm a real visual guy. I was real big into drafting my whole middle school and high school days when I was young. So I really love that. And I love writing Dungeons and Dragons, maps and stuff. So this is just how I am. There's my data model. I've actually thought about, what, you can take this anywhere. And if you get writable paper, if you get waterproof paper, which I have, and a gravity resistant thing, you can actually take it in the tub with you, or you can take it on this road with you while you're in the rain. You can't do that with electronics. Once again, you cannot do it. People think I'm just an old guy who likes paper. I'm like, no, man, I've got how many phones and tablets and all this stuff and my iPad that what I hate about my iPad is that pencil runs out of battery too much, and I'll have a really important thought in the middle of the night, and I'll go to grab it, and the thing's not fucking charged up. Sorry. And so what do I have to do? You know what never fails me? This never fails me, because it's always there, and it's always ready, and it's biodegradable. It doesn't have any arsenic in it. The problem is I have to throw lots of pieces of paper away, and I do. It was really hard for me to finally get okay with it. You should see oh God, I cannot wait to show you guys. My wife has started doing figure drawing again. She just yesterday, I cannot wait to show her off to you. She's like, It's just so phenomenal. I am just blown away. She's got this natural talent to just like in like 30 seconds to do like an entire figure. And she's been like, she's got the big screen in her room now, and and she's got figure models up, which is kind of, there's like naked people on 60-inch television. And she's there doing her painting and stuff. And her notebook, she filled it with like 25 pages of figure drawing in 2 hours. And she does the same thing. She's like very, and she's actually going to sell them, and she totally can, just because sometimes people want a little piece of art. So she's like, I don't really feel, I probably shouldn't throw these away. Hell no, don't you dare throw those away. And she's like, well, I don't know, I guess, but so she keeps her notebooks around just for reference, but she's doing it as kind of an exercise. And so she's like, well, I was like reading around, and there's like this place where you can put stuff. I'm like, because she's a natural. Wait till you see him. And I'm like, oh my god, there's a whole meme in the art community, by the way. Yeah, it's like uh it has like two pictures. It says me showing my peers in the art world my work, and they're like, oh, good job, like that. Me showing my tech husband my artwork. Oh my god. Because they all have tech husbands. A lot of them have tech husbands, and so then they're like, or spouses. Um, anyway, I'm just talking here because whatever, right? Um, my brain works better with paper. I don't know why. Probably because I've been using it my whole life. Um, why spin up some software you can just draw it? Yeah, yeah. It's right there ready. It's just like right there. Grafting. I was gonna do grafting. You know what? They went to computer aided design. I fucking hated it. True story. I cannot. I lost in high school. They went to CAD, and I just didn't do it for me anymore. I loved that drafting table. I cannot tell you how much I loved just like slaving over, these perfect lines and doing really great letters. You wouldn't know it now because I spew like crazy, but I really love that, sharpening my pencils and everything. I mean, I was so into that as an art form, and then CAD came out, and I didn't get as excited about it. It was, I don't not like it, but I was like, it didn't feel the same for some reason. There's just something about writing on vellum. If you guys know what I'm talking about, if you've done any drafting, writing with a really, really great mechanical pencil on vellum paper, and I'm not talking about, the paper that you write on your resumes and stuff. I'm talking about drafting vellum. It's this sensation of writing on vellum paper with a T-square is just like gold. It is the coolest sensation of like making these. I used to do this one in calculus all the time too. I'd get my ruler out. I just love that. So I don't know if I'm OCD or whatever, but I love that whole experience, the whole sensation of it all. And now I'm like moving a mouse around and making things. Just didn't do it for me. I lost it. I lost my interest in it. Maybe if you'd been raised that way. Right tool for the job. I agree. Somebody, I completely agree. That's a great comment. Sketching. Oh yeah. I noticed this myself. Well, that's fine, right? I've actually been thinking about keeping my notebooks, and you know what? It doesn't take very much to take a picture of your notebook. In fact, I thought these videos that I'm doing right here, actually, if you're doing videos, this is such a high res camera. I can just hold my notes up here and flip through the screens. And then I can go in here later and I can screenshot that and I'm done. I don't even have to scan anything. It's like so cool. Something to make 30 pages long. Yeah. You can think with your hand. Yeah, I think it might be. Did it say web design? We're not learning web design, D-Flare. Sorry. I'm sorry. Here, I need to change that. I can actually change the Twitter one so I don't fool people. Sorry to all of, sorry Twitch, if you're here. Twitch, wait. Is it status? I think it is status. Status, wait. Yeah, I see status. I have a way to do this. I just have to remember how to do it. Twitch, status, whatever. See if it changes it. Please don't dump my token. Wait. Did it go? No, Twitch, title, whatever. I think it's turned off. Dag nabbit. I'm gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way. I have to fix my whole Twitch interface. I got so much to do. So, anyway, I'm not even logged into Twitch. I got Chrome and Firefox open because I thought the font was an error. Can I change this? I hate using this interface. Can I just say? I really hate it. Channel, creator dashboard, video producer. I love all these DJs that are doing their thing on the YouTube and Twitch. I think that's a great idea. I love that people can still do that. Oh, I don't even remember where it is. Is it on? I have to look it up every time. Where is it? Documentation for Go project. I use. That's a good question. I use Go, and I just let GoDoc pick it up. Let me show you. Creator dashboard. I think this is the place. I don't ever remember. Hey, look, I qualified for affiliate. That was a sad, sad chapter I went through where I was like chasing partner on Twitch. I wish I had that back. Just a bad idea. Affiliate. Did you see that they're adding tiers now? Oh, don't you dare add them, by the way. People, make sure you read all the legal stuff in the YouTube tiers that there are memberships that they're added. I went through all the legal stuff. I wrote a note about this. It's terrifying. You give up all kinds of rights to your data and content. Yeah. Because it's an exchange, and I think it is legally, I don't know, but I think legally they could actually cause you to not even be able to take down some of your content because some of the people who sign up for your tier, depending on what your promise, it's not worth it to me. I would rather, plus they take 30% and Patreon takes 2% or something. So, and you get what? Fancy emojis and stuff like that. I need more coffee. God damn it. I'm going to have to make more. I made a mistake of only making one small pot of coffee. I don't know what I'm doing here. Stream manager, here we go. All I'm really trying to do is to change this so I don't lie to any more people. It can absorb coffee. Look, Donnie, let me show you really quick since you asked a nice question. So, any package documentation you put on any Go package that's published is automatically done for you. So you don't have to do anything else. You just have to do Go docs right, and which is a little annoying because it doesn't support Markdown and stuff like that. But so then you just have to go to, is it godoc.org? Yeah. So, and then you can go look up your package, and there you go. You get your docs for free. Okay. So there's really no reason to do anything else besides this. There's like, so when we do Go, we'll cover some of this stuff, but this is like really extensive documentation. It comes for free in Go. If you do your comments right. The end. So yeah, it is. And Rust actually has, I found out later after I made that video that's like on 43,000 hits right now, but, Rust has it. It's just not as intuitive if you ask me, but it has Markdown support. So I don't know. I kind of wish that they had been less Unix-y in their approach to Go documentation. That was clearly a boomer decision for them to use just text and not to allow any formatting or colorization or anything of the docs. It was a very boomer design decision from Pike and the gang. And I respect all the other stuff that they've done, but that particular thing, it's 2020. So if you're okay with doing static linking, you should be okay with using Markdown for your documentation. And I really wish that they had done that. The problem was it hadn't been specified. So there was nothing they could really go with. I don't, it's very annoying. Which one? Maybe we should give it a try. Oh, Go is a great language. I'm not, you make your own decisions, but I love Go. It gets done. It helps me with so many things, and because it's a language you can quickly write and create in. That's the real value proposition of Go. You can create great software quickly, and there's other languages that provide that kind of idea too, like Python and stuff. So it's a really good pairing with Python or replace Python, but it's a really good pairing with Bash. In my mind, Bash and Go are match made in heaven. Edit stream info. Okay. Whatever. Done. I've also been trying to decide whether I should put from the cloud development, try to get it into edge computing. I've thought about doing some of that too myself, actually. No, I really have. I really like the concept of edge computing, and edge computing really needs a lot of Go and Rust. In fact, I just like what you're most likely to be writing and doing in Go and edge computing. Deal with non-tech people, the better. Yeah. The less. Yeah. Yeah. If you become a C coder, you don't run into any non-tech. Yeah. I mean, I hear you on that. I personally am going through a lot of these questions myself. That whole decision. How's it going, Mind Later? I'm going through a lot of these decisions myself. I'm actually get accepted at the Red Hat kernel team. Whoa, that's amazing. That is really amazing in the Czech Republic. That is super cool. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's like, am I doing this because I want to do it, or am I doing it because I have to do it? And do I have a choice? Sometimes you don't have a choice, right? Yeah, that's amazing. That is really cool. That is really, really cool. And they say you're supposed to do one thing every day that scares you, right? Well, your career should scare you, if you ask me. It should scare you. If it scares you, that means it's challenging you, right? Title just updated. Thanks. I just hide my databases and never really have to talk to an end user. If someone is coming to talk to me, most likely stuff is, oh yeah. Yeah, me too. That was my exact career path. Yeah. I started out doing web development because I really liked it. Mostly because I liked it because it was knowledge sharing. I liked it from the beginning because it was about sharing knowledge. I've been a writer more than anything. If I could be paid enough money to just write and talk, the problem is that you don't have anything to write or talk about. You can't be a tech blogger or writer or anything like that if you're not actively engaged in diving into the technology. Then you're just a poser. And they're out there. They're out there. As to do a dumb algorithm question for an internship. Oh boy. Yeah. Nothing to write or talk about. Are you kidding? I know. AKA journalist. I don't know. I don't want to pick on any professions out there, but I actually would really love to be a journalist, but I would be the journalist that got shot. Yeah. I would be the one who's I don't know. There's all those life questions we're trying to do. It's I wrote this in my notes. I feel like it's the poor, white American. Oh, woe is you. You have to choose between so many things you can do. I kind of run that script in my brain too, because I've been seeing what's going on right now in the world. This is why I spend so much of my time live streaming. It's why I spend so much time at least trying to figure out how best to give back. Because I do. Sometimes and then I just sound like that millennial on what happened with 2020 on that Netflix special. Getting away from the shell. Snap packages, I hate them. I hate snap packages. I refuse to use them. But yeah, I'm, here I am. Oh no, woe is me. I have to go get insurance in America and I have to get a real job. And it's, this is a real job, by the way, the stuff I do, that I started a company and everything. But I don't know. I don't even like talking about it, because then I just sound like fucking woke lord who's like talking about how they understand, all the issues that are going on today. I don't even want to mention them, because it's not my place to even talk about them. And so anyway, when I'm going through this whole career stuff, sometimes I'm like, if I'll see a really good career, I'll be like, that is an awesome career for so and so who I'm helping, or for someone else, or I don't know. I feel a little selfish taking. No, I don't. I don't know. I'm probably just justifying. I don't know. I don't know. I honestly don't know what's going through my head half the time. By the Windows hypervisor. Oh my gosh. Are you really? How's it going, Bobs? Linux got back to Windows. Oh yeah. Yeah. Debugging your beginner go code you. I could, Raritan, but I mean, we can go through it if you want. It'd be more valuable if you do it. You can put it in something. If it's big, we can go. Hi, user. Welcome. 10 gigs of RAM for Node in a Mongo application. Holy cow. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm not a Node fan. I know you have to use it these days, but I'm on tablet in bed. Let me grab the Reddit post. You put it on Reddit. Yeah, we got some Go coders out there that can help you, if not me. Running on Docker. Yeah. Well, Docker's here to stay, so no matter what, you still have to learn that one. All right, I'm going to go take a break and start some coffee and try to regroup here. It's been really nice chatting, though. I really like talking. You can still talk, and I'll still be here, but I'm going to try to do some things while we talk. Another thing, too, I've concluded is that my notes, I'm not going to put images in them at all, because I want it to load wicked fast, and I want it to be mostly words. If I need an image, I'll link to the image, because the notes are mostly to be read or to be, stuff like that. So, but I need to break these all up. We're just doing, in case anybody's wondering what I'm doing, I'm just cleaning stuff up and doing whatever, in the new year to just get organized. And a big piece of that organization is putting everything into my profile page on github.io and consolidating my different websites that I have and stuff like that, putting them all there. RWXGG is going to stay independent because I want to have that be able to be collaboratively developed with others. And that's why that'll stay a separate thing. RWXGG is where I put all the write-ups of the educational content. And skillstack.io right now is my mentored community. That's where I make my living. This will stay its own thing. I've been thinking about, there's a chance, first time hearing it here, there's a chance once I get enough videos going for the stuff that I cover in my mentorship program, there's a chance once I get a full-time job for the insurance and stuff, that there's a chance that skillstack.io is going to become an app. Yeah, but I don't know that yet. I'm tempted to do that. I don't know. Well, I have to think about that some more. Because this is the name, the original name for this was as an app. I'm just thinking out loud. Um, the skill stack was originally the name of this little process that I talk about in autodidactic habits. And now I have it here. You know what it could be? God, I could make that the place that gathers up. I could make that the registry that gathers up all the GitHub stuff that from all the people who you have skill stack .yaml files or skills.yaml files. Another thing too, I registered skills.dev. Yeah, I don't want to do something on it so bad. Yeah, skills.dev. It's not, doesn't have anything on it right now. I really want to put that something on there. I kind of want to make that like a cybersecurity site. I just want to do everything. I want somebody to pay me to do everything I want to do. I mean, I'm just going to put it out there. Doesn't everybody want that? Isn't that the perfect job? Just let me work on whatever I want to work. It's also apparently it's very ENFP of me, which is my personality test. I did a thing on that. Just pay me to let me do whatever I want, you know. And I promise you, I will do something productive, you know. So we're not learning web design, and I took that down. Online moleskins, yeah, those are awesome. These were these IKEA notebooks. We literally bought IKEA out of these. No kidding, they were on sale. These IKEA notebooks were on sale, and we had skill stack stickers that we stick on them, so everybody had their own, you know, hacker black notebook to go. There's an old tradition in the hacking community, by the way, to have a little black book. Yeah, there's even published books. People publish their little black books all the time. So yeah, just whatever. Yeah, the period after whatever is important. I think it is. You should be scared about the day when there's nothing more to do. This is true. Yeah, beatbox. Yeah. Talked about that. Pandoc. We're gonna do. No, I don't do Pandoc. Pandoc is different. I use Pandoc for my notes. Vim plugin for Go autocomplete. You definitely want to use Fatih. Fatih FATIH /Vimgo. Vim, I think it's Vim-Go. You definitely want that. It's really the only plugin at this point. It was kind of kludgy before. Oh, that's too bad to hear, Donita. That's too bad. Now you're freelancing already? Wow. Look at you go. By freelancing, do you mean you're hacking on the dark web? And there's no such thing, by the way. But Trey, I have to go. See you, Q. Keep my firstborn. You just absorb coffee. I kind of do. That he's streaming. He's probably sweating it out. Who, me? Oh yeah, I sweat, but not right now. It's still pretty cold. Hey, look, guys, 100 messages today with Restream chat. I am ruining the day in advance. Can you rue a day in the future? Ruining a day is like in the past, right? Anyway, so I'm ruining the day that Restream says you have to pay $50 a month now. You can't piggyback for free off this because it's going to accelerate all of my live stream app that I'm going to have to finish. So yeah, Go is fun, yes. Annoying to debug? I don't think so. And not if you write test cases. Used for a small amount of time. Is it used for a small amount of time? You can. Go will hit hard at IoT. I do. Did you see the TinyGo stuff that just came out? This is like really old chat. This is old chat. I read all this already. Algorithm question for internship. Ugh. $8 is to buy $8. Tech evangelist, ninja guru, journalist. I also want to help people learn too, you know. So Flatpak, I like Flatpak better. Mind it later. I do. And Pop OS comes with Flatpak, Snap, and app support. All three. That'd be, you know, rare. If you want to pull it up, we can maybe do it as a group. Kind of want to do stuff though, rather than talk. I know I'm just talking. I get sucked into it all the time. It seems like I'm a little, hey, invisible programmer. I'm a little bit older. I am. I'm 53. Yep. Can you please give some advice? Somebody with two small kids to learn enough from me. That was me at Nike. That was when I made one of the best and worst decisions of my life. A recruiter called and said, hey, you want to go work for us for, I said, I can't, I don't have time to talk to you unless you can pay X amount, which was double my salary. He said, fine. Yes. I flew me in and did it. That's how I started work for IBM. And IBM said they were peace, love, and Linux, but they never had any Linux work for me at all, pretty much. And then I had to go someplace else within IBM and make that happen. So if you have lots of ambition, but no free time, I don't know what to tell you, man. The best thing I can say is for you to work in. So when I had little kids, I used to work out with my little kids. I would put them on my shoulders to do push-ups and stuff. And so they got like playtime. So I could double the playtime with my kids. I joked about patenting a lap pull machine that had a kid in a swing so I could like do lap pulls. I was also a triathlete back then at Nike. And so I could get all my work in that's my best advice for when you have small kids. Because otherwise you're not going to ever spend any time with them, particularly if you're the only person making money for the family, which I was because I was Mormon. So, and I was gone a lot, man. There was days I cried pulling out of the driveway watching my wife with our kids because I knew I wasn't going to see him for another 12 hours because I had to work on Nike.com. It's rough, man. It's rough having small kids being the only breadwinner. That is like one of the roughest things. I frankly, I wouldn't recommend it to anybody today. I would make sure there's nothing wrong with having kids, but I personally wouldn't feel comfortable unless there was a double income into the family, as long as, but somebody's got to raise the kids, right? Somebody got to be there for them. You don't want to pay a nanny for that. It just doesn't make economic sense. I don't know. A lot of reading, a lot of stuff late at night when nobody was around. It's hard. I don't know. There's no easy answers for that age when you're trying to break in. I'll tell you what though, I was freaking hungry. The advantage that you have when you're young is that you have faster response times and your brain, I think, can adapt better than mine. That's just physics. It doesn't mean old people are dumber. It just means you have a different skill set. You know, you can consume new things. Use every free second you can to study new things, whether it's on the train or Max or whatever. No web development. Existentialist, depends on what kind of existentialist you put yourself under. I like Camus and some stuff. Yeah. Windows uses VirtualBox. No, you can't use. If you use VirtualBox on Windows, you can't use Docker on Windows. I think they finally fixed that. Though. Beginner code is crashing. Want to learn about containers? Yes. Some resources on it. I don't know anything enough about containers to tell you what to do. I know how to use Docker and that. If I were you, I would actually just go to the site. I'm a big fan of learning from where it comes from. Docker runs on WSL. Yeah, I think you can do that under WSL. I think you can do it, but I can't imagine the memory problem with that though. I would never do that. Dude, just get a cheap computer a cheap computer, like one that's already sitting in the corner of somebody's house. Put Linux on it and put Docker on it. Look, I'm more against using, or another thing you can do, pay your $5 a month and get a DigitalOcean instance and do that. But the problem with that is you don't get any RAM. They're tiny on RAM, so it's really hard to do that. Or buy yourself a Raspberry Pi and put it on there. So I'm actually building a K3 OS cluster, K3 here with some people. Actually, that's what these notes are right here. They're all the apps that we're going to put on it. We're going to try to set up Vault authentication and Redis and Postgres and gRPC, all this stuff, as kind of a hello world of DevOps IT infrastructure. I'm looking forward to do that. I'll be sure to document all that. But I want to document because there's really not a lot of material out there that walks you through how to give yourself the skills for DevOps, for a good DevOps. And I actually want to do full stack DevOps. I hate that term, but I want to be able to write cloud native applications as well as support the whole infrastructure myself. So that's a lot of learning, and I haven't quite decided what thing to dive deep on there in particular, or even if I really like it. I think if I were just coding Go all day, I would probably be more happy than, I don't know. My interests vary. I've been the most happy doing site reliability engineering, system administration stuff. So, yep. DevBox, man, lots of comments here. It's great stuff. Guy that pays me to do math proofs all day. I know, wouldn't it be fun? The Torvald Stallman thing, yeah. Has a special contract for that. They probably do. Yeah, wow. They paid you to do back-end stuff for him? Yeah. To take off some of the load? It's not uncommon. They busted there's a story, famous, I don't know if it's a myth, but there's a story about a guy in Silicon Valley got busted because he had hired like 10 people from India to do his job for him. Yeah, and he was just outsourcing his own job. What auto-completion name again? For the Vim plugin? I think it's Vim-Go. Let me go see. I don't use auto-completion, first of all. It's built in, though, if you figure it out. So, yeah, it's in... yeah, there it is, Fatih's thing. Eeks, there you go. That is the line. If it can go there. Man, it's taken way too long today to do that. Key already exists. That was interesting. I haven't seen that one before. What's up with my eeks command? Is it not happy today? There we go. 2KVN. Did you get that one? You should have. That's the line to put VimRC in there. I use the standard mic. This is the standard podcaster mic. If you look at any industry, it's the Shure, whatever 7 something. I don't know. I should know. I don't know. It's the SM. What is it? SM7B. Yeah, you see them all over. This is Joe Rogan's mic and everything. It's got proximity effect and all the stuff that radio mics have. It's actually, I did a lot of research on it. It's better than the old school one that used the Rode that's been around forever. They swapped out the internals of the Rode and they didn't tell anybody. I'm really glad I caught that. You'll see like old school radio people using the Rode, including like Rush Limbaugh has one plated in gold. Audiobook helps you a lot. So much to learn all the time. I figured the one thing I can invest in for the amount of talking that I do on my stream, it costs me a lot, right? But I figured this single best thing that I can invest. I mean, I have a really crappy camera in comparison. It's fine. I have good lights, but the one thing I figured that I would invest in for the sake of my community is a good mic, because nobody wants to listen to somebody for 4 hours at a time in an educational stream with a crappy mic. Nobody wants that. And I figured that was the single best investment I could give for the people on my stream to make it valuable, right? I don't edit my content at all, but I would rather give you a good mic and give you, bookmarks so you can jump around in it. Also, I wanted people to be able to listen to it on podcasts and things like that. So I'm not podcasting right now, but yeah. Oh boy. Web dev, a good career for third world graduate. I don't know, man. I mean, I can't really speak to that. Look, so here's the site these are the last numbers that I know about this. You guys are asking about jobs, which is a good thing to ask. So rwx.gg/jobs. This is based on data, real data, not the crap you get off LinkedIn, which is based on their own database, or the crap you get on Stack Exchange, which is based on everybody who answers the Stack Exchange survey, which is highly biased and doesn't include things like, oh, I don't know, C coders. So I think this is the most, it's government data. So you take it or leave it. You can go in Indeed and you can just look around at the different jobs. That's the best way to follow it, right? Or wherever. There's lots of places to go. I wouldn't go on LinkedIn at all. I'd avoid them like the plague personally, because they skew your view of reality by showing you what other people that are paying them want to see. So they completely skew reality, and I won't use LinkedIn ever again because of that. They're not a good place to go to find a job, in my opinion, because they don't have your best interest at heart. They have the people who are paying them's best interest at heart. Meanwhile, GitHub cares about you because you are the one that's making their service good, and they're not selling your data. You're paying to subscribe, so you're a client. And anyway, I'm telling you that because that's why I don't like LinkedIn data. But here's your job right here, web developer, 13% growth rate. It is one of the top 4 fastest growing careers in tech, according to Bureau of Labor Statistics. By the way, 3 of these careers are the fastest growing careers, period, out of every single career kept on track at the United States Bureau of Labor and Statistics, which you can click on. You can go do your own research and read that, but I summarized it out for you here. So this was the IoT developer, site reliability engineer were not listed, but I think that they would have been under the other ones. System administrator, software developer is actually listed as senior software engineer, and in the statistics, security analyst is the fastest growing career, period, in tech. It's the fastest growing career of all careers listed on Bureau of Labor Statistics. If I remember right, it's the single fastest growing career. So there you go. If I didn't have to retool myself, and I thought about doing this at the beginning of the year, and I might still do it. I don't know. I started out the year trying to get my OSCP because there's a part of me that really wants to get into that. And then I got into the pen testing stuff. I was like, no, that's not really a security career. It is, but it's really volatile. And I was like, I don't know if this is, on the side you can make money, and I thought about getting a certificate and doing that. I still might do that, to tell you the truth. The thing I don't like about doing security stuff is I have to learn stuff that I don't want to learn. It's true. I don't want to learn PowerShell and PHP, and I know PHP. It's why I don't want to work with it anymore. So if I have to do that, I would rather be working in C on the edge and doing IoT or development or something like that. And I probably will end up going that route if I'm going to push the envelope more than my regular stuff. WSL. What tools used in order to apply for a full stack DevOps from writing applications support? Lots of stuff, Vladimir. First of all, you just need to know that I've been researching DevOps for about a year and a half, but I'm not a DevOps professional by any means. And that's funny that it would actually send you key already exists. That's weird. So I'll just say that. The tools there that I'm currently looking at, it depends on whether you're going to do DevOps development, like cloud native development, or if you're doing like DevOps kind of SRE, maintaining the infrastructure and stuff like that. If you're going to do that, then did you see? Somebody was telling me Amazon's working on an on-prem offering, which means on-premises. So, and Azure already has one. So that means the cloud providers are providing things that allow you to do stuff in-house, which means there's going to be jobs doing kind of cloud native stuff in-house. So the core technologies involved with that are, if you want to do cloud native applications development, all of that development is in Go. Just all of it. The K3OS is entirely written in Go, except for the kernel. Every other piece of it is written in Go. Rust has got no inroads into that space yet. They might in the IoT space on the edge. There was a company I found that was hiring, and they were hiring Rust programmers, and they were doing, there was a cutting edge company doing edge stuff, Rust stuff for hardware on the edge. But yeah, so that if you're gonna do that, you gotta know the Kubernetes and Docker stuff. If you don't know that, which just means you gotta know YAML, and you should probably learn HashiCorp as well. So, and that's the other one I've been working on. I just discovered HCL, which is HashiCorp's configuration language, last week, which I found interesting. It's sort of like Nginx configuration. But I'm actually trying to, it's really hard because there's so many technologies involved in DevOps that to get a job, it's like, where do you, like go into it and find out. Let's see what time it is on this stream. 3:11. Oh, look at that. 3:12. Yep. Yeah, that's rare. I haven't seen a collision before. If you have the same amount of occurrences or if it's sort of specific. Oh. SMB 7B, yeah. Thoughts on IT certifications. I actually did a whole video on certifications. If you go search through it's about an hour and 15 minutes. I really suggest you hear me out on that one. It's called Why Certify. And it's old, but I have a fun graphic in here.
You might be.
And you can watch, oh gosh, I have my hat on too. And I'm completely transparent. It's just like the early days. So, but the points in here are still the same. So, this diagram, which right here. So, this goes through the breakdown. So, yeah, not a lot of people have watched that one, but I still hold. Man, look at that! I'm using hex chat still too. It's like this is kind of nostalgic. When was this? February of this year, right? It's one of my first ones. Back when the lights were seriously hurting my eyes. I wish I had my hat. I can't find my hat. I miss my hat. Anyway. I'm in nostalgia lane. All right, I got to do a few more questions, and then I got to go get some more coffee. Useless for support, some can be useful. Yeah, this again, watch the video. It talks about it. Some careers require certification. Other careers, if you get certification, it counts against you. So just, you have to, it's all about trust. And if I'm going through this question too, just in case you, Vladimir, myself. There is a cloud native applications developer certification that is specifically targeted for developing cloud native applications in Go using gRPC and that kind of thing, as far as I know, from the Cloud Native Foundation, which HashiCorp just joined in August of 2020. I thought that was interesting because that means, because HashiCorp has some rivaling things to, they have some things. Their Nomad offering is a direct competitor sort of to Kubernetes itself. So it's really going to be interesting because that whole space is still kind of figuring itself out. But the fact that Cloud Native has a foundation now, I don't think you can go wrong in that space, particularly if you're trying to break into it, which includes me by getting a certificate in there. But I also think, and we have people, GM and other people have said in here, they would take somebody who has built a Kubernetes cluster with multiple, applications on it that speak gRPC to each other in their garage or their lab over anybody who has a certification, because they want to see people who are actually doing that. Now, and in that case, I think the priority is on proving that you know how to do this stuff and learning the skills. And then if you go through the certification, it should just be a breeze at that point. At that point, it's just a rubber stamp. It's an expensive rubber stamp, but it's a rubber stamp. I think if you're just breaking into the industry in particular, and you're leaning on the engineering side of things, that I think because if you're in software development, you should have, a crap ton of like actual projects you've contributed to and showed that you know how to code. That's your single best thing to get. I'm convinced of that 100%. But that's not just me, that I've heard that from more than one CTO or VP or recruiter over the last 8 years. People constantly tell me, what does your GitHub profile look like? What is the software? Show me a repo that represents your best work. They want to see that for software development. But when it comes to engineering, it's a little hard to show that. So we've been experimenting with a way to do that, which would be, writing notes, live blogging, doing whatever, making videos about your own Kubernetes cluster and everything you've been building, all the stuff you've been building out. And at least that's there for people to see. People might even give you a job just from that. But in that particular case, it's a lot harder. It's like system administration. It's hard to prove to somebody, go look at my GitHub for my system administration skills. Doesn't make sense. They still want to see your scripts and stuff. They want to see you can be, a bash scripter, a Python scripter and all that. But they can't really see your ability to do a root cause analysis, right? They can't really, it's like security. Security has to have a certificate because there's really no way to prove that particularly OSCP, because it proves to everybody that you know how to identify problems under pressure with a given time constraint, which is the job. So in those cases, I would say getting that. I am right on the fence about whether I should get the Cloud Native Applications Developer Certificate. But if I were breaking into the industry, I would definitely get it, because when you're a junior, you really have to prove you can do the job. And so you need every little bit of proof you can get, in addition to, the really awesome stuff that you've done, to prove that you know what you're doing. Lots of students going into software engineering. Yeah. Will we see if the jobs will ever be filled? I don't know. That's going to be tough. That's growth in the future. I don't know, man. We're going to see on the security thing. The security thing is going to be interesting. There's definitely growth in that area. There's the job posts are there, but PowerShell, yeah. Viewing industry growth, and especially unfilled jobs, yeah. Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. A lot of the unfilled jobs are mid to senior level. I completely agree. People don't want to hire a junior engineer. I'm sorry, they don't. And it's good that you know that up front. There are companies who will. I said this once on the stream, and I got taken to task by some hiring people. They're like, "What are you talking about? We hire juniors all the time. We look forward to them." And I've got, I had that junior get that. I've had several juniors get placed. So, is it a huge rack? AWS. You saw about AWS Outpost? Yeah. You saw about Outpost. Work for big companies. A lot of them do hazy. Tend to have a focus on, yeah. See, that's what I want to do, Data. I've been saying it too. I don't want to work for a tech job unless I've even thought about giving up tech in general completely and doing some sort of leadership role or education or something. I mean, I put that in my welcome video. It's like, what does our world need right now? Does our world need more technologists who don't give a crap about the company they work for that gives them their money? Or does it need people that are, helping improve the world in other ways? And I mean, right now we really, 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 really need medical workers. I don't know if I have the guts to become a nurse right now. But I tell you what, the world needs those people, man. This stuff is not going away, and we're at war with this virus, and we're going to be for a long time. It's going to be another one after this. It makes me. I'm not a medical person, but I sometimes wonder if I, I'm a communicator and all of that. So I think that's probably the best thing for me to do. Anyway, working for tech companies, yes. High adoption growth, yes. The answer is yes. Go is very popular. Just a 404 for job site. Sorry, I know I have 404s all over my site. That's what I'm fixing right now. Yep. That actually got moved. Look, I got enrolled in cloud developer apprentice program. One of the cloud companies here. Looking forward to exploring it. Yeah, on-prem cloud is all the rage in tech right now. And as Vladimir is reporting here, they're taking their cloud infrastructure and they're putting it on site. So you can use all the same services that they give you on site: AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud Platform. Yeah. Don't go to university for CS. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Don't look. If you're gonna go to university, get a degree in an industry. And if you want to be in the industry of inventing how computers work, then CS is great. If you want to do something with software, like I did, go into languages or something, and then use software for that industry, right? I think you'll do better. Or just get a liberal arts degree, and then get your actual tech education. I think it's going to get you a job someplace else. If you're going to pay for college, right? That's getting harder to do. You just don't go into debt. Entry level positions, jobs have quite tedious requirements. Yes. I think a remote work. I've been a remote worker for 20. God, what is it? 24 years. So that's all I know. I worked on site a long time ago. Yep. I think, I don't think it's, I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't say whether a CS degree is useless or not. There are some things that in there that are useful. Look, asking what degree to get or whether you should get a degree or what is it, look, go back and watch my welcome video on YouTube and look at the questions on there and answer those questions first. I put this as my welcome video because it's such a common topic. You can't start asking the questions about what should I learn, what am I going to make money and stuff until you answer the other questions first. And oh look, it's got me on right now instead of this. But so it's right here. What kind of world do we want to live in? Why is it like that? Why is the world, our world like this? What kind of world do we want? And how do we get there? So you've got to answer what kind of world you want and what you want to do with your life before you can answer the question about what school you should go to or should I go to school? And this is where everything is upside down. I swear to God, it's upside down because people don't know. So they pay crazy amounts of money to go to college to figure out what they want to do with their life. And now they're in debt. They don't have a job. They haven't even really got a major in the thing they want. And you're stuck. Take that gap year. Take some time to sample some things. Apprentice with people. Go intern for free someplace. Ask somebody if you can audit some college classes. You can audit college classes for free to figure out if you want to do it. Like watch some YouTube videos about people doing electrical engineering. I wish I had done this because I think deep inside I'm an electrical engineer because they're doing drafting all the time and they're doing a lot of electronics and I really love that stuff, but I never got a chance to try it because I didn't do that exploration before I went in. And so I changed my major 4 or 5 times while I was in college, but I could afford it because I was working 3 jobs and it wasn't the same circumstance. So spend some time to figure out what you want to do, what your contribution to this world is going to be. It's going to take you some time, at least your first contribution, right? And if you can't figure that out, just learn how to code and go get it. If you can get a junior job coding, it's going to be better than, being a waiter or something, especially now since there are no waiters anymore. That whole industry just got obliterated, man. I feel so bad for the restaurant industry. They just got destroyed. Tech companies, yeah. I process problems with non-tech. Yeah, data is my drug. I really love what you're saying here. I've said this before on the stream a lot. I really love that people are looking for places to help that are not tech companies, because companies that are not focused on tech need technologists. They need help. And some of these companies are in big trouble. So one of the ones that I really wanted to go into after I got divorced was medical technology. The medical technology field right now is getting raped because why? Because of all the ransomware shit that's there. They can't. I mean, these hospitals cannot keep up with the tech. They're not. There's a whole montage in Mr. Robot about how the hospitals cannot even begin to keep up. And so now they're getting owned. So in the middle of this COVID crisis, they also can't use their computers because they're being owned. So, one of the things that I feel drawn to do, or I did before, was to go into, IT management specifically focused on healthcare, or work for a place like Ad Hoc, which is where that manages the insurance offerings for America. There are industries and the medical field that could benefit from tech expertise. Not just that, right? There's lots of other ones. Anyone who's selling a service like solar energy, alternative energy, there's lots of jobs in alternative energy. I hope that Green New Deal in some sense gets taken on. Maybe not as radically as some people would like, but if the Green New Deal goes through, all of those jobs, I already know because we had a guy get a job with a solar energy company, and it was a fantastic job. He was doing Python and I think a little Go and some Linux, and it was managing solar energy, edge computing, all that stuff. So this is another reason I really like the edge computing field, because it's directly related to the whole new energy kind of things. And there's lots of careers in that are they're technical, but they're more about what do you want to do? What do you want your contribution to be to the world? Do you want your contribution to be to a company that makes 95% of its money on selling people's private information and stalking them better than any spy system ever has? Is that how you want to make your career millions? I don't. Not even in an organized labor union would I want to do that. So I would rather help a company that's doing more to help the world, and finding out, and it's going to be looking. You're going to have to look harder, So, it's definitely take your money to a smartphone, and not be able to talk as much back. What's that? As soon as we're going back to working in office on premise, I'll definitely take you with me on my smartphone. I might not be able to talk as much. Yeah. Well, I don't know if I'm even going to be here. That tell you the truth. I know this. I am not stopping live streaming for anything for the rest of my life. I've committed to myself at this point that the live streaming and being on YouTube is such a core part of who I am. And that sounds really pedantic and weird, but it just checks off all the boxes for my personality type and everything that I believe in. So I've let it go before because I had to get stuff done. But even then, this was a tough decision, and anybody who's at SkillSec, I don't want you to panic, but I would rather live stream my lessons than maintain the business I started at SkillSec. So if it comes to it and I have to get a full-time job and I don't have time, I'm gonna consolidate the SkillSec stuff and keep my live streams, because I believe, not just me, I believe there's other people too who can really help the world using this amazing megaphone that we have that we've never had before. I mean, this is an amazing time to be alive, and God knows there's a bunch of other brainless shit out on the YouTube, and I would love to counter that, and rather than just complain about it. So there. Tired school, not a fan. Chasing all certifications with a hands-on exam, not paper test. Yeah, if it's a hands-on exam, I'm more inclined to do that. Electrical engineering is dope. I know. I don't know how many jobs are on it, but I think there's going to be more as we go on. This is why I really want to see all the alternative energy stuff come through, because I think the jobs would be high-tech jobs, and they'd be good jobs, and it'd be fun jobs. So I hope that picks up a little bit more. Computer engineering. Yeah, computer engineering is the degree I want. In fact, I have to look. I just have to look. I have to look. You know what? I have always dreamed of doing computer engineering. I still don't even know how to solder very well. I've always dreamed. It's like one of the things. So, I was always doing hardware and stuff. I was more on the back end of things. But computer engineering, I mean, that's like the deep end. That's like, do you know how it is? Like if you're in a place and you see people who do things and you're like, oh man, they're so cool. Every time I run into computer engineers and electrical engineers, I'm like, oh my God, they are so stinking cool. And to me, that's an indicator that that's something that it terrifies me. Like, I know I could do it, but there's something about electrical engineering, by the way, which just includes as much math. You know, I did the calculus and everything. So there's a part of me that makes me like giddy inside when I think about it. But to be fair, I was also giddy about getting an OSCP. And then I figured out what it was about. Learning PowerShell and PHP and SQL injection and basically just, you know, profiting off a bunch of crap that bad, you know, knowing all the bugs out there. You're just a whatever. But forensics engineers, they're getting into the assembly code and the C code and everything like that. So yeah. So, you know, like being able to do hardware hacking, oh my God, that is like the coolest thing ever to me. So this is not the kind of degree that you can get, you know, earn your master's degree in 6 full-time tuition classes, master's in computer engineering. Ooh, see, computer engineering is coding and engineering. This is a look. Screw computer science. If you're going to get a degree, get a computer engineering degree, because now you're learning how to code. You're learning how computers work, and you know, because you have there's crossover with computer science, and you're coming out of here in one of the hottest markets to come up. That you know, like this whole IoT thing. Everybody who's making like stuff, you know, like actual stuff. But you know what? If you know how to code and you know how to make hardware, you can literally make anything. You can make anything. You can be that character in your favorite video game, where you can literally make anything. You can order boards from China and have them sent from Shenzhen to you. You can code them up. You can connect them to servos. You can do there's a thing. It's called it's a new all stack engineer or something. I can't remember what it's called. But people who know mechanical engineering in addition to all the other engineering stuff, and then they're like one-stop shops for all of that stuff. And I really want to do that. I really want to do that. To tell you the truth, I'm actually having a moment here. I mean, I like the Kubernetes stuff, but I really, really love the edge Kubernetes stuff. So the whole K3 OS stuff, which is like, it basically leverages the Kubernetes cloud idea to create sort of swarms and clouds of things that have sensors and stuff. Do you know what I mean? But it's a way to manage all of that so that those things can talk gRPC and leverage the greater computing resources of the central system. I love that. I love that stuff. I think I just figured out what I'm going to do. They're really being good at push or guidance counselors. Yeah. Working when they must find a job and stick to one company. Yeah. Whoever's saying that is off the rocker, man. Don't listen to that. Yeah. Stigmatize. Same with Rosie. Yeah. Entertainment jobs. It's true. Yeah. Everybody wants to be a singer-songwriter. And they open a restaurant. Oh, I feel so bad for people when I hear that. Project-based learning. I agree. Project-based learning is the best. Basic information such as how to ask a question, how to get information from the internet. Yeah. And those are skills I cover in Autodidactic Habits. I'm probably going to redo that whole series, by the way, mostly because the font is a different color. And also because I want to get more down and dirty with the specifics of it as opposed to just being stories. It's mostly stories right now. We need Starfleet so we can get off the planet. Yeah. Get a job in DC, no one will touch unless you went to Harvard. Yeah, I don't even talk about that. That's just that's crony capitalism, and that's not going anywhere. And if you want to be a part of that system, great. I don't. Yeah. And non-tech to do tech, be aware that they really don't know. Yeah. Oh, that's a problem too. They don't understand why you cost so much money. Hospitals use super outdated systems. I know they do, but I want to help them fix that. That's the thing. The problem with hospitals is they don't understand technical debt, and they do now. They're all getting owned by ransomware. Policymakers address it because it's what keeps them afloat. Yeah. That's look. The only way that's going to change is if the government changes. If government and economic dynamics change and crony capitalism dies, which I'm not saying all capitalism is bad. Crony capitalism is what's killing us. That's the corrupt one. Healthcare tech for almost a decade. Largest hospitals. Patient data. Yeah. Plain text. Holy cow. Look, if you want to help them, go into cybersecurity, become a vigilante, and then figure out how to help those people. How's it going, Pandex? Red Pandex. Solving non-tech company. Yeah. The Fed are doing 2000s. Not sure. Advanced field now. I don't know. I think renewable. Look, one way or another, renewable energy must become a thing. Dude, go watch. What's that video from the guy who talks about the rising of the third industrial age? And he talks about our dependence on petroleum, and that how one day we're going to look back and go, do you remember when this was the silly time in human history where all of humanity built their entire future on dead dinosaurs? Because it's a finite resource, people. It's not going to be there forever. And the more it becomes scarce and stuff, you talk about crazy economic swings, almost all of this stuff is revolving around oil. And all of the money, the billionaires in the oil thing, we don't even talk about them. We keep talking about Jobs and Gates and stuff. The billionaires in the oil place, they're like 20, 30 times more wealthy than any American billionaire. And so they're like so high off the chart, something like that. I could be wrong on that, but it's really crazy. And so one way or another, we have to get off energy. But right now we are so dependent on energy, down to the plastic in this pen on oil, that if we don't figure out how to get out around that, humanity will fail with a capital F. And that will probably be in some of your lifetime. It's going to get crazy because, I don't know. There's still a lot of oil probably up in Siberia that's going to become more accessible now that they've got warm climate up there. From automating a big part of business practice in their industry. Right. Yeah. Accounting, retail, logistics, manufacturing. Yeah, there's so many places you can go to do that. This command. Yeah, I have a command like that, but that's a good one. That's a really good one. Nice. Good job, Mahesh. Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah, that's a good script. I have that as a script rather than as a VI thing, because I send stuff with it all the time that's not necessarily in my VI. It's not a tech expert. They haven't invented tech for too long. Oh, I know. The thing that makes me so crazy is how many times people cite Uber and Airbnb for technical innovation, and Walmart. Seriously, these are the companies that people are citing for standards and innovation and stuff. If our best people are working at Airbnb, we're fucked. It's like, we have this massive hospital problem, and it made me mad sometimes. Yes. Accounting has been highly automated. It's not. There's some stuff that still can be done there. CE is greater than EE, which is greater than CS. Raritan, I think I might be with you on that. Self-taught in computing. Are you going for it? You going for electrical? Look, I don't know what the job market is on the computer electrical engineering front, but I tell you what, I would just enjoy it. I would just really, really enjoy working on it. Is computer engineering more into hardware stuff like building VGA or something like? Yeah. Computer engineering is EE plus CS kind of, I think. I don't know. I mean, that's what let's go back to that. Look up, I know. Well, there's lots of local maker spaces. I know all about them. Actually, my skill stack space was a miniature maker space for a long time. Yeah. In fact, I have the robot over here that Gabe made. He's in the computer engineering program at a local university now. Okay, Boomer. Accounting is very manual, even for the largest of companies. Yep. Yeah, accounting is still, a big place to do stuff. Decentralization. Get the degrees in your backyard. I really can. Make VGA, buddy. Ghost in a Shell. The cartoon. Bionic Arm, and it was attacking people. Can't do Calc 3 to save my life. Calc is, I actually really liked calculus because it was so precise. I loved it because I didn't have to, I did still have to negotiate with the teacher sometimes to say, look, they would mark points off because I did it, that I would solve the problem in a different way. I'd say, no, I actually did it the way you wanted. I just, and I'd have to defend myself a little bit, but, building motherboards. I know. Okay. Okay. I thought software like QuickBooks made accounting easier. I think it does. Accounting could probably still use some things. PhD in math. Oh, wow. Holy cow. Electrical engineering plus Mecha plus CS is like hacking the whole world. It really is. I know. You could make anything. You know where you work after that? SpaceX. People, I have mixed feelings on SpaceX, actually. There's a part of me that really wants to work there. But I've heard that it can be tough. You can install Arduino IDE right from the Microsoft Store. Wow. CE programming language is too low level. It's not that flexible. Yeah. Well, TinyGo is one of these things that's doing that. So TinyGo and Rust are both being used for low level CE kind of programming. That's another reason I want to get into it, because I think if I were going to get into Rust, it would be to do that kind of stuff. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to get into Rust for the other things that they use it for. Resolution with edge computing, permutive, yes. Ooh. Red, do you know about that stuff? CE classes, I think I'm far behind. I'm trying to catch up. CE classes, at least in my university, take all the essential CS classes as well. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they cover the core things like data structures and algorithms, because you need to know that stuff. I used to be really anti, this doesn't have any actual practical application. But then when you start looking at managing a finite amount of memory on a tiny device, now, writing your own, B trees and stuff starts to make sense, and the knowledge, graph theory and all that. When you can understand machine language assembly, I know, and that's kind of where I'm going with this. Hey Java, is open source anarcho-capitalistic? I don't know. I think so. Yeah. Do you get cybersecurity? Is what I want to. A lot of people want to do cybersecurity, but cybersecurity is a huge field. That I learned. I spent 2 months studying everything about cybersecurity fields, and all the way up from the people who get, the CISSP, which are more manager types, to the people who are getting, the forensics, and the people who are finding 0 days. The people who are finding 0 days, that's the career I want. But that requires like an immense level of aptitude for assembly and decompiling and bug bounty and all that. Kind of just, it's fun because it's an exploratory kind of thing. But another thing that I think would be equally as fun would be writing the software and creating the devices, of the modern era, which are being put into everything. I just really love that. It is my drug. I don't know why the hospitals have outdated systems. I wish I knew. Why are Macs used in tech giants when they could use Linux? Because they're stupid. They're really, really stupid. They bought in. They drank the Kool-Aid. We need to use all the oil. The sooner it's gone, the sooner we can switch to something else. I agree. Brent, hello, well, hi, Rich. I assume because there's a big risk in changing systems. Yes. I'm using this stupid web tool because you guys chat too fast, and I can't keep up in my other tool. It's going to be a problem, actually. It makes me realize that my live streaming IRC thing is going to have to be able to scroll back and forth. It does already, but I haven't got it set to do it that way right now. We've got a lot of fun people in here today, so I'm enjoying this. Renewal energy is hard, yes. Attention deserves. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be tough, the whole renewable thing. Besides style guide, exactly. A lot there's like it's mostly node stuff. The amount of importance attributed to the node community in general in Silicon Valley is absolutely astounding to me. Uh, Node, the amount of importance attributed to it, that's what I find really fascinating, and it's infiltrating into the Rust community because it's not a lie to say that a lot of people are coming to Rust from Node, and so they bring everything with them from that community. I keep running into this mindset. I run into it all the time. Uh, Work at Holiday Inn. Why not? Security issues, base. Yeah. You know, this is the thing is I keep thinking, I think I might be falsely associating positive feelings for anticipating something like a master's degree based on, you know, the positive experience I had with college or something. And I think the world's changed a lot since then. There's something neat about going through a program and finishing it. And I don't fully understand why that is. It's not like you don't know the same stuff if you learned it on your own. I definitely have given myself several degrees, master's degrees in knowledge and skills over the years. I have a Russian major, for God's sake, but I don't have any way to. There was just something about having that little degree or that piece of paper that I think is enticing, probably for all the wrong reasons. Um, I don't know. Disruptive in industry, yeah. ITT Tech, don't do that. Don't do that. No, don't go to ITT no matter what. Do not give ITT a dime of your money. Please don't, people. Yeah, they're bust now, thank God. Uh, he looks like insane fun, yeah. Making laptops and hardware faster, yeah, that would be fun. AI stuff is awesome too. The reason I'm a little leery of all the data science is because most of the good data science jobs, not all, but most of the good data science jobs right now are in the exploitation industry. Yeah, there's a company I met with the CEO actually in a coffee shop. Oh my God, the company their job is to invade your privacy as much as possible and sell background checks to schools and stuff. I could not believe the level of stuff that they're doing, and that they're not just selling it to a marketing person. And they would go down to the courthouse, get all your public record information, put it all in their database, and then they would sell every shred of information they could get to you to a school as a background check. And I met with a guy because he was justify. I had attacked their existence. I was like, I don't agree with anything you're doing here. And he goes, you don't understand. We're saving people from potential rapists because this. He brought out this picture of this woman who had been raped by somebody who worked at a school in a janitor closet, and they said, see, if they had checked out this person before they hired him, the person would have been raped. I said the person would have been raped anyway. I mean, it was absolutely terrifying. So the reason I'm kind of not into data science and AI and stuff is particularly data science. I know they're not the same. Machine learning and AI and data science they're not the same. They get grouped together all the time. But I do not want to help companies spy on people better. I'm not into that. If I can help, it's a double-bladed sword though, right? Because on the one side you have, well, if I had all that information, I could help cure cancer because I could find out, what genomes are. That's another thing. That whole CRISPR stuff. God, did you see Designated Survivor? The last series episode or season 3 is really hard to watch. It's really bad, but yeah, it was. Basically they took a whole bunch of virus stuff spliced it all together and made a deadly virus for like $1,000. And they're talking about how you can do that today with CRISPR. Now that the new threats, bioterrorism, we are really, dude, I don't know how to defend against that, but we have not even seen the beginning of bioterrorism. We have not, I mean, COVID, I'm not going to go there and say it was created, but it was definitely incubated through research in China. That's a fact. You can go read about that. And it's and yet people want to go work for game development companies, or they want to be streamers. They want to get all their money from live streaming reaction videos. And we are on the cusp of like totally full blown Armageddon through bioterrorism, because you can engineer a killer virus on CRISPR for under $1,000 if you know how to do it. And the whole world is like oblivious. I'm not trying to paint fun here. This is where we are today. And if we don't kick ourselves in the ass and do more, and doing more is not streaming rant videos, which is why I'm trying to do more here. I know I'm just talking here. It makes me want to go get coffee and get busy. I'm going to get busy. I'm not going to get mad. I'm going to get busy. But I tell you what, if this video or any video like it can counter the absolute fucking moronic insanity that's on YouTube right now, that people are paying for and they're spending their lives doing, so be it. Because any number of these things we've talked about, they're hard. Learning to be a computer engineer, it's hard to get a job. It's hard to do all those things. But I tell you what, we need hard right now, because if people don't do the hard stuff, we're all going to fucking die. I'm going to yell at you some more. Tell us how you really feel, old grumpy white dude. I know. I'm sorry. We do. We've just got MicroPython. I heard might be interesting. We got to get busy. We got to do more. So, think about, this goes back to that thing I said in my welcome video. Figure out what you want to do in the world, what you think needs to be fixed, and then make the decisions about what you're going to go do. And we need to do that. We need to do that more. And you might not think you can do anything. Okay, so live in a van and work as an intern for an anti-biohacking company, or whatever. Make the sacrifice to get the job that say, look, I'll work for you for free, as long as I can learn the skills, and you're going to give me maybe a job later. And just do whatever it takes to just do something, and don't go into debt. Oh my God. Stop going into debt and paying the crony capitalists all the money, because that's what happens. They drain you of all your lifeblood, and then you don't have anything to do with your life, because now you're literally a slave. And then you have to go work for a big company that offers you a huge paycheck, and you're like, well, I have to pay my bills, so I'm going to work for this company that violates everybody's privacy constantly for money. But I had to pay my bills. You wouldn't have those fucking bills if you thought about what you wanted to do earlier in life. I'm sorry, now I'm getting pissed. I have met and talked with the CEO. Oh, wow. Yeah. Identity resolution. Are you really? Wow. Yeah. So, I think when we talk about machine learning being intertwined, I do too. It's still very iffy. Bleeding edge, booming. Yeah, it's on the Gartner hype cycle. George Hotz is great at that. Oh, 0 days. Oh yeah, that's okay. I got what you're saying. How to disassemble patches. Yeah. How to disassemble the patches. Ooh. I hadn't thought of that, Never Bear. Dude, I know disassembly. I did it a lot for, using GDB and other things and other old school tools back when I was doing third level support for Tivoli products. No, Python is not the future. It's not. Sorry. Not the future. It's not going anywhere, but I used to think it was going to die out, but it has too many problems. The first one being it doesn't run on multiple computers with cross compile. The end. 0 day stuff that's been made into hacker influencers like HackerOne and Bug Bounty, which have their own drama. Not to mention companies that try to screw over people who find and report bounties. Yeah, it's true too. Yep. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know on the hacker thing. I used to have better opinions on that. How to apply AI in a good way. Don't know about that one. I know a guy who does that. His mind is just differently wired than mine. Yeah, yeah, people can do it. I'm a pretty good 0 day guy. I'm more of a, I can see the patterns. That's the thing I can do. It's one of my skills. It's hard because you got to kind of know what your skill is. You got to learn what you're good at. Data science position to be more math inside. Yeah. Statistic. Yeah. They're like pilfering statisticians and mathematicians, which by the way, one of the highest paying jobs on all of labor statistics site was mathematician and statistician. Mid to small tier companies can now access the resources and ready accessible tech to see ROI on it. Right. And I think there's some good data science jobs out there that are not owning people and doing evil things. Dino, yep. Burnout, getting a master's degree, yep. How technologies are adopted, yep. Advertising, yep. Anak, I completely agree. $500,000 marketing budget first year. Python, yep. Your programming language be compatible with the old one, yep. To predict Go and Rust adoption rate, we need to take these factors. Yeah, I don't need to do any more work on that. Go is destroying the world right now and is not going anywhere. It is the new mainstream language by far. And you look at the whole cloud, the entire cloud native industry is Go, all of it. So, and what's the hottest industry in tech right now? Cloud native. So, I don't have any question that that's the most important language to learn on the planet right now. There are other languages that are more deployed right now, or or more essential to like the whole infrastructure. But to all of the emerging tech is it's in Go. It just is in Go. For OffSec, yeah. ITT is the top university in India. It must not be the same one. Hi, Quint. Just substitute ad tech. Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? You make a good point, Red Hendrix. Sometimes I ask myself, am I being overly harsh on advertising? And I don't know if I was self-justifying when I monetized my YouTube videos. I was like, am I a part of the problem here? I've been preaching against advertising and all this stuff, but we've been living with this as a way to make money for a long time. I'm not the one dictating what the ads are. I'm not forcing people to watch the ads. That's YouTube that's doing it. But am I just I would like to live in a world where advertising was not a thing, but we live in a world where advertising is a thing. The difference is the amount of invasive intrusion that is allowing people to track you across multiple websites. That we've never seen that in advertising before. It's one thing to have a Nielsen machine on top of your computer saying what television shows you like to see to get Nielsen ratings back in the day. And therefore, if my smart TV is going to tattletale on what I do, or YouTube like watches what I see and advertises based on what I watch on YouTube, and I've told them I'm okay with that. I'm okay with all of that. What I'm not okay with is the tracking of a single person between sites. And that crosses the line for me. If they didn't put all their money in doing that and controlling it, then I guess what I'm saying is that I'm okay with advertising to a point. It's when the advertising starts to track you. I'm not okay with that. And I think is that fair? In fact, I actually like some ads. There's some advertising. I think it's a form of art in some cases. When I worked at Nike, some of those Nike ads were just downright amazing. They were miniature movies. And so, I think I sometimes am overly harsh on the whole marketing and advertising world. And the truth is that, it is a way to get products out there. You have to market your ideas if you want your ideas to be adopted at all. So, that's not what I'm against is the tracking part. So I think that's where it's coming from. A girl spoke at my school who works for Oracle. Anybody at Oracle who has search? She says, nope, nobody, just agrees. Yep. Oh, that's Oracle. Oracle is a shitty company. I would never work there. As a whatever stream, Quint. What? Did you rewrite the whole parser? Did you use the new one or the old one? Yeah. Very nice. That's a great experience, Gwen. It's probably really educational. If you wrote a better one, then go ahead and commit it. Let's go take a peek at it. It was just meant to be a thing, right? Girl at my school works at Oracle TV. Oh, CS degree, right? You mentioned that. Oh, that's the second one. Yeah. Yeah. If you're just hiring off degrees, you're a stupid company. Uh, sorry, Oreo, was that me yelling? I've calmed down already. I want to make more coffee. I can't get through these questions. This is my problem every time. Is you guys have such great things to say. It's really FOMA for me. AI for analytics, determining the quality of our products. Yes, and you seem to be the voice of reason today. Data is my drug because there are a lot of ways to use data for things that are not privacy violation. And I think you're right that I've falsely associated data science and machine learning with Google and Facebook and whatever Amazon does to track you, and that's obviously not the only industry that's doing it. So I need to get over that. Why is privacy so important to you? That's another good question. And I recently, my wife and I were walking around, and I went from being a huge privacy advocate to being the guy who live streams every single thing he does all the time. And there's a good TED talk on that from the guy who made Proton Mail. And he said that the very notion of privacy will be a foreign concept eventually. And then if you look at any of the sci-fi, it always has, everybody's got all the details on everybody else, right? It's like one click away on your Star Trek pad or your Expanse, mobile. And so, yeah. European for education for sure, right? So I sometimes wonder if I'm overly concerned about privacy. And it's not the age old question of like, well, you don't have anything, you should have privacy. That's a non-starter. That's a completely false line of thinking, because all you have to do is imagine a world where the people in power are not. Imagine if the Proud Boys ran our country right now. Would you care about privacy? Hell yeah, you would. Because you wouldn't want them knocking on your door because you made some video about what dumbasses they are. So that's the whole privacy thing for me. That privacy matters in that sense. Does it mean I would change? No, I would have some things go underground. I'm not going to tell everybody my address. I hope that people won't put that out there. So that privacy is a right, not secrecy, privacy. And it's important. You can't have a free society without privacy. Bottom line. Let's see. If the school didn't drain what I want to do with my life, I know it does. It kind of tires you out, right? Some things made it take longer to figure out what I want to do. Me too. It took me 6 years to get a 4-year degree, but I changed like 3 times. People have helped me. I say thank you. Yeah. Open source. I think open source is great. I just don't think I think open source has a lot of problems that are very unpopular opinions to talk about. Like, open source doesn't make money unless you supplement it. Non-expert to decide for director of technology which they are not capable of. Crowd is average and emotional. Yep. I don't know, man. It depends. That's the thing. Open source is open. So you can't look. Would you call Linux average? No. It's elite. It depends on the open source project. And so you're going to get crappy open source and you're going to get good open source and you get a bunch of zero. What is really crappy is everybody adopting 0. whatever packages in their NPM software and then deploying it to the world without any checksums on anything and having them get completely owned by a worm. That is the negative side of open source. So I don't think it's open source's problem though. That's a different problem. I don't think open source is the problem. Python is dying anytime soon. Adoption is lagging behind. Cutting together. Yeah. Python will be here for a while, but Python is shit. It does so many things wrong. Oh God, it's so bad. I can say that because I worked with it for 13 years And even up till, like 3 years ago, it's absolute crap. The internals of Python, I'm not the only one saying this. Guido van Rossum is saying this. Go watch him talk about how he wants to turn Python into TypeScript. His own words. We have learned through sad experience that a non-structure typed language can get you into all kinds of problems. His exact words this year, the last year, 2020. And he's trying to redo the whole thing. He says we are going to try to make it turn into TypeScript. Why? Because non-typed languages are stupid. Unless you're really doing temporary things with them, like with Bash. I'm so happy the world has woken up from their interpreter mania and decided finally that strict typing is a good idea. They really have, all across the board. Unity, remember, the Unity engine, game engine? Remember they used to have Unity script, which was this loosey-goosey interpreted JavaScript-like thing, and then they had C#? Died. Everybody went with the C# option. Why? Strictly typed. The future is strictly typed languages, the end. It's either that or it's a really loosey-goosey language. And this is true. I mean, the Python's hold on the I can make a really fast C++ stub in Python world is going away. It's going away. It's slow, but it'll happen. Yep. And then when WebAssembly becomes a thing, Python will be completely destroyed because you won't even be able to deploy Python as a WebAssembly artifact. You'll probably be able to compile it. I don't know. They'll have to do a lot of crazy stuff, but they're not going to be able to compile all of their stubs and everything. Those are all going to go away. And that'll just solidify the statically compiled LLVM stuff like the Go and the Rust and the Crystal and all that stuff, which is emerging. I wouldn't waste 1 second learning Python as a first language. I would spend it on JavaScript, which is not going anywhere. And then I would do JavaScript and TypeScript potentially, and then I would do Go all the way. Those are the languages I suggest. Yep. Have you seen the graph stuff? It clicks on your info. That's why I don't touch Facebook. Facebook is absolute shit. It's been an hour. I know. I can't stop reading your guys'. Stop sending stuff to me. You're super interesting. Ad targeting for 10 years. Yep. Wow. Yep. Yeah, but it's, I don't know. Ad targeting is even worse though now. Better error messages. Oh, yeah. But the old and the new parser. Oh, really? Did you like put some of that stuff from the new one in it? Yeah. I mean, if we can do the new one, the reason I switched it out for the new one, Quinn, is because I want to be able to do generation, and the generators are going to need to have a symbol table to call into for the compiling stuff. Privacy is like a natural right, not a privilege. I think it is. It sounds like the job you're looking for is in technical ethics. You know, you might have something there. I don't know if you read my note about this, but one of the notes it's kind of an internal conflict note. I was going through my curriculum vitae and my profile type, and I love technology, but I like to talk about technology and the ethics of technology way more than I don't know if it's more. I like them all. I like to code too. I like to play with electronics. I like to solder stuff in my basement or whatever if I had a basement. So, but yeah, technical ethics is a real thing. And when I saw the social engineering documentary, that made me really consider, you might have something there. If I'm going to go for one of those jobs, I'm going to have to really clean up my writing. I'm going to have to tone down the rants, or am I? Yeah, that's interesting. That is really interesting. I'm gonna have to think. Thank you for mentioning that. I forgot that there is a. I knew. See, I actually was literally. This is a whatever stream, so I can talk about this. Whatever. I was going for my walk with my wife and the dog, and the problem I have is that the jobs that are not solid, like engineering and stuff like that, I have a really hard time getting my head around their existence and feeling like they have substance. Do you know what I mean? So like a job in technical ethics. I mean, even teaching has more structure. You know, it's like, okay, you have a curriculum, or even if you don't, even if you're a one-on-one, there's deliverables. I can get my mind can like grab on to what that entails. But jobs like evangelist, or even, you know, like a CTO job is even still fine because you're picking specific technologies for a company. But when you're doing technical ethics, or you're doing, you know, if you're like a grant writer, for example, there's a career out there for that kind of thing. I have a hard time grabbing on to what those careers are. And anything that I can't grab onto, I feel like doesn't exist. So it's like, oh, that's one of those Lucy. Oh, you're the technical ethics guru. Uh-huh. What do you do every day? Well, you know, I technically ethic. It's not even a noun, right? It's like, I ethicize things. I'm technically ethosing you. You know, it's like, what do you do? What's your job? Well, I talk a lot, and I present, and I motivate people to be ethical. It's hard for me to, I know it's a job. I know it's a hard skill. And believe me, I know. It's mentally, I have a hard time getting into those kind of jobs. That's why I paused so long on that one. But I probably would be good at it. I mean, it's in my nature to be an evangelist. And if I'm evangelizing for things I believe in, I tell you what, if I don't believe in something, I can't stand working in it or for it. If I don't agree with, particularly at this point in my life, I just don't have any patience for it. There's just too much need in the world, you know? I think privacy is important. People, yeah. Superman Returns. Stalk his girlfriend. Open source is the best thing in the information area. I do think it's a good thing that's happened. Open source is, yeah. Yeah. So that what you're talking, Invisible Programmer's talking about open core, and that's, technically speaking, that's not open source making the money. It's everything around it that's making the money. And if you don't have that stuff, and I don't even know if that counts as, Cloudera is not open source. Your friend is making money from Cloudera, not from open source. Cloudera is exploiting the use of open source to make money and paying people to work on the open source project, just like they do with Linux and other things. But strictly speaking, open source isn't making the money. It's the thing that's leveraging these open core companies like GitLab and others to make money from the open source. And that's great. And I mean, it's kind of an evasive way of saying that open source is not the thing making the money. It's the companies, you know, we wouldn't have desktop Linux and Pop! OS and stuff like that if it hadn't been for companies that could make, you know, bank on the open source. So, remade it statically typed. I know. Memory model has got me into trouble. Oh God, I don't even want to talk about Python's memory model. It's crap. Look, yes, go Java. Yay. Actually, Java has got great strict typing if you can deal with it, but nobody wants to do it. You define types. You can. I know they added it in 3.6. They finally did. They added it. Yep. Yeah, it is, but it's static type checker. They're going to add them. Guido's already working on it, even though he's not leading the project anymore. Reading chat ends in an info loop. It does. I haven't even got to the end yet. I'm still going. It's like hell. Let's see. Python has 281K libraries. No, I don't buy that. I've heard the meta directive. I appreciate your comment, but that I've heard this argument so many times. You got to understand, I was a Perl programmer. Who uses Perl now? Do you have any idea how much great Perl code is out there that's going completely unused? Because why? Because it's got other problems. The language itself has problems. That's all going to change. And that, by the way, if there's one thing the one, I do agree with this. I agree that Go is slowly creeping up. Dude, the number of packages and modules that are coming out for Go that supersede stuff in the Python world, like including TensorFlow, it's just nuts. It's nuts. Every day I'm hearing about a new amazing library that's been ported from Python or that was inspired by Python that's being written in Go. The really crazy thing is you get this nexus because people are coming at Go from lots of different angles. It's not just backend. It's not just system engineers. It's not just edge people trying to go. It's cybersecurity. It's everything. They're all coming together on this one language, which is really amazing. And a lot of that, by the way, a lot of that activity is not getting blurted out into Medium blogs all the time and stuff like that. It's just happening very quietly. So anyway, I think it's going to take a time for everything to be implemented, to be re-implemented in Python. But one of the things that took me my breath away when I played with Go the first time was the internal standard library for OpenPGP that was built in, as well as TLS and all the other ones. It's part of the standard library. And I was like, I wonder if this has that. How long has Node been around? Still doesn't have one. And Python, piece of crap. Try to do anything with GPG, OpenPGP in Python. Still abysmal support. So it just took my breath away that it was built in from day one and Go 1.9. So I think that the more substantial libraries are getting implemented pretty quickly in Go, and it's going to catch up. There, I said my piece. But yeah, I love these opinions. Pair programming, yes, I completely agree with that. Anak, if you can find somebody, master's degree in computer engineering at DuckDuckGo. What? Oh, this is just me searching for one. I know what you're saying there. Hey, Captain Rice. I don't think the collective intelligence is as important when it comes to software development. Quality is more important than quantity. I agree. I totally agree with that. F Sharp. I haven't played with it yet. I would like to try. So would you recommend learning Go at this time? Absolutely. 100%, 1000%. I think you should learn, you guys know what I think. You should learn Web, Linux, Bash, and Go. And the rest is bonus. You should learn Python too, but I personally don't think it should be your first language. JavaScript is a way better and way more empowering first language to me. Is more interesting than privacy. Yeah, that's interesting, Anak. I'd like to play with that idea. Tech innovation style. Realize the old concepts trade-offs to go back to step one. Yeah. Software engineers get bored. Recycle old concepts. Calls it innovation. Sounds like you've been around a while, Data. Data's my drug. I know exactly what you're saying. As another one is the pendulum, right? The on-prem, off-prem, on-site, centralized, decentralized pendulum. It goes back and forth all the time. And right now, Amazon, Azure, and everybody are like on-prem. We're going to help you do cloud native in-house. Outsource, insource. It's just the same thing. People keep, like flares are in, flares are out, flares are in, flares are shuffling paper. It's totally what it is. Yeah, shuffling papers around, don't do anything. There are thoughts. There are a lot of thinking jobs that fall in that category, and political jobs too, and stuff like that. Those are all. Software is cognitive intelligence. Stack Overflow, collective intelligence. I don't like Stack Overflow at all. It's also the problem. No, Stack Overflow is a massive fail. We use it all the time, but it's still a massive fail. It could probably be tweaked into something that's successful, but right now it's a massive, massive fail. And people are learning things wrong from Stack Overflow all the time because they're not reading down to the correct answer, which is like a one-line tiny little thing because they got downvoted by the mob. And the mob never knows shit. The whole idea that you would think that the most upvoted answer is the most correct one and you would build a business model after that proves what a fucking moron you are. That is like the stupidest business premise ever. Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's let the mob decide which answer is correct. When has that ever worked in history? It's the antithesis of innovation. Anyway, so accommodate versus yep. Office manager. Data governance would be a practical application. Data governance, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and then that's kind of related to the whole keep your data safe kind of thing, and that's sort of the CISSP stuff, right? It's the chief data, what is it? Chief data executive. They have that. Don't they have that now? They're starting. What's that new title? They have a title that's related to data. It's like the chief data officer. They have that now. It's been 8 minutes in the past as I read it. Oh boy. Perl was the duct tape server side. Yes, it was. It was better than C. Perl was the flex tape of computer science. Yes, flex tape. Good one, M3. I was just going to wait till Job goes over Golang in the courses. You know what? I'm going to go over it, but yeah. I do need coffee. There's no doubt. Coffee. Perl I'm almost to the end here. Brought a lot of features. Yes, it's good. It was better than C. That was the only other alternative, or Bash. Everything, engineering degree except EE. No. They don't teach you Python first for the engineering degrees. No. Python, the reason Python has really big inroads into academia, and they think that that's everything, but it's not. I don't agree with that. Sorry, M3. It's going to hold that academic top language for a very long time because people don't innovate in academia. They use what they know. They don't even want to use Go because it's this evil thing that came from Google or something. They don't even want to research it. But you look around in the industry and they're not using Python for that stuff anymore. They're moving on. So I know people don't like hearing that, but you're still going to have to use Python for a lot of things, like Capistrano, like orchestration, like what is it? Deployments, things like that are still going to be in Python, but I don't think it's going to be the primary language for a bunch of stuff up there. Yeah. The college course chooses to use. Yeah, you can't edit most voted answer to have a reputation for. Yeah. Yep. Democracy works like that pretty much. If you have the reputation for you can edit the most voted answer. If you have the reputation, yeah, not buying it. It's absolute shit. I hate Stack Overflow and Exchange. I have to use it, unfortunately, because it's the only thing that's out there. And thank God it supports JavaScript, free web browsing. Quora doesn't. Stupid applications made by dumb people who can't even think past their nose. Quora is a disaster. But using RUM's theory, having rep doesn't equal being the best. Exactly. Look, there's good people who participate in those things, but the premise of those companies is absolutely flawed. You think it'd be fixed organically? No, I have an idea of a better one. Hi, Dom. Trying to wear something is like my size in terms of my brain. Yeah. Some programming things, yeah, they do make better sense. That's true. Not using, well, we did. We were fine without it. Stack Overflow is crap. It's absolute crap. And you know what? We would have been fine without it because we would have had a blogosphere that would have emerged instead of people putting all their answers on Stack Overflow. It is actually bad for our world to have Stack Overflow right now. I cannot tell you how many times critically dangerous information is the first answer upvoted on Stack Overflow. It's a disastrously bad thing for the world. And it needs to die, but it won't because now it's too big and we can't have a whole industry come together and denounce it like we did with W3 Schools when they did the same sort of crap and they made W3 Fools to go against it. I'm getting really spun up. I'm sorry. I'm getting really angry. Let's see. As being closed, as being duplicated. Yeah, I don't want to talk about Stack Overflow anymore. You know what I said. You can have your own opinion on that, and I hate that I have to go search it all the time. As I said, the one positive thing I will say is that they did not make it JavaScript only. And even an organization like dev.to, developers are us, doesn't have the fucking sense of intelligence to keep their site from depending on JavaScript. I really need coffee. Okay, so yeah, I know. I'm just saying, if you're engineering 90% of the time, they choose Python to teach fundamentals. They do. Well, that's M Terry. I want you to back that up with a couple universities, please, at some point. I would really love to hear that, like the actual answer of that, because the universities that I keep running into that are doing those things, they're still teaching Java, even in the engineering classes. So if they're choosing to do Python now, that's a good sign, actually. That means that they're moving forward. They're about 5 years behind. And like me, 5 years ago, I was still teaching Python too. I don't see, I used to think that Python was a great beginner language for all the reasons that you're saying. And I'm not sure I think the same thing anymore. I've been playing around. I don't have a solid opinion on this yet, but I've been playing around with the idea that if you have the time, the best first language you should learn is a strict language. And I would argue that I didn't fully appreciate this about the AP Computer Science exam in Java until I've been working with beginners in coding for the last 7 or 8 years. And what I'm finding is that when I work with people, young people have a hard time learning. It's a little bit harder. Obviously, it's harder to learn. But when a person learns a strict language, they're a better programmer for all the same logical reasons that Rust would claim make you a better programmer, because it teaches you're coding with constraints, and those constraints are super annoying, and it takes you longer for you to code. But when you learn to code with the constraints, you take those into your loosey-goosey language like JavaScript and Python, and it makes you a better programmer in those interpreted languages, because your brain is already thinking, okay, well, what type do I have here? Where's this type conversion happening and all that? When you start out with a loosey language, and God knows that that's what I've taught for the last 8 years, still teach JavaScript as the first language here. And I'm playing around with a new hypothesis that if you have I don't know, the tough part is I don't want to push people away from a language by teaching them a strict language. Rust, for example, is not beginner friendly at all. Go is more beginner friendly. Java is not beginner friendly. Go is more beginner friendly than Java is. So my premise is that Go might be actually a really good first language. And I've been toying with that. I actually have been trying to teach some young people Go as a first language. And so far, it's for a 12-year-old, it's still a little bit too much. But there have been people in the past. The one superhero that I taught, I have a few, but one of the superhero homeschool kids I taught, I checked with him. He was really smart, though. They're all smart, but he was really adept at learning his own stuff. And he learned Go as a first language from the Stanford book, for the book, the Addison Wesley book. And he complained about the book, but he learned it, and he went on to do amazing things. He taught himself C and a bunch of other coding languages after that. And he actually didn't like Python. He didn't. He went from Go straight to C. He's like, I don't want anything to do with any of these crappy Lucy languages. So I'm putting it out there because I was with you for a very long time, and I'm still largely in that camp that, the reason I teach JavaScript is because it's the most empowering. Hands down, it's the most empowering language on the planet. You can do more things with JavaScript than any other language at all right now. Chances are you're carrying a device right now that has JavaScript engine on it. Can't say that for any other language. Profile grading. It's good for that. Is Pagan going to move to GitHub? Yes, I'm going to do that right now. 2 errors in the spec. Okay, great. I should do that right now. Programming works. Programming works or not. It's yeah. I can see the answer makes sense, unlike many other fields. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of. I do like that about programming in general, but the problem is that there are different ways. There's like 10 different ways to write the same algorithm. Beginner friendly. Look, I'm sorry. I went overboard on the rant against Stack Overflow. I really get triggered by that. Closing topic. Yeah. Before forms with a low signal noise ratio. I mean, that's fair. That's how I learned, by the way. I learned off UUCP news groups. I listened to everything anybody said, and sometimes they were stupid things they said, and sometimes they were better. So the idea of making a forum, of like making even the mob mentality stuff go to the top is good. I don't know. It's an interesting question, though. It's an interesting question. Yeah. It does make me wonder if there's another way to do it, and I believe there is. I believe the whole MemWorks Knowledge Net exchange is the better way for doing this, because then you pick who you trust, and then when you have a dialogue, you already trust certain people. If you were to take Stack Exchange, Stack Overflow, somebody make this. If you were to take Stack Overflow and you were to say, if you were to take Stack Overflow and you were to allow people to establish their own circles of trust, that would be the difference. I don't care what Joe Jr. Dev thinks about Rust programming in this Stack Exchange answer. I want to discount that person's vote. I don't want to hear what they have to say. I want to be the deciding factor in who I decide I trust. And the one thing, if somebody adds this to Stack Overflow or makes a product like this, it will dominate. Because what that means is, rather than you upvoting things, yes, you can upvote things, but the difference is that you could see the upvotes of people in your trusted circle versus the mob. And you could decide who you trust. In fact, that entire method, if that were added to things like Quora and Stack Exchange, it would fix the whole problem, because it would be based on who you trust. And then somebody comes along and I mentor them, and they're brand new to tech. They don't know who to trust at all. And they say, well, let me see who Rob trusts. And so they see my circle of trust. And they say, I'm going to add them. I'm going to add all the people they trust. And then they find, so it's the whole GPG thing, right? And then they find somebody else that they trust. They say, oh, I really trust this person. Everything that they have to say about this topic. That would even be better, right? And now you've created your own circle of trust, and now your networks are rising to the top. And now you have quality people that are getting elevated, and you can turn on and off entire groups of the mob that you just want to discount. And then the whole reputation thing is shit. I don't know how many times, like, there's an encryption forum that I participated in several years back, and the people who were the authorities on encryption couldn't get their answers in the stupid system because they didn't have enough rep. The whole rep system is broken. If they can fix the rep system and allow you to pick who you trust, and then you say, I trust this and this person, and then if you were able to allow people based on how many people are trusting you, there you go. That's real rep. That's real rep. That's not, this person has got so many rep points because they got upvoted. This person is actually individually selected by all these other people as somebody you can trust. They add that to Stack Overflow. I am on board. I'll be 1,000% on board, and I'll be contributing like crazy. But right now, the innovative ideas that come out in the thing get squashed. Because why? Because they're not popular. They're out on the edge, right? But if you know that one or so persons, like if TJ Hollowaychuk says, you know what, I'm done with Node in 2014, this is what happened. TJ Hollowaychuk says, I'm done with Node, I'm going with Go, Farewell to Go. And I'm like, oh my God. It was a very unpopular opinion. Everybody was making jokes about it in podcasts, and look where Go went. Now he's got his own company. He's doing all sorts of amazing things. He's the guy who made Express. He's got a very trustworthy name. So if I put him in my circle of trust and I see that he made a comment or has upvoted comments in a certain way, now I care about the upvoted results, because I can see upvoted results according to the people I trust and not according to the stupid fucking mob, because that's what keeps ruining it. Make it. You make $1 billion. Seriously, that's the one system to rule them all. And KnowledgeNet is the thing I've been working on the side, is sort of based on that, but a centralized forum service that does that would just completely dominate. It would totally dominate. Basically, all you have to really do is make it so you can friend other people on the system. So this is what I would do. If I could go into Stack Exchange right now, Stack Overflow, right? And if I could, because you remember every time I go in there, because you got to go in there, right? And there's like an answer, like 10 down, that's the right one. Has no upvotes or anything. And I'm like, this person is a genius. If I can click on their name and say, add to circle of trust, and then I could look at everything that they've upvoted or everything that they've ever commented on, and I could actually see all of it in terms of that person, I would be on board 100% with Stack Overflow. That's what they need to do. The reputation system is the broken part. The idea of upvoting, noise to noise. I'm with you on the signal to noise ratio. I agree with that completely. So that is something good that they bring to the table. The problem is that the signal they end up picking is not the right signal. So then what? Now you don't even have the noise anymore, and you have the wrong signal. That's worse. So if they could make it so that you could pick your signal and dial your channel by picking your own circle of trust, I'm all about that. That would be awesome. Make it. Time for me to go. Yeah. Biomedical engineering is Java to teach fundamentals. Did they change? Oh, 2 years ago. That's about right. That's what I would have predicted. Yeah, because Python got really popular. We were kind of ahead of the pack in 2013 by doing Python instead of Java for education, and then Python got really popular about 5 years after that, which is funny because a couple of years after that we got out of it because Go is the new thing. You watch, they're going to start teaching Go. It's going to happen. It just hasn't happened yet. Yeah, C and C++, right. Still the way to go, should be. Dynamic for something. I'm hungry. I should go eat. I'm so addicted to comments. You guys are so interesting to read. And I'm not getting anything done, but I don't care. Cause whatever. Oh wait, see, I even, it looks like I even bumped my camera. There. I gotta put some like sticky stuff on my camera so it doesn't do that. Oh, that was a big rant. I'm probably like really behind now, so I'm probably just gonna go. Biology degree, yeah. Order Python, C, VB.NET, assembly, Java, program Haskell, yes. Interesting, quite. Yeah, a lot of people learn Python as their first language, and it's the reason I don't like Python as the first language is you can't do anonymous functions, and therefore you can't teach first class functions, and as easily. Period. That's my number one. And first class functions are de rigueur these days. That's like what you need to know. You can't do data science with JavaScript, and why would you? Yeah. When I say empowering, I mean empowering for the most people. Not everybody wants to do data science. Most people want to have an app or a website or something that works. Scratch was your first. Good. I'll go to, but haven't used it for a long time. Yeah. Yeah. Go. Yeah. You're talking about Godot or whatever. C. A lot of people learn C is first. I think that's a good one too. It brings solutions which works, but they don't work. That's the problem. Everybody thinks that the answers on Stack Exchange are the right ones, and they're wrong. You know what's a really good example of this? Shell coding. You go into shell coding, and how many of the right answers have sed and awk and all this other shit in it? And they could have done, it's a bash forum, and they don't even know how to use native bash without subprocesses. I could go on and on and on about that. But they don't understand because they don't understand what they're talking about. But now for some reason, everybody thinks they do because they got voted in rep. Okay, goto is not bad when it's used right. You can trust people based on merits and correctness of their answer under scrutiny. Yeah. I like arch form mentality. Hey, I got that question about them. I trust code, not people. That's a super big mistake. Phil, problem is just when you're noobs, you don't know how to try. No, when you're a beginner, you need to, that's the thing. The first thing you need to do as a beginner is find somebody you trust. And then that's why mentoring is so important. And don't just come to me. There's other people you can go to and get their opinions, and then, become a critical thinker, which you got to do, right? Knowledge base doesn't support integration with their knowledge bases. Yes, it is. I have a shared knowledge base thing that I've been working on for years. It's like, I started with the Essential Web. Everybody's making one right now because the world really needs it. and it was an expert at a few things. Expert system, button rephrasing. I mean, yeah. Web dev trends for 2021. I don't know. I think we're gonna see React and Vue dominate. I think we're gonna see more Jamstack in the mainstream. That's what I think. I think that Tailwind is going to continue to take over everything. But there was kind of a backlash against frameworks recently, so things like Svelte and stuff. I thought Repost was great. They said are really great. Some of them are really great. Uh, we're here. Let's see. Did I get to the bottom? I did. I learned Spaghetti Tailwind CSS. Yeah, I just mentioned Tailwind, right? I know enough about Tailwind to know that it's going to really mess up the industry, for better or worse. It's very, very disruptive. Spaghetti code from Basic, me too. That was my first language, Basic. Which is why watching Bandersnatch on Black Mirror has really been interesting for me because he's coding in Basic. Yeah. All right, time for me to take a break for sure. I'm kind of pushing. I'm sort of addicted to the. I'm totally addicted to the chat. Real obscure specific Google searches in the code works. Yeah. All shared knowledge bases have flaw design. Well, the ones that exist. Yeah. Yeah, I have a take on it. We can talk about that. The biggest problem with the shared knowledge base is it shouldn't be centralized. The end. And we're going to get back to that, actually. We're going to talk. That kind of brings me full circle back to my site that I've been making. That started out this whatever stream. And I'm going to try to actually get something done on it rather than just... I get derailed by chat all the time because I love to dialogue. I love it. I love that more than anything else. And that's why whoever said it, I might be looking at a career that involves talking more than coding. I love coding too, though. So... I don't know, man. We'll figure it out. Good morning, Lord Azariel. Consultant, yeah, I'm consultant is what I definitely need to do. I'm really good at going in and seeing everything that they're doing and asking people for information about how things work and then helping them. I think it's called systems analyst work, or consultants. I'm really good at that. I'm not bragging. I'm just trying to state things I recognize that I have strengths in. And my ability to change if I have new information and change my mind rather than being dogmatic about it I've seen that in other people, and that makes them into good consultants because if they see a trend in the industry that's changing, they're not so married to this other technology that they're not willing to look at it. Their identity isn't locked up in their tech choice. Which is why if Stack Overflow adds a trust ring, I'll be happy to be on board after all that rant against them. So you're the Sith Lord. I am the Sith Lord. Behind the scenes, yes. Whatever. I'm going to take a break. Strong opinions loosely held. Kip, you're my man. Or woman. I don't know. I don't need to know. But absolutely. I'm going to take a break. I would put music on, but Huh. Hmm. 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 I wonder. I wonder. Go back over here. Yay, fishies. I like your fish thing there. This is the only coffee cup this works with. Like an old angry man. PCNX. Yeah. Back to something. I don't know what. We'll figure it out. I do. I wake up at 1 or 2 usually. Sometimes I go to bed at 9 or 10. I have a weird schedule. I'm not going to lie. No Discord here. Hi, Mahash. It's in the YouTube. Mash. If you go look at it, it's up there. You go up to the top thing. They kind of are. I think I need music. You guys might not like it, but I'm going to play some anyway. So there. I have like 2 coffee cups. I have the thermos and the other one. Yeah, I need music. I need to calm down as I drink coffee. Nothing to calm me down more than The Witcher. It's not really coffee music though. I don't care. I don't care. This isn't in my list, I don't think. I don't know. I look through memberships. Don't do it, man. It's so bad. Somebody can talk me out of it, but I'm in the wrong place. I know that The Witcher music never gets me a monetization strike, but even if it did, I don't know if I even care if I got a monetization strike at this point. If you get, not a strike, a claim. If I get a monetization claim for listening to Green Day or something, I wonder what that works out to be. Or this one. I love this song, but if I even play like 2 seconds of it, it's going to... You know, I don't... this is a whatever. What is this stream about? Whatever. So, one of the things I can't figure out in the whole streaming thing is it right and okay to listen to music on YouTube? Bottom line. And, you know, if I don't care about monetizing like a whatever stream like this, you know, do I care? I know the stream's going to be muted, but do I really care, right? So here's the question. So the real question is, should I care? You know, not so much do I care. Listening to you streaming, I know, that's what they're usually hanging themselves on. Yeah, but it's not fun unless I can listen to it with you guys. And I know that there are people working on that, but Um, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I'll figure that out another day. It's also a lot hotter when I put my headphones on. I'm just Chrome Dome dude again. Listen to music through a separate channel somehow. I know there's a lot of ways to do that. Yeah, I know there's actually one of those ways that somebody told me about. It's right here. This right here, SML. Yeah. The viewers can still hear it. Yeah. It's great. Yeah, no, it's all good. It's not good. The creative stuff. Look, I want to listen to, whatever. And I want to put on like whatever I want to hear. And that includes like mainstream stuff. So anyway, I don't know. I'm not going to stress about it. I keep coming back to this issue because this is the one thing that keeps me from streaming. So one of the reasons that I don't stream on occasion, like a couple of days I didn't stream, because I want to like watch a movie or I wouldn't mind having people with me, but I don't stream it because I want to. It's part of the part of coding that's fun, listening to music and stuff. This is apparently what this entire service is about, and I haven't played at all with it. Yeah, I mean, it's so much more fun to have. I mean, that's pretty much part of the coding culture. You put your favorite band on, your absolutely favorite band. Maybe it's your yoga music, maybe it's chill up, whatever. And you put your favorite band on, and you just get to listen to music and code all day. That's what makes it fun. So the thing that I constantly have that's at odds with my live streaming and live streaming coding is that I have to sacrifice that. And so I always keep downplaying this as if it's not an important concern and I can figure it out later, but it constantly sneaks in there and stops me from doing it because it's like, it's the dopamine hit that you have that you're coding that kind of helps you along. So there's a couple options. There's like find good non-copyrighted music. That's not a permanent solution, unfortunately, because I want to listen to Green Day right now. I really want to listen to some Green Day, or Ong So Hum. Wait, this is, by the way, I'll just play a few bars of this. Is that a thing? So like the Ong So Hum music is just so calming. I won't tell you, so you can do what you want to do. Yeah. So, but I hear what you're saying. So like, this music is so soothing. It's so soothing. I mean, I can code like a monster with this music on. It's like 20 minutes, and it's just this repetitive. I can't look. Turning it off makes me have a withdrawal. Like literally, I just have withdrawal symptoms because I turned it off. I am so into listening to that, and it just forces me into flow state. It is so good to put me into flow state. You have no idea. But I can't listen to it on the stream because it'll demonetize me. So I either have to decide that I don't care about demonetization, and that's a different issue. Okay, so let me ask a more direct question. Is it ethical to broadcast even if you know you're going to get demonetized? I've heard people do it on purpose. I've heard people deliberately make material to make them money because of the copyright claim. They know it. In fact, Mouse Potato is not here right now, but he said it has a name. It has a slang name. It's a way of making money on YouTube. But my question is that I don't want to all of a sudden be surprised one day and decide and have somebody tell me, dude, that's like full blown copyrighted material. You've been playing it all the time, and now you have a strike, versus just a claim. So, you know what I mean? I think the thing to do here is the other thing too, and on messages you can actually send mails, etc., and ask to play their stuff live. Yeah, and because I mean, God knows I'd pay him for the right to do it. If I could pay the rights to broadcast Ong So Hung just like the entire time, and that was the only thing in the background, then I would do it. But that brings up the second question. Some people don't want music in the background. Right? So sometimes it's kind of fun to go through music together and kind of play the DJ and everybody's here. They're here for the music. And I did a lot of that. Boy, if you go back and look at my January and February streams, that's all I did was DJ. I would just DJ the whole time. I played whatever I wanted to. You can make your browser go quiet. Yeah. Separate channels so the user could choose to opt out of music. I agree. That'd be cool. There's an icon on the tab. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, you can turn the music off for sure, but then you're also turning, the audio coming in off. So this is what I actually think the solution might be someplace in this app, which I was actually going to make for myself. And then somebody told me about this one. Yeah. Wouldn't that be cool? I played around with this idea and I actually started writing an app for this called Browse With Me or something like that. Yeah, double encoding. Oh my God, that would be the best. That's probably going to come because live streaming is just going up and up and up and up. It's going up and up and up. It's going to be a main thing. So this particular tool allows you to send, you can basically, so what you do is you end up streaming your music. You can set your music. So I'd have to figure out what to do with my soundboard, but it's not that hard. So I would play I would have Spotify on or something like that. And then my Spotify would be going right into my ears. But let's see, if you separate your inputs before sending them out, yeah, that goes right into my ears. So I get to hear it. But the difference is so the other piece of this experience is I want to be able to have you guys share the experience. Right. So if I'm on a YouTube video, the problem with YouTube is I can't even show a video because if I show the video, it'll pick up about the video. And although I found out that they turned down the video stuff, so you just have to have the video and the audio now. To Consoles, I'm not using Consoles panel. I just turned my font size up. Yeah, this is good old whatever. It's the same old like Ubuntu Mono nerd font. Yeah. So basically the idea of this service is that you put this plugin in or you do something like that and it will synchronize, it will tell everybody what you're on. So I was going to actually make one of these at one point. And so if they want to put the plugin on, they can automatically see what you're seeing. Ask us for a Discord and email. So I really like it. I haven't played around with it yet. I'm tempted to though, because I want to listen to my music and I don't know how to set that up. I've tried the thing with the iPad too, like where I have like iPad playing the music separately. And I don't like that because part of the experience is you guys getting to hear the same music if you want to. And that goes for YouTube videos too, right? The problem with YouTube videos, as I said, is the video, because I can't watch YouTube videos without you guys seeing that. So, general, what does co-host link do? A co-host link stays in sync with the streamers in real time. Normally, SML factors in your stream, so music and video updates a few seconds later than really. If you are hosting a show, for example, commentating a LOL game, you want their commentary to feature on your stream, so you need to see blah, blah, blah. So what does it look like for viewers? Your viewers see my Twitch stream too. What about chat? It looks like this. I don't think this thing's gonna last. I don't think it's gonna stand legal scrutiny because it lets you stream content. And that's the other part about sharing like a video with somebody. So copyrighted audio doesn't come through on my stream. There are two scenarios. Firstly, if you only want your microphone to come through the stream, it's easy. Just mute desktop audio in OBS. Duh. By the way, I can't do that because my desktop audio is coming from my soundboard because I'm on analog. Because the soundboard is not supported by Linux, which I ranted about. Second, if you want to keep some audio game on a stream, but not SML audio music, you need to adjust a couple things. It has a video guide which gets you through step by step. It's such an old law, and it hasn't been that much of a big deal. Yeah. You only need to do this once as videos. OBS will remember saying. If you don't like blah, send SML audio to your headphones directly in Windows application specific surround settings. Yeah. Send everything else to another audio device. Yeah. The problem with this is, you know what? Wait a second. Let me think about this for a second. I'd have to set sound. You can set the sound of a particular application to go to a specific device. So let's start up. I'm just playing here. So Spotify. Again, this is what kind of stream is this? In case you guys are wondering. Whatever. Oh God. Why would you put that in my face? The best of Justin Bieber. Look, I even have a long song right here. Oh God, that's like really loud. Super loud. Sorry. And it's just on a loop because I listen to this all the time. So what? All right, so now let's go back to the sound thing. And Spotify. Machine learning has figured out my preferences. It must have. So here's my output devices. I have to use analog. Why is this? Wait a second. Please tell me you're not hearing from my Brio. Oh my God. Are you hearing my Brio? Oh my God. All right, watch your ears. Check 1, 2. How about now? Is it better? Have you've been hearing from my Brio the whole entire time? Well, now I know what I can do with this stream because I can throw it away. It's the same? Wait a second. Well, then why was... I'm very confused. It didn't really change? Nothing changed. Good. Well, okay, because that said it was using my Brio, and I was like, that sucks. I mean, I wouldn't put that on anybody. See, and the volume changed too. I'm worried about this. I don't want these settings to screw anything up. Let me see. Because I might blow your ears out or something. The best way to, by the way, in case you're wondering, the best way for me to check my sound is to go take a visual check really quick on my OBS up here. And if I'm like in the yellow right there, then I know I'm good. So, and you'll notice I don't have any desktop audio. 100% better than 80% of the people on Twitch. It's because they don't do the podcasting thing, probably. That's okay. So this desktop audio here, so all of my incoming input is coming from this board that I have. Pop OS, I use it. Hi, Live Leaky. So what I was looking for is a way to tell my computer to send this output to something else. But I can tell right now I'm not gonna be able to do that because this is line out. Ooh, wait a second. I wonder. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Harry Potter. Curious. I love him. That his brother gave you that scar. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, but great. I love that scene with John Hurt. I could do it 1,000 times. That is one of my favorite scenes of all time. Ollivander, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Ollivander is my hero, man. It's because it's John Hurt. He's just such an amazing actor. I mean, how many scenes does he have in the whole series? And he just owns the scenes that he has. I mean, I think he knew he wasn't going to get very many lines, and so boy, does he nail it. I mean, the acting in his scenes like steals the freaking show. He's just so amazing. He's awesome. He had a great voice. Yeah, he did. He really did. That makes me want to watch. Oh God. V for Vendetta. V for Vendetta is probably another one of my favorite ones. Super creepy dude in that one. 1984. He's in that one when he was really young. What else? Yeah. I mean, he's just so fun. He's been in so many things. You keep like turning over a rock and there's a John Hurt in a movie that you didn't even know he was in, and then he's like, oh, hey, that's John Hurt. The Contact film. Yes, there's another one, John Contact. That's like my favorite top 5 films. I totally forgot. Want to take a ride? I know. That's like, he's just so awesome. I love that dude. God bless John Hurt. Yeah. Now I have to see, now I want to play it. Yeah. Now I want to play it, but I can't play it because why? Because I'm going to get defunded or whatever. You know what? I don't care about the monetization on this particular video. I mean, who wants to monetize a whatever video? Maybe somebody would. So this remains the dilemma for me, because the easiest thing for me to do is just not care about the copyright claim and let it go to other people. So they mute my video. I don't care. Is somebody going to come around and like smack me down later on because, or can I just, what if they said, you need to take that video down? I was like, okay. Just play some Justin Bieber. They won't ban you on the platform. They put you in jail and bring you to court. Oh boy. Mm-hmm. Well, that's really the question. I don't know what they're going to do because look, obviously people are getting demonetized all the time. And this is like a constant theme on Internet Today and other YouTube streams. So what other platform you can upload your content to? Yeah, I don't know. And another thing too is I want to be respectful of copyright owners. But here's the thing. I know for a fact, because I had somebody tell me on my stream who knows all about this stuff, who knows people at Twitch and stuff, and my things I never got any money for. Right. So I know for a fact that there is an entire business model on YouTube of people who produce background music that is copyright free, but not meant to be monetized. I know this because I got burned by it. And I started asking around, like, what's up with that? So there's people that have taken copyright free music, really good stuff, made big long playlists, and monetized their videos. And then they've written claims on those videos. And so if you play their music in the background of your YouTube, they get the copyright. They get monetized, even though they're playing copyright free music and they're making money off the back of somebody who's copyright free. Now, I'm not particularly blaming that, right? But they're monetizing copyright free content. Then there's so you have to be really careful, by the way, if you're a YouTuber. This is a new lesson I'm learning. If something has to say like douchey but smart, right? And Sony and Tesla was, like IBM and Sony with Tesla with software, probably, right? So what they do, I mean, it's I don't even know that it's a bad thing, but the thing, look, and if you push them on it, so there was one that somebody recommended, actually, I'm going to throw them under the bus because reasons. Which one was it? It was, probably here still. I learned this the hard way. So of course, if I even play 2 seconds to this Green Day video, boom, immediately demonetized, and whoever publishes this video, which happens to be Green Day, makes all the money from it. That's fine. I mean, if I made really significant use of it, like if I, put it in all my videos, or if I had millions of hits, they might give me a full-blown takedown strike, right? But the strikes have to come. This is what I'm hearing. The strikes have to come from the movie producers. It can't, or it can't come from other people. So they have to decide. Okay, yeah, you're making way too much money off of our content. Like you put it in your like the lead trailer or something, and they're. I don't even know how many DCMA takedowns have actually been issued. Strikes have been issued to people. Strikes are a much bigger deal, right? That means somebody says, I don't even want you touching my content anymore. And I don't even think it comes to play unless you've got like millions of hits, right? I think if you're just a little guy like me, but I don't want to get into a bad habit. Allowance from their producers. Yeah. Got the contracts with the allowance from their producers, right? So another, most producers don't fall for that kind of contract anymore, but it happens. Yeah. So one of the, another interesting sort of fun fact here is that there are people who deliberately produce, videos to be used in the background. And I try to be really supportive of these things. You know, I love doing those things, and I make sure to subscribe, and I make sure to watch all their advertising when it comes on. And they're intended to be on. Now the question is whether they're okay with it being in somebody else's video. And so far the answer is, yeah, that's fine as long as I get all the money from it. So it does get a little weird though when you have sections of your video that are diced up, right? And then somebody gets something from one, and and YouTube does that. Twitch doesn't. Twitch just throws you under the bus. Just ask them. Well, you know that. So one of them, to get demonetized, to get remonetized, you have to put a list in your giving them credit in your description, which is totally fine. But I didn't know that going into it, so that I demonetized one of my most important videos. Not most important, but it was important enough. And I, that was annoying because I did like a 10-hour video and literally 10 hours. And then it was like, oh, it's demonetized. I'm like, why? Because I played so-and-so's thing for like 10 minutes. Yeah, but it's actually this way of doing this actually has a name. It's got some sort of slang name, which I can't remember, where they do this on purpose. They want to get the claims. They're attempting to claim other people's videos through just a few minutes or something. And particularly if you're not monetizing at all, right? So if you're not monetizing at all, it actually is kind of nice. I'm all okay. So this is where I think the ethics get interesting. I think it might be actually good for the community if you do a whatever video like this and you just want to live stream, right? The real problem here is that YouTube hasn't really dealt with live streaming very much. They're trying to figure out how this works for live streamers. It's one thing if you're having a production video and you've got a clip of somebody's thing in there, right? And then you got to play by all the regular, just like if you were making a movie or a documentary or a news story or something. But live streamers have a much different plight because they want to participate in all of this, and they want to do the right thing, and they want to get money to where it's deserved, and they also want to be able to just stream sometimes and have it be really random or whatever. And it's kind of gray. So anyway, if I'm not monetizing and I play somebody else's music on my stream that is monetized, then I can actually make money for those people on my stream because I don't care about making money. To me, that is super cool. Because let's say I get 1 million hits, right? Let's say I do a whatever stream and I don't want to make money on it. I just want to have fun with everybody. I want everybody to just tune in and just chill and listen to all the kind of music and everything. And I tell everybody right from the day, we're not going to monetize this video, so we're going to be able to, show clips from this and that and 80s music, whatever. And every single time that I go pull up something that's going to demonetize me, I'm indirectly making money for the thing that I'm pulling up. And to me, that's actually ethically, that's actually a good thing, because now I'm promoting content that I like, music that I like, videos that I like, and they're getting the money because it's going to them. Now, there's a TED Talk called "Copyright is Brain Damage." Watch that later. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know. I think, yeah, it's Polly, I tell you what, it is damaging my brain, definitely. Definitely damaging my brain. But so ethically, I'm okay Now, here's where it gets interesting. So if I, yeah, that's why copyleft exists. Um, if I am okay, uh, if I want to monetize a video, but I want to have a certain part of that video go to them, that's a much different deal. And you can't really do that, right? You'd have to decide you want to do a whatever stream and just throw it all away and not really care about monetization. And frankly, nobody's going to want to sit through a 5-hour whatever stream. Not one of mine. Maybe they would. Who knows? I mean, if they do sit through one of my 5-hour whatever streams, I really don't want to torture them with advertising in addition to that. It's like, if they're going to sit through one of my like educational streams, yeah, maybe. Right. And so I'm more, so here's kind of talking myself through this. I think my conclusion is, enough as it is, I know, right? Whatever stream could go 24 hours easily. Yeah, I could do a 24-hour whatever stream, and I do sometimes. One of the reasons I'm on vacation still and got the time. So my point is that ethically, well, okay, so let's play out the ethics of this in addition to like the probability of being in trouble. So let's say that I do a whatever stream and I don't monetize it, and all the money gets chopped up and gets sent up to all of these different people on YouTube. So I play my Green Day, I play my Ong Sahong, and you know, you see, because this is Guru Singh. This is actually the person who makes this music. So the fact that they put this music on YouTube means that they're making money from every play on this song, because this is the actual creator of the music. As long as I play the stuff that's not ripped off. Do you know what I mean? So like if I'm playing, so this is the author, provided to YouTube by CD Baby. What? Show more. Volume 2, Evolution Records, released on blah, auto-generated by YouTube. Okay, so you see this? So they obviously don't mind making money on this, right? They're sending their advertisements. YouTube has done whatever's necessary to make this a thing on, so everybody's making the money in the right place. YouTube's making their money. So YouTube's making their money, and whoever it is that produced the music is making whatever money they agreed to with YouTube to make the money. And I'm not making any money, but I don't care, because the reason I'm doing it is because I'm promoting the community feel on my stream. So we're coming together for a 5-hour stream and listening to crazy music, and I can play DJ. So as far as I'm concerned, everybody wins, because YouTube is making their advertising money, because when the thing gets saved, it's going to get monetized. It's going to throw ads in there and stuff like that. But none of that money is going to go to me. It's going to go to them. So they're still going to get their money. The people that made the music are going to get their money. And I'm going to get a random viewer or two who's going to go through and see my crazy joke at that one time without being muted. Right? And if, for example, there is a segment in there that I want to get rid of, usually they'll let me remove it. But if I'm doing a whatever stream where I'm DJing, there's going to be so much music in there, it's going to be impossible. I've noticed this on YouTube. YouTube, sometimes they let you like fix it by muting that section or taking out. But if you have so much stuff in there, you can't do it. Now, if I turn on a movie and I play the movie and we talk over the movie the whole time, there's a strong chance the people that made that movie are going to come give me a strike. I mean, a strike. They're going to say, this is the thing. Monetization is a later development. I agree. Monetization is the thing that didn't exist when copyright law was made. You had gotten a takedown notice on an image once. That was an image platform. Oh, okay. Yeah. Images are a different deal, right? Because a lot of times people have got more involved with that in terms of copyright, because they land in publications and stuff. I think the reason I'm kind of okay with this, but the ultimate test of this would be to literally turn on a movie and just watch it. Do you know what I mean? And I absolutely know that if you turned on a Netflix movie and just watched it on YouTube, that you would get a strike. I cannot imagine you not getting a strike for that, because first of all, you're violating Amazon's terms straight up. I mean, you're like, I don't even care about your thing. They're trying to get around this, but do you know what I mean? And that kind of sucks too, because I like to watch just put Mr. Robot or Harry Potter on the side while I'm coding and just watch it, and I can't do that. If I do that, I have to have two separate computers or an iPad or something like that. In which, you know what? This TV has picture in picture that I'm using right now. I could probably put another Harry Potter thing in there, and I could run the input into here, and then I could have it go through that. That's the way to do it. Biggest thing I ever had, a domain takedown warning by DHS. Really? Was a free domain service, and instead of locking down a subdomain, they rolled out their notice on the whole main domain. Really? Wow, crazy. That's crazy. Freenom's kind of it's kind of dangerous, right? Because of that. So, I think the real question here is, you're likely to get a strike if you play a movie and let it go all the way. That's like, you're going to get a strike on that. And then on the other hand, you have little snippets of music as you go that are copyrighted that are enough to trigger a copyright claim. And then you have this big gray area in between there. Now, so if I play music to beginning to end, even though I talk over it the whole time, and I just keep letting them play, or if I play, a snippet of a movie or something like that, all of that stuff's going to add up. It's going to land in the middle somewhere. And really the question is, even if the ethics on every single one of this, so playing a Netflix thing is definitely not ethical because nobody's getting credit for that. Right? I am debating to call my generator paganism. Yeah. So if you do the thing on the end, you see what I'm saying? So if you do the thing, I have to talk through these things before I can make decisions on them. I just do. It's just how I am. So the reason I'm okay with doing it with YouTube, and the reason I think it would be the least dangerous, is because all of the parties involved are getting paid. They're all getting money. It's not like, and I know that that's not a criteria for it. They say very explicitly that whether or not they got the money for it, it doesn't matter. It's still a violation of copyright law. But I think that would fall into the case where, worst case scenario, they would tell me to take it down. They would say, just delete that video. Because if anybody else copies the video and tries to put it out on YouTube, they're going to get caught too. Right? What would be bad is particularly if I did like I don't know. I mean, the thing is, if you play somebody else's music and it's already on YouTube, somebody else can play that music and they could pirate it and do whatever they wanted to already. So it's not any more risk. But if you're taking music that's not even on YouTube in the first place and putting it on YouTube, I mean, that's like really out of bounds, because then they haven't even got permission from the person creating the work in the first place to share it. So all of this says I can play Ong So-hung. And if I play Ong So-hung and it's gonna demonetize my video, but I don't care because I'm not even planning on monetizing this video in the first place. And YouTube is telling me you can't do that. It's bad. You're a bad person, but really don't care because they're making money off of it. And the copyright holder is also making money off of it. So the only thing it's doing differently. Well, here's another thing. Okay. So I just figured out a reason that I am doing this wrong. So if I do this and I'm going to be completely complicit with the intent of the law, I have to also play the ads during the Guru Singh. If I strip the ads out like I have now, and I publicly play this thing that otherwise would create ad revenue, now I'm out of bounds, because now I'm bypassing the agreed upon method for them to make money from this thing between the YouTube and the original copyright author. And now I'm rebroadcasting the same thing without any ads at all even though it promotes that the people going to the other site. If I were not to do that, I would say everybody go listen to this thing, and they'd all have to go through the same ads, and it would all be n times viewers times however many ads would be created, as opposed to watching the no ads on my stream. So, but then you can continue with that line of thinking and say, okay, well, if I add ads, then that's just, you guys are only watching one set of ads from me. So the total ad revenue from that YouTube receives would only be from me. Whereas if I were to use a tool like this super SNL thing, or whatever sign up thing that tells you what I'm listening to, or anything like that, then all of you, if you want to listen to it, you could go listen to it, and you could listen to it on your own terms, and then you would come back and, we would know what was going down. So I know this seems like a really big rabbit hole, but again, this is a whatever stream. And this is one of the final frontiers that I have really been trying to get my head around as a streamer, is particularly as a live coding streamer, because I told you I'm committed to doing live streaming for the rest of my life. And I can't do that if I don't figure out how to play music. I'll go crazy. I have to have my music. And if I don't have that, then, so yeah, the viewership's going down, but that's normal. So I think I have my answer. My answer is that it's just not okay to show somebody else's content, because it bypasses the agreement that person. Another thing too is, if you guys, first of all, I don't want to force you to listen to the music. You should be able to choose whether you want to listen to the music or not. So there's that. And secondly, you should be able to listen to the music how you want to listen to the music. Maybe you want to go buy it. Maybe you already have a YouTube, premium account. Maybe you need to watch the ads. So that's between you and YouTube. It's not between me and YouTube and you. So I think I answered my own questions. Thank you. I had to just walk through that whole line of thinking. It's getting hot. You know what? It's because it's the morning. It is. It's getting hotter in here. So take off all your clothes. Oh God, I don't look very good today. It's all I've been doing my yoga, but gotta do more yoga. All right. I think I have my solution. It's 5:48 in the morning, but that's fine, because I'm ready to go. I'm rip roaring, ready to go. Yeah. So now I'm gonna have to come back to this question later, because so for now I'm just gonna play. I like the idea of not playing music, because who knows, somebody might be listening to this podcast and they don't want to listen to the music. And I've had people tell me they don't want to listen to music at all. They don't want to also listen to me pontificate about the ethics of listening to music on YouTube. They've already left. They're like, I don't care about any of that. But I need to talk through this stuff, because I think it's important to do the right thing. And I gotta have my own song. It's got the strangest name though. Oh, seriously, that makes it. I can code like crazy when that music is on. Spike Lee Forever. Do the right thing. Good movie. Is it a movie? I did not know that was a movie. And the whole thing goes out the window when you do backgrounds, right? The backgrounds are a completely different thing. So, what shall the answer be? I think the answer is, I need to get a, so how's it going, Luke? And then it begins. Yeah. All right, I'm regrouping here, and the new regrouping is I'm going to go organize. As I've been saying, I started out organizing my repos. and super boring stuff. But if you want to be able to make your own repo, that is both a website and, yeah. I got the last few minutes of the Plano Music conclusion, but this is super interesting and useful to me. Thank you, Rob. You can rewind it. Hopefully it didn't get muted, right? Another reason to use YouTube, by the way, sometimes one will mute and the other one won't. So, but I do think the right answer here is to, honestly, I think the answer is to just not do music, at all. And to have the music come in through another means, and since I have a soundboard that has multiple inputs, what's my YouTube? YouTube.com/RWXRob. Yeah. Hey, I forgot to say your name. Atapo? Oh, nothing. We were just talking about music, about whether we should use it, how we can use it on the stream and everything. I do have a problem though, because of the analog nature of my board. And this, by the way, this is a whatever stream. So don't plan on anything useful. It's just random stuff. Yeah, because of the nature of this board not doing digital input and stuff. I wonder. So the output from the analog output from my board goes right into the not useful has been very inspiring though. The output from the board, from my soundboard, goes analog wise, goes right into my computer, and it gives me exactly what I want. All those sound levels are where I want them and everything. The problem with that is that in order for me to hear music, I have to have it go to the phones and not to the output. And I think I can do that. This is something I'll have to do on my own time, I guess, but. Oh, wait, how about this? Oh, this is interesting. All right, so I actually do have another channel. So I could take... So it's the digital output from the system that fails. So if I actually plug in the USB and do the digital output, I'm just doing whatever stream, and I do the output device for my music from Spotify to my ears, I'm not going to get a ding for showing any video on that. And you can see what I'm playing on Spotify, and I can synchronize it with the chat. There's already Spotify plugins for that. And then that will go right into my earphones, and you guys can hear the same thing. That's the answer. I'm sure that like CM Griffin or somebody would be laughing at me because he's got this stuff all mastered. He's had it for a while. So that's the way to do this, because then actually that's cool, because then I can still make use of the digital that I don't even have turned on right now, because it was the drivers on this Mitsubishi or Yamaha board are not supported on Linux, so it made me sound like
this all the time,
and it would like do the wrong thing. Wait, let me try that.
Smoky.
Best taste in clothing. He's got good clothes. Yep. Yeah, instead of just gray t-shirts to show your man moves off. I'm not embarrassed anymore. I used to be. I did. I used to be like really embarrassed for my man boobs, and I'm like just owning it. It's like whatever. They'll go away by July. I'll get rid of them. I'm not a paragon of health, but you know, whatever. The CM guy. Am I a music producer? No, I am not, Vahid. But I love music production. Live and let live. Right. I know. It is. I mean, right. So I think I have a way to fix this, and I'm kind of like interested in fixing it. It's gonna be like my whole day offline here. So let me just finish this other stuff I got started today. Make some digital progress. What was I doing? I was going into my RWX Rob. So just let me recap. So when I started the stream, I was working on something. I got really distracted as usual. And anytime I do a whatever stream, I like being distracted. By the way, it's not a bad thing. And just, I mean, I'm going to do a whole video on this someday, but for right now, let's make some music. I know we should. So this is, if you have, this is driving me nuts. If you have a repo that matches the name of your account, it automatically becomes something that becomes a part of your thing. Now I added, this is a YAML file. I do find it slightly annoying that, so here's something cool. I find it slightly annoying that the YAML at the front doesn't get stripped. And you need to understand Markdown in order to understand that, which I'm going to go through all this when we go through the Pandoc stuff in the series after the current series. So I'll still need my headphones on right now. All right. Another reason to do the music through the speakers is I could probably pull that off so you couldn't hear it, and I could still hear it from the speakers. So that means I could just code and listen while you guys are doing stuff. Anyway, so here we have, I decided to, so you put this README in here. It's got my stuff in here. This is all straight from my LinkedIn. I got rid of my LinkedIn account and put everything in here. This is all Markdown. And then you save it, and you save it into this repo, right? Well, there's actually two repos that are really important. One of them is the one that's named after you, and the other one is the one that's named after you with .github.io in the end. And that one becomes your automatic website that you get for free. And let me show you what that means. So, and then what you can do is you can add, you guys know how to push to two different repos at the same time. This is one of those cases where it makes a lot of sense to do this rather than to clone it. And you can push to two repos at one time by setting the origin of another thing. So set URL, add remote origin. And so this currently is in the RWX Rob repo, but I wanted to add another repo, and I did a gh repo create to get the other one, rwxrob.github.io. And so I'm adding two origins to this. So now I have, and I have the show. So here's this, it shows origin, let's see. Origin, I think, remote get URL. Oh no, Atapo, you need to go watch a video. I made a almost a 2.5 hour long video about why I'm going back to GitHub. So, yep. Technology changes, dude. It's really hard. That was a very hard, that was a very, very hard thing to make. Because GitLab is not keeping up. You can go watch it. It's in Tools of Technologists in my YouTube playlist. Yeah. And so here we have, this is what I have here. So get remote get URL dash all origin. So this current repo is being pushed automatically to these two origins at the same time, every time there's any kind of push. And this includes tagging and everything. So from Poland, how's it going, Sebastian? So what we can do here is so now that I have that, now when I do a git push, so I do a git status to see what's changed. So I did a git, I can do a git diff. And now I have, I got rid of that section, right? So then I do a git commit. You guys know about all this. Actually, no, I need to git add. Git add -a, git status. Yeah, so git commit, and I can say got rid of the YAML header. So I can save this, but here's where the magic happens. Git push, and this will actually push it to both origins at the same time. See that? Super cool. You can do that trick to push to GitHub and GitLab at the same time if you want to maintain repos on both of them. Make sure you tell people which one's canonical if you do that for a library or package or something. So, what did that get me? First of all, that gets rid of this dumb thing. So, and I talked earlier about why I think this is plenty for a personal profile, including enough to avoid even having a LinkedIn account if you don't want one. If they are identical, because if you're importing a library like a Go library, you need to be able to, people need to know which one is the main one. And so when they need to, import, they put import statements and they need to know whether to import the GitLab or the GitHub one. And it's fine for them to import either of them if you're planning on maintaining them forever. But if you know that the other one is there mostly just as a replicator convenience or something, then to have them. But to tell you the truth, I'm migrating all my repos, including my Go packages, to GitHub because I think it has more sustainability than GitLab, even though I love GitLab. So there's a whole video about that if you wanted me to get into details on that. So what did I get with that? I make those jokes all the time on accident just because those words are left over in my temporary cache. So here we go. So we have this thing, and these are really cool. I really like you can do this. And then I have like a link to my, my work history as a YAML file because I'm going to use it as kind of a database and make resumes out of it, CVs out of it. Have my recommendations as YAML because it's kind of databasey. And so I'm going to pull, so that's just a recap. And here's the real cool part. So because of this and github.io, oh God, sorry for that. Blinding white light. Bright light. So here's the other repo that got pushed at the same time, right? Why does it matter? Because you see this? It's an active GitHub Pages thing. And to turn that on, by the way, I'll just show you really quick. So to turn that stuff on, you have to go to settings. And a lot of people don't know this. So first of all, it has to be named exactly this. Your username.github.io must be named that or it won't pick it up. And then you go down here, you turn on GitHub Pages, and I have mine using master. You can use master or Godocs. Thanks to a ticket I opened, by the way. I opened a ticket on GitHub and they changed that in 2013. And before then you had to have a different branch. It was really annoying. Yeah, that's why they still have the branch stuff left over, but nobody uses that anymore. So anyway, if you have that, then you automatically get a website. And if there's an index.html page in there, it'll use it. If there is a readme.md page, it'll try to use it and it'll use the Jekyll static site generator for that. But in my case, I deliberately, really quickly put together an index.html. This is just a pandoc rendering of the same readme file you saw in the other one, right? This is after a lot of work, I figured out that this is what was it? Fira? What is it? That's up here still somewhere. Yeah, it's Fira Sans. So that's the font I'm going to change my thing to. I have a serif font that it's kind of harder to read, so I'm going to change that over. But the point I'm trying to make here is that in one commit, you can maintain everything about your personal profile in one repo that gets duplicated to two repos. That makes sense. And pandoc graded HTML GitHub instead of readme. Instead of readme greater than GitHub. Well, you can do this. You can do Markdown. So look, if you don't want to do this, if you're just starting out, you don't want to do this. Let me show you. So if you want to use any one of the Jekyll themes that automatically come with it, which is how I got into this, by the way. Jekyll is the first static site generator ever made. Congrats to Tom and the gang for making that. It doesn't even work at GitHub anymore. So what I'm trying to do is come up with the least problematic way to maintain my profile data I'm going about the process of resume creation and, job applications in the new year for whatever kind of job I end up looking to get. And so this has got, setting a profile and cleaning up my repo really on my mind, and that's why I'm doing it. And so yeah, so far so good, man. I mean, this is man. I don't know why I said that. That's a very boomer thing to say. I'm not a boomer, but I still have boomer in my brain because I was close enough. So yeah, that's what that's about. And so now the question is, I'm going to try to pull in my robs.io site into here so that I just have one-stop shopping for all things RWX Rob, whether they be personal or professional, with the distinction between the two, so people know that they're going to robs.io. So that's what's going on. I do open PR and GitLab, or do I wait? What do you want moved over there? Can you send Quint? Can you send me a link to your stuff that you just made, so I can look over it before you do a PR? Fix the spec. It's still on GitLab. I think. Wait. I don't even think I've committed that yet. Let me just switch gears for a second here. Which one did you fix? Because you saw that I changed the whole thing, right? That never got committed. There is an error in there that we found before. So yeah, so I don't want you to commit anything until I didn't commit this because we were in the middle of ripping out the Unicode stuff, and then we decided to put all the Unicode in a different place. So let me finish that migration. I'll do that really quick right now, and then we can decide on that, because we made a lot of changes. I mean, but I haven't committed them yet because we changed that language and grammar, identifiers. See all that right there? I changed some references. I mean, I could commit this one right now. We could move it, but I would rather. Well, first of all, this is now being pushed to both places. So let me show you. So wait, git. Was it git remote, git URLs -- all. Yeah, so this is currently getting pushed to both places. So, I mean, the problem with this is that I hadn't really, we left it, we did the whole Unicode thing. The Unicode's working now, right? You saw that, right? So Unicode's all done. I'm super proud of it, but it took a long time. So here, well, that's actually the main one. Oh, I still have to fix that crap. I mean, it's working. It just has to do the output. Yeah, there is. Yeah, I think there is. Pagan spec. A repo and GitHub. Yeah, there should be. I mean, you can go check real quick. Links github.com. I don't know. See, this is where I don't think. I hate that they don't have completion set up for this GHub thing. It's really crazy. Anyway. Well, let me see here. I want to fix it, actually. There's some things I want to add to it. But I can't use it to like list existing things. There's a bunch of things that need to be added to it. I thought I could have swore I made that. No, I don't want to copy the GitLab stuff. No way. No. This whole thing needs to change. Yep. So let's do this. This is always weird because now I have them in both places. So yeah. New system be forget. It kind of is. It is. I want to be careful here because I don't want to break anything. Repo create. Public inner current directory. I guess so. I just need to make it. There's a way to make it remotely. I haven't figured out yet. No, actually. It's like so broken. So here's how I know. Well, that message is wrong. It's not going to create it in there. That's a total lie. So, save. What we're gonna do here. I don't even know if I want to save this one yet. I kind of want to not. But I'm going to save this with a special comment. It just added it, right? Yeah. It's public, right? Yeah. So precursor, let's see, preparation. Well, yeah, that's where it's going to go. Actually, if you want to open a ticket on that, you have enough to open a ticket on it, right? Why don't you do that? Because then I'll take time and organize this better. And you'll have something to add tickets to because it's public, right? So let's do that. Does that make sense? And then you can actually, if you want to queue up tickets or create a project, and now that we have GitHub projects, we can queue up tickets or make projects on the stuff that we need to get done here. So how about that? Let's do that. Pagan logo. I have my Pagan logo written someplace, but I don't want to miss on the logo. I don't want to miss on that. So, but I want 100% ownership rights for the logo. So I have to figure out how to do that. I have several that are out there. I'm with you though, Quint, because Pagan is going to be the #1 project under my my thing, my GitHub thing. Yeah. So that's why I'm like really into this, because that's my most significant project. I've done a few, but that's by far my most significant project. So I want to put that on as my flagship. Down here, I want to pin that so that this Hugo data thing stops being my first thing. This is, I mean, it was nice, but I have a number of significant projects repos that are not getting highlighted here because they're not popular, but they're my best work. And so I want to put them here on customize the pins. So, and the logo is a big part of that, right? So that is like rising in priority because it's stopping me from applying for certain jobs because I don't want to apply until I can show off that project. So So that is becoming more and more of a priority. I'm just thinking here. I need to probably, what I probably need to do, because I feel like I'm going to make a mistake because I'm getting tired. So I feel like I'm going to make a mistake. I think I need to sleep a little bit, and then I'm going to come back and just go to town on all that stuff. So, and I'm not trying to just avoid this work. I don't want to get punchy and blow out something, because there's a lot of stuff that's not committed right now. So I don't want to work on that until I feel. Are you open to logo ideas? I'm open to logo ideas as long as, there's no question about, I have a bunch of logo ideas that are related to pagan, to the pagan slogan and idea. And I don't care. The problem with the logos is that we have to figure out how to release the trademark. Oh, by the way, I'm so glad you mentioned that. I've got to put this out there, and I think I have to sleep because I'm losing my brain. I might come back in an hour or something. Look at the Mozilla license. I wrote a whole thing on. Yeah. So HashiCorp is like really good, right? And they do a lot of things that are right. Just a write-up. I haven't done a write-up on this. I just have this one entry. And HashiCorp, yeah, they're really smart. They released most of their interesting stuff under Mozilla Public License version 2, the new one, for 5K. If I had 5K, that's really funny training data. Here's your logo right here. You crack me up. No, man. It's an easy thing. Logos are my thing, so I'm not afraid of the logo. I've been doing logos forever. And I mean, yeah. So, but logarithmic. So everyone's a developer and a designer nowadays. They really are. It depends. I mean, I didn't have any problems with my design. I tell you, there were some poor design selections in the past, but that's been fine. Mozilla Public License version 2. I think that's my new favorite license. And there are lots of reasons to look at this, and I really want to get other people's opinion on this. I'm pretty sure at this moment that the people I want to ask about this, oh God, no, MIT is a disastrously bad license. BSD and MIT are shit. Nobody should ever release anything. You don't believe me? Go look at anything released from Go under a BSD license. They have to add extra patent clauses and all these other stuff. It's a horrible, horrible license. So is MIT. MIT scares people who care about licenses because it's too short, doesn't give patent rights, doesn't do a bunch of other stuff. They're total crap, but you can use them if you want. The reason that Apache 2 has been so popular with so many companies, look, okay, I got to make this point really quick before I go, and then I'm going to go after this. When you're picking a license, you're trying to make a license for a reason. And if you're going with a permissive license, the reason you're going with the permissive license is because you want everybody to use it. And among those people that you want to use it, you want big companies to use it so they use your software so that they'll like you and hire you to support the software and all that other stuff. And companies need patent rights and really explicit language that's very verbose. That's why companies love Apache 2. They love it. It's really, really verbose. It provides lots of rights and everything. It's not this tiny little academic thing that was thrown together, one day and that everybody likes because it's easier to copy and paste. If you're trying to get your stuff used by a business and everybody else, you want a permissive license that's very explicit and long-winded. Might be annoying as a developer to put it everywhere, but that's what you want. If you want a non-permissive license, then up to now you've been wanting GPL2, which is, unless you're an idiot and you want to force hardware vendors to do what you say on because of your software changes, which is GPL v3. All of those other licenses are fine. Please do more sophisticated things such as language internals. No, I'll do whatever I want. Do you like language internals? No, Vahi, I hear you. I'll do whatever I want, but this is a whatever stream, remember? Whatever. And I'm here doing this for me, but we do Pagan is actually it's not a language internal stream. It's more about meta languages and writing your own compiler and stuff like that. That's stuff you might like. This is just me working. So, if that interests you, great. If not, fuck off. So, public domain, anyone? No, you can't do public domain because public domain isn't safe enough for a company to use, and it doesn't give patent rights. Public domain doesn't give patent rights away, and yeah, exactly. You can do whatever you want. So I'm trying to say, but what I'm going to suggest now, though, is that based on that little my MetaLife logo in question marked backwards and upside down. Nice. Yeah, you can ask. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm just having fun. So Mozilla Public License version 2, I had not been following the Mozilla license. Mozilla 1 was not up to par. It had lots and lots of problems and was really unclear and had to have lots of other files written, just like BSD. But I was reading through the HashiCorp license because HashiCorp is a really smart company, and the people who code over there they're really well informed. And it's like one of these things where you want to follow everything they do because they tend to do really good things. And so they released the HashiCorp configuration language, which really got me interested all by itself. And they released it under Mozilla Public License version 2. And I was like, why would they do that? And so I started researching it. I meant to say ICS, not MIT. Well, maybe. I don't know. I've never heard of that one. But here's what's cool about Mozilla Public License version 2 is that and there's a write-up on this. You can go click on it. If you go to robs.io and search for Mozilla, you'll find it. And if you looked into it, it does all of the copy left stuff of GPL2 plus granting patent rights like Apache. So it's kind of like the best parts of GPL3 without the crap and the best parts of Apache 2 combined. And it's shorter. And it's been tested legally, and it has the backing of the Mozilla Foundation or the Mozilla organization. And you always want a license that's got backing by a big institution that can follow through. You don't want, the other problem with MIT is MIT is not going to sue anybody, right? Neither is BSD. That's why they got raped by Apple, because no one's going to chase them down. You want an organization that's going to stand behind the license and regulate it. And Apache is one of those organizations that has actively sued people for violating the license as a foundation. Obviously the GNU and FSF has done that a lot for their licenses. And then you have Mozilla. Mozilla is they're behind it. So if somebody actually violates the license, they got your back when you need to go to court. MIT give a shit. They're not going to help you out. Neither is BSD. If you literally want to throw your thing into the air and give it away for free, that's great. But if you do that, you might as well do it with a little legal teeth to make sure people know better. If you stuck with V2, I don't know, man. Probably not. And this is you bring up a good point. That's another reason not to use GPL v2, which I love. But another reason to not use GPL v2 is because you've lost the FSF on your back. The question is the EFF going to pick up the slack like Linus Torvalds says in that Debian video? That Debian video where they ask him about all this stuff, are they going to have your back? So when you pick a license, there's lots of reasons for picking a license. I'm not a lawyer, obviously, but the one is it going to accomplish your goals? I mean, are you going to get people to adopt it? And can you actually enforce the thing? And what are you most afraid of? It's a great code. It did. BSD has a lot of great code out there. I know, including Go. It was all released under BSD. And that's fine. I if you want to give something away for free and you really don't have any intention of ever going after people who violate the license, I think picking BSD or MIT is fine. I'm not a fan. Yeah. So, and there's lots of stuff that's been released under BSD. But BSD is one of their licenses that has been the most abused by the industry. A company is, so the reason I'm bringing this up at all is we don't have Taniwa on. I wish he were on. He works for a company that won't let them use software that's not a particular type of license. And the Mozilla license, the Mozilla license walks this very, very fine line between GPL v2 and Apache. It's like in the middle of both of them. And it seems like it has the best of both worlds. Well, they won't, When I was at IBM, if you even looked at open source software, you had to go confess to the legal department. Things have changed a little bit over there, probably even more so now that Red Hat's in charge. Or are they in charge? Because I know they split. I don't know if the Red Hat company stayed around with the original IBM. It'll be interesting to find out. Anyway, so that's a lot of talk. Do I have any coffee left? No. So what I'm trying to get at, Quentin, is are we going to release under Mozilla MPL v2? And if so, I want to change the licenses out before we show up on GitHub. And there's a few people I want to ask about that before we do that. And I honestly I don't know who it is that we should write. How's it going, Seferg? I gotta go too. So I'm gonna be going here. So you in particular, because I know you've mentioned many times on the stream that you have a business involved in possibly wanting to use it. I don't want to do anything that's going to scare them away for Pagan. Yeah. So first of all, Pagan is not really software. It's a meta language. So I think it has to be released under Creative Commons and as software, because it's a meta language, which is just a specification for making a language. So it's one of these weird things that kind of crosses pagan.dev. Yeah. And I don't feel comfortable making the license decision, which is going to relate to the, I mean, I'm comfortable looking at any logos. There's another question I really have about trademark law, and I want to get your opinion on this. And this is a question for another day, but I'm okay releasing the trademark to the public domain as long as it doesn't get abused like Vim is being abused right now. So very recently, a bunch of really great people made what I think is a very unethical call, and they named our conference VimConf. And they didn't even invite the creator of Vim. They didn't even reach out to the creator of Vim for permission to use their trademark. And I guess it's because they assume he's not going to come after them and sue them. If you did that with Linux, you could probably get away with it, but Torvalds owns the trademark on Linux. So strictly speaking, he can come in and say, I'm sorry, you can't call that Linux. That's not Linux. And that's fine. I mean, you can fork Linux and call it whatever you want, but he has the trademark on the word Linux, and that's important because he needs to be able to say what it is. This example of really good-natured people abusing the Vim trademark is not cool. It's not cool to me. It's not cool. There's so many people are going to be confused. They're going to see this, and it's like half the presentations, it's all NeoVim. The whole thing is NeoVim, and Brahm doesn't approve or like NeoVim. He's not openly vocal about it, but for his name, for his trademark, not to mention the fact that he has a competing conference of his own, Vim, and he has his own Vim Info or whatever conference, and they're not related. So now people out in the industry are going to get really confused about which conference is actually the one that Brahm, the guy who made Vim in the first place, stands behind. So this is a perfect example of trademark confusion that is not cool. And the only way to avoid that is to trademark the logos and the names and stuff. And that's one of the reasons that I put peg in instead of peg.dev or something like that. And it is creativity. You know what? It does stifle the industry and creativity. It really does. But it's also the right thing to do. It is. Because language matters. You can't all of a sudden just go around calling yourself, like I created a company, right? If somebody opened a company down the street and named it exactly the same thing and used my logos, I would be pissed. And I would be rightly pissed because now I don't care. I don't know what they're doing. They could be molesting children for all I know down there. And there's no way that I'm ever going to be able to separate myself from what they do. Trademarks are a thing. Logos are a thing. IP is a thing. It's I'm a little bit conservative on those particular points. I'm very much pro open source, but those are important things. You can't just, whatever. I mean, it slows us down because we have to think about these things. China doesn't think about any of this. They do whatever they want. But yeah, we had the same problem at your conference. They used the same name, right? And by the way, this is why Go is like so. Oh, that's another thing. MPLv2 says you cannot use, by default, if you release under it, no one else can use the trademarks and names from your product. It protects your trademarks. That's why it protects trademark grants, patents. So if we do MPLv2, here's the thing. If we do MPLv2 and you make a logo, Quint, and you commit the logo, the commit of the logo under the contributors agreement would automatically lock the trademark down to the project. Not to me, but to the project and to the project owners, the originators, the founders, whatever. And then, however many people want to do that. The point being is that the project leaders would have control over the trademarks, whoever that is. So if I die and the whole thing, by legacy goes to Quinn or somebody, that you would still have ownership of the trademarks. And you look, it's not like we're going to go litigiously attack everybody. That's not what we're talking about doing. What we're talking about is we want the right to be able to say, I'm sorry, you can't call that pagan. That is not pagan. In fact, you're confusing everybody by calling it that. And you can go after them. You have the right to do that. Won't touch your code unless it's GPL or MIT. Well, lots of people that don't matter. MIT, if your company thinks MIT is a good license, then seriously, you don't matter. If you think MIT is a good license, you have real problems because you have not really studied the license. You haven't studied the license at all in a professional context. And you can talk about perception all you want, but legal doesn't care about your feelings and your perception. They don't care. I'm not trying to be mean here. Once people stop caring, testing, stealing, when DRM started to come around. Right. As people stopped caring or started stealing. Yeah. Look, it's always, having been a business owner, I can just tell you, it's really freaking annoying that you have to cater to the lowest common denominator. I didn't have nearly as many I didn't have a policy sheet at all about late attendance and late fees and not paying on time. I didn't have any of that until some dumbass parent did it, who didn't care about anybody else, who thought they could get away with everything. And all of a sudden I have to make a rule. It drives me nuts because society can't function because we have to cater to the lowest common factor denominators in our society. Guess what? It's not okay for you to walk around destroying public property. So we have to make a law. If people didn't do it, you didn't need the law. Look, Apple is a perfect example of why MIT and BSD are disastrously bad licenses. Look at what Apple has done to BSD. People use, how many trillions of dollars have they made off BSD? How many people who use Apple products even know they're using a Unix machine, an open source Unix machine? Do they even know? There's no way. But the license says very explicitly, you need to make sure everybody knows that you're using this software in a prominent way. What does Apple do? We don't care. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're going to sue us? Oh, Berkeley, you're going to come after us and sue us? Yeah, it sucks to be you. We'll just sick our $1 trillion lawyers on you. No. Yeah, they got the TCP/IP stack in Windows. Yeah, I mean this has nothing to do with the quality of the software. This has to do with the quality of the license. And in my opinion, It's a fun chat. In my opinion, this idea that this is the best, this is an interesting subject, typing, logo, TM, law, BSD, open source, semantics, language licenses, quality. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to have to license this chat. Well, it's funny you'd say that, because I at one point asked the question, who owns your comments? I know I fucking hate this topic. I hate it. I am not, I just have to talk about it. I go through this all the time. This is not like I stay up at night imagining different license angles on stuff. It's because I've been in the industry long enough to know that you have to think of these things, but I hate having to think about these things. I hate it. I wish we lived in a society where everybody would just do the right thing. But then China happens. China does not care about your feelings and your laws. And they're like, they do not care. They do not care. They will do whatever they want. They do whatever they want to. So, so and people say, well, if you make a good product, you can everybody can have their logo, but then you just make sure yours is better. You can totally talk about cultural invasion, cultural appropriation. Look, the NeoVim team has 100% culturally appropriated the Vim trademark. And that is not cool. And you know what really sucks about that? They keep talking about inclusion and we want to be there for everybody and Black Lives Matter and all this other stuff, like all this fluffy, wonderful stuff, right? And then they go rip off somebody's trademark and they think that's totally fine because it's not theirs. We're not going to get into the NeoVim versus Vim thing. And Vim was cultural. Yeah, but you know what? Vim at least changed the name. Just like I'm okay with them changing the name. Yeah. And even though there's an alias for VI to Vim in my computer, it's Vim, right? Ed or VI, right? Right. And I use, that's why I named mine Pagan, because I really want Brian Ford to get all the credit for inventing Peg. Peg builds on the backs of, the other meta languages out there and the context-free grammars from Chomsky and the gang and everybody. So this is the real dichotomy. It's a little problem, right? Because you're building on top of the ideas of others, and you've got to be able to do that. Well, no. Okay. So NeoVim, no, don't misunderstand me. The name NeoVim is appropriate. I'm totally okay with the name NeoVim. What I'm not okay with is them naming their conference VimConf. It's not VimConf. It's NeoVimConf. Call it what it is. That's my problem. That's my complaint. My complaint is that there's not a single person from the Vim team who's participating. I love Hugo, but it doesn't fit all of my needs. I've been using it for a while, but right now I just use Pandoc and some bash scripts to do everything, rather than Hugo's overkill for most things, in my opinion. So yeah, people use political correctness as a weapon. They really do when it suits their needs. In the beginning of the name might have been a turnoff for the hotel. I don't know. They don't even have a hotel. It's a virtual thing. And by the way, when I criticize the VimConf, I'm not criticizing the people. There are a number of really amazing streamers on Twitch who are involved with this, who I would say are even kind of behind it, and they are fantastic people. I love watching their streams. They're contributing a lot to the world. They choose to use NeoVim. That's fine. I hate NeoVim, but I definitely don't hate them, and I don't think that they thought through this decision to call it VimInfo. VimConf appropriate. I don't think it was a malicious intent thing. I think they just didn't think it through. And it annoys me. It annoys me because if I'm Brum and I made Vim and I see all over the internet people streaming about VimConf, I would be pissed. Seriously, I would be like looking for a trademark lawyer. But he doesn't have a trademark because here's the thing: when you make something, the only thing you have, particularly with open source, see this. I don't know. And this is a whatever stream, okay, right? Whatever. My head's burning. So when you're earlier we were talking about the value of open source and being able to make money. And I said, you can't make money from open source. And they said, yes, you can. And they cited a bunch of examples of being able to make money because you have a business that makes money off of the free open source. And the business is supporting it and doing all the things with it and using the trademark for the thing. And so all of this kind of plays together into that conversation. Because if you are not going to respect the trademark law, right? So let's say I invent a really awesome thing like Pagan or something, and somebody wants to make an entire business consulting with people on how to do Pagan projects, right? And that's how open source makes money, according to earlier in the stream people were citing. The way open source is making money is all of these side businesses that are getting spun up around this open source thing that they indirectly support, right? Right? But you can't call them, you have to get permission to use the trademark. So you can't call it Linux Foundation until you had permission from Torvalds to call it Linux Foundation because of the trademark involved. Canonical doesn't call itself, Ubuntu Linux. It can call itself Ubuntu or Linux, but you have to be careful with the trade. My point is that the money to be made is being made in use of the trademarks. So if I make an open source project and I don't trademark the key words involved, then some other company is going to pop up and say, hey, I'm going to make a company about that. And they should do that. That's a great thing. The problem is that now they can completely, totally appropriate the project. They can go completely into, they can decide to do whatever they want with your project. They can contribute to the open source. They can fork your open source project. But if you haven't locked down your trademarks, they can now, nobody knows the difference. So we saw this happen with Inkscape. So Inkscape, you guys know about Inkscape, right? Do you even remember what it was originally called? Raise your hand if anybody remembers the guy who wrote thousands of lines of code and made the originator of Inkscape. Nobody even remembers him. Nobody remembers him. They don't remember him. They don't remember his project. They don't remember his trademarks. They don't remember any of it because he was completely taken over by a fork. And the only way that fork was able to do that, which I think is good, I'm glad they were able to fork it because the guy went insane. I mean, he went insane. He was just like, I'm not going to do this anymore, blah, blah, blah. So it was all about governance. It's basically the same reasons, similar reasons to why NeoVim went off because they didn't like what Brahm was doing. Bottom line, the only reason NeoVim exists, they can say all the tech differences they want, but they really just didn't like Brahm. They didn't like his way of managing the project. They wanted to do their own thing. So they whined a lot and then they went and made their own thing. And to this day, that's my take on NeoVim. So, but they did the same thing with Inkscape, but it was a little bit more justified because the guy was crazy. I mean, he wouldn't let anybody do anything with it. But he released it. So he released it. If I had points, I would give you 100 points. If you, without Googling it, you could tell me the actual name of the original Inkscape project. It is part of the beauty of FOSS, thank God. I agree with it. But it has beauty to a limited extent. Because what happens is people lose control. The names of the people who are contributing to the open source who started the projects are utterly and totally forgotten. BSD, nobody knows BSD is in any Apple product. If you find one off the street Apple user who can name the operating system that's running underneath Apple, I'll pay you $20. Not a single one knows. They don't know it because it's been totally and completely appropriated by Apple. And this is the problem with open source. This is the problem. This is why businesses, particularly, and even open source programmers like me, are still interested in this. Torvalds, this is why he's so diehard on GPL2. It's also why he trademarked Linux. Yeah, I know. People, yeah, I know. They put it out for people to innovate and use it, right? And it's in a silly valley. I could do that tomorrow. So the Inkscape, the original name of Inkscape is Sodipodi, Sodipodi, and I think it has something to do with, I don't even know what it is, but everybody's like, that's a stupid name. We got to change that right away. So they changed it to Inkscape. They made their own logo. They forked the whole project. Sodipodi was the original name of Inkscape years ago. Like I would say, 2011, 2010, something like that. It's still in the source code. Like when you're looking through the stuff inside, all of the XML still has Satyapati in it. Should be obligated to donate regular to open source projects if they use the tools they produce. Even though the license, I don't know if we should require them to do that, but let's just put it this way. There's still stuff to figure out in the open source front. And the reason I got on this tangent is because of the Mozilla library. Because why? Because the Mozilla library specifically grants trademark rights. And I don't know if it protects trademark rights. I think it does. I think it protects trademark rights instead of giving others the trademark rights. So that is something I want to do. I don't want to hand over my trademarks with my open source, because those are the one things that allow you to control the project. If you give up, imagine if Torvalds give up the Linux trademark and Red Hat decides to stop calling it Red Hat Linux and calling it Linux and starts, you know what I'm saying? It would get so confusing. Nobody would know who stuff was from, and everybody would say, well, you don't really need to know that. I thought, well, businesses actually care about this because of IP and stuff like that. But more importantly, it's the right thing to do. If the only reason somebody is contributing to open source is so they can have name recognition and you fucking steal their trademark, I mean, what kind of shithead are you? I mean, honestly, that's why I'm kind of upset about this, because really most people that contribute to open source, the only thing they're getting out of it is a sense of contribution to the world and possibly having their name on their contribution. And if you take that away from them, you're a shit, because that's the only thing they have. And so that's why I'm looking for a license that does more to protect contributor and trademarks and the trademarks of open source project owners and those who are running those projects. And because I feel like it's protecting the only thing that's going to keep me contributing. Because if my contributions are just going into thin air and I get maybe a couple, GitHub commits on, that show my name on them, then that's good and well and good. But if I freaking made the thing, the first version of the thing, and someone makes a better version and has a better logo, and all of a sudden nobody remembers me like Inkscape, I'm never contributing again at that point. And now I'm saying that open source has failed because the people who innovated that product are forgotten. And if that's going to happen, if that's what open source is, I don't want any fucking part of it. I'll call me an IP capitalist all you want. If somebody's going to forget about my contributions because they decide to fork my project and do whatever they want because they have total control of my project, or they want to make conferences and make money off my trademarks, or they want to be Apple and completely rape an entire operating thousands of hours from contributors that aren't even named anywhere in the Apple product. All of them are not even known anymore. They're just secondary thoughts. They probably don't even have very decent jobs. Because why? Because they've believed in this kumbaya shit that is open source. And I'm sorry, I love open source. I've been around it long enough now to see that it doesn't work in a lot of ways, and for the people that are contributing to it. And that makes me kind of in a quandary because I believe in it at the same time. Focusing on their AMP, knowing that people will build translation layers. Yes, so you can still use those if you want to be Apple organization. You have the tools. Hi. It's in the game world. It's like this, but worse. Yeah, probably. Intellectual property isn't bad. I don't think it is either. People are being lulled into sleep. The other thing about this too is that the big companies use this to fight against you all the time. So there's a really interesting article on this. I really got to stop talking and just relax. There's a really interesting article on this about I think it was, God, who wrote it? It was about, so Microsoft gave up all their patents. IBM's a big patent monster, right? Microsoft gave up all their patents, all of them. They donated their patents to, I got to figure out where, donates all their patents. So this is important if you're starting into these conversations are important if you're breaking into the IT, particularly if you have good ideas. They donated patents to startups. This is such an advertising grab. This is such crap. The wide library of patents. Okay, so you see this? This is bullshit. This is total bullshit. And I agree with the author of this article. So The author of the article posited that, and I got to find it somewhere. He posited that the reason Microsoft and Facebook and Google and Amazon and Netflix and all these big FANG companies are being all kumbaya, you can have our patents, is because they're deliberately squelching innovation from small and competition from small companies in the name of open source. There are these like oppressive pieces of shit who are coming in and saying, you know what? Oh, look at us. We're a big company. We're successful. We believe in this. Yes, we believe in open source. We're going to make all of our stuff free and give our patents up for free. And they've built this oppressive paternalistic dialogue that's completely anti-dialogical. It's like, totally oppressive, saying you have to play by our give your patent away game. And the guy who wrote this article is really good. The guy who wrote this article says, what's the one thing as a startup that you have? The number one most important thing you have as an innovator in the tech world is your IP. It is the single most valuable asset you have for your company that's going to get you venture capital, that's going to get you funding of any kind, if you're going to play in that world. And these big companies just directly attacked you. And the way they attacked you is they said, well, they've set up a stigma in the industry that says, hey, since we're big companies and we donated all of our IP, our shitty ancient IP that nobody wants to use, you should do that too. Oh, you don't want to do that? What kind of proprietary closed source company are you? Says Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and Facebook to this small innovative company that's making them look like shit, like HashiCorp, because they're like putting them to task because all their stuff's more innovative. It's a calculated move by these oppressors to come in and change the thinking. But these people are coming in, and these big companies are coming in, and they are changing the narrative, and they're putting pressure from the developer community and from the business community and the open source community to force small companies to give away their IP at an early stage when that is their primary source of capital. And if later on they establish their own capital, sure, maybe they should be able to give it away for free. So what ends up happening? They turn around and they use it for whatever they want. They get their patents. They say, oh yeah, we're really helpful and stuff. When I'm telling you, it's a strategic move. And I didn't even think of that till I read it. I was like, oh my God, that's not conspiracy theory. That is a calculated move. I haven't seen any of these small companies being forced. Any examples? Well, I don't know. The guy's article was conjecture, but the effect is the same, and I agree with it. So, another reason is you're not going to hear about any of those small companies because you can be damn sure they're going to go totally stealth. If anybody's going to actually I know of one particular company that I can't talk about because I signed an NDA that is going to take on at least one of these companies, and I can't even talk about that company. And if they make it work, they will destroy. I mean, it is. Oh God, it is. I cannot talk. I'm under NDA. I cannot talk about it. But this is the kind of company that they have to go totally stealth and not do anything, because if any even bit of word gets out about it, it's a thing. And it's unfortunate. So meanwhile, guys like me give away Pagan, and how many hours do I spend on Pagan? How many hours do I spend on the thing? And I'm like begging for money to support myself so I can have insurance. So I have to go work for another big company like one of these or some other shitty company. I hope not. I'm going to work for a good company. Why? So I can pay my bills and stuff, because I can't make enough money to support myself in open source. You could easily say, oh, that's because I'm not good enough. My open source isn't good enough. There's not enough eyes on it. I don't have enough promotion of it. I'm not marketing it well. But a big part of that problem, this is why I get so sensitive about the issue of trademarks, because if I were to make a good Pagan product, and it gets really popular and it starts to get buzz out there, and somebody comes in and makes another logo and starts their own community off, I'm sensitive to that, because that directly affects my bottom line. And I'm not okay with that. I'm just not. I'm not. I would rather everybody have an equal opportunity there. But at the same time, I don't think that we should be making Vim confs when we don't have the Vim trademark. So anyway, unpopular opinions there, I know, but it's really the hard part about all this is that it's a part of the tech industry in general. We have to be on this constant lookout for, you know, I don't know, maybe I'm jaded. I've been in the industry so long that I've had people put me through the ringer at IBM for even looking at open source software, or you had to disclose every open source project you've ever contributed to every year regularly to legal because of, all this crazy IP stuff. But on the one hand, I think it's like too much. And on the other hand, I'm thinking like, well, we need something. And I don't know the answers. I don't, but I will tell you this, most people don't understand the issues fully. They think everybody should just use MIT and BSD. And if you don't use that, you're a bad person and you don't know what you're talking about. But they haven't really thought through why that is. They just do what everybody else tells them to do because they're following the herd just like everybody else. How's it going? Then you make your software private and build a business around it. Yeah, I thought about doing that, Rusu. I did. I really thought about doing that. I thought about, look, I created it's called the SkillBot system, and it was all internal. I actually put, it's one of the reasons I let go, because it's statically typed, statically compiled and everything, and you couldn't decompile it easily. And I put, it was software that was going to run on your computer. And so I put, it's very proprietary. I said, look, I'm going to put, I put, what do you want to call them? Like timeouts in them, because I didn't want old software to be out there at all. So after a certain date, it would self-destruct and you couldn't use it anymore. You have to go get a new one. And this was mostly because I didn't want people to have old content out there, and it wasn't centralized. So when you start talking about decentralized systems for education and things like that, you have to start thinking about things like expiration and stuff like that. Because if you don't, then it's not like you can change the thing from the central place that's being accessed through by millions of people. You have to say, no, you can't use this. This educational content is like 4 years old. It needs to be dead. And so I built self-destructs in this educational content so it would die. But I also caused people to recheck in and say, well, I gave it away for free and everything, but I wanted them to be able to download the modules and everything. But I also wanted the ability to maintain the SkillBot thing and maybe have some free bots and then some modules that they could pay for, so I could have a business model. This whole thing, the reason this becomes okay. So if you really want to understand this, try to run a business. That's the bottom line. If you like open source, and that's great, right? I absolutely totally freaking love open source, so much so that I would rather give my stuff away for as freely as I can, and get a traditional job with a company that's gonna milk the crap out of every second I work for them and make millions of dollars off of my efforts, which is what IBM did. I'm okay with that if that means being a part of the sharing economy, which is what open source is. That guy who talks about the third industrial age talks about having 1 foot in the sharing economy and 1 foot in the old economy. And that's what we're all doing right now. This stream itself is me being a part of the sharing economy. Just had a small pop-up saying, warning, this content is outdated. Now I needed to self-destruct. Yeah, I did. It says the content is outdated. You need to go get a new one. But yeah, I mean, I'm okay with that kind of thing. But see, the problem is that even mentioning those kind of things to certain people gets immediate negative response because of the whole like neo open source FSF kind of way of thinking. Like Stallman literally says in front of everybody that if you make a piece of software at home, everyone is entitled to your software. I'll show you the video. He says that if you make something at home and you bring it to the class, everybody is entitled to it. As if it's a plate of cookies that you brought to class and you have to give everybody a cookie you have to share with everybody. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. If you slave over some software that you make and you work really hard on, and despite all the issues with privilege and intelligence and upbringing and all that, and then you bring, that's what I'm saying, and then you bring that to school. If you want to share it with the rest of the group, that's your choice, and that's really nice, but that's not you shouldn't be forced to do that. If you're forced to do that, that's like saying, oh, I made a watch for myself. Now everybody has to have a watch. I'm going to make everybody a watch. That's the worst part of Leninist communism. And I am not, I mean, nobody even knows what communism means, so I can't use that word. But Anyway, so I don't know how I got on this rabbit hole. I could talk forever, but this is an important topic to me. In 8 billion years, the sun will be a red giant whose perimeter will be Earth's orbit. So let's see. This is why always connected software is a thing, though. I would never trust a user to not pull apart my stuff and resell it. Yeah. And they're going to do that anyway, right? China definitely does that constantly. China rips the shit out of software all the time, rebundles it, and sells it without even really changing the names very much. They redo the models of. They have their own version of Google. They have their own version of everything, and they make all the money off of it. And they will win because they're state capitals. They can do that. They can get away with it because they don't have to play by any rules. They can play whatever they want. But in America, if you're going to play by the rules, the problem is playing it. Okay, the problem. See, here's the problem small business people face, and then gets a little bit political, and I'm going to conclude on this thought. As horrible as state capitalism might be, and China might be, the difference between China and here is that in America, you're expected to be a productive capitalist and to compete in the open market. We are expected to be toughen up and fight harder and put that IP out there and be a good capitalist and all this stuff, right? And we don't have any social systems at all. I have to go get a job so I can have insurance. I have a cancer survivor wife who has no insurance. So we have this really, really hardline capitalist position, like you suck if you can't make it. We have no social systems at all. I mean, we have roads and stuff, and a little bit of thing. But here's the thing that sucks when you compare it to state capitalism, because in China, when they rip you off, so let's say you have a really good idea, right? In China, you have a really, really great idea, and so state capitalism benefits from both of these things. So if you're a nice developer, you're not giving something away for free. And you're not a nice developer if you're not giving away for free, right? So actually, there was a really great TikTok from, what's her face? Is it Emily? She did a TikTok where she said, it was an average coding interview for a doctor. It's like, how much time do you spend giving away your work when you go home doing your job for free? None. I spend it with my family. Because all these things are expected of software developers that are not expected of doctors, right? It's like, well, why aren't you doing this when you're offline? You must not be very passionate about what you're doing. We have so much different expectations on us as technologists, particularly developers. And so anyway, but in China, so here's the difference. Let's say in China, you have a really, really great idea. And you already know right out of the bat that everybody's going to rip you off. It's just going to happen because you're China, right? But for some reason, you're able to get enough momentum to play in the capitalist game, and maybe you're in the right place, right, in the capitalist district, and you can build yourself some wealth. And as long as you're pushing the envelope and you're building wealth for yourself, the state is super happy with you because you're playing the capitalist game and you're making everybody money, and you might be, you might be pushing the envelope, and you might be creating something that's competing against a Western company, right? And then what? So as you're growing, so if you have, by the way, if you have problems, what happens if you have problems with that? What happens if you have problems with seed capital or something? And the state says, wow, you've got a great product here. This product is actually competitive with the West, Silicon Valley. And then the state steps in and says, we'll help you out. The state steps in and funds you. So instead of it coming from some venture capital asshole that you have to bow down to, you get it from the state. Now, whether or not the state is a good thing is a different question. This settles that problem. Okay, and then let's say along comes somebody else and steals your idea straight up. Another said that China is illegal at a company to sell your product and undercuts you, which you have produced for you, unless you have a written contract that explicitly forbids it. Whoa. Yeah. Right. So in China, they either support you, but look, the real main point I'm trying to make is, let's say you don't succeed. Let's say you're successful up to a point and China decides that this other company is doing better than you, that the state comes in and says, we're pulling your funding. You guys need to kumbaya together and we're forcing you to merge. And so you have an efficient merge, even if it's not very freedom-like. and it works, and maybe you get thrown on the carpet, right? You get thrown on the carpet and you've lost all your money and they pay you out or they don't do anything. And you end up saying, hey, that's not fair. You stole my idea. The state stole my idea. Now it's giving it to this other capitalist. But here's the difference between that and me. The person who gets thrown out by that system still has health insurance. Now, it might be shitty health insurance, and I'm not going to get into how good of China provides for its citizens or not, but they still have more than I have today. A person in that circumstance has more social infrastructure and more social support than I have in America. So in America, if I'm in America and I'm playing by the system, I'm a small businessman and I have a really great open source idea and it gets really popular, or even if I have a great IP idea, right? And I have an IP and I build up my company and everything, and then China comes along and totally undercuts me and decompiles my product, makes their own product, and what happens to me? I'm 20 grand in debt. I have no insurance because I took a risk. I didn't go to the venture capitalist because I had an innovative idea that venture capitalists don't value. If they're not invading somebody's privacy and making millions off one of the FANG companies, venture capitalists don't give a shit about you. And so they don't really care about true human innovation. They would never back Pagan. Pagan is an academic thing that's not going to make anybody any money. But if it were going to make somebody money, see my point? The difference is that when I fall on my ass because I tried and got undercut by somebody else, even people in my own country, then I have nothing. I have nothing because I have to go back and work for a big company, and I can try to decide to play. And that's the capitalist answer to the thing. You're obviously doing this wrong. You need to work for a company that's going to give you installation and a labor union and all that stuff. And if you're not working for one of these companies, you don't matter. That's America. America could care less about it's all lip service. Everything they say about small businesses and mid-sized businesses and innovation and all that crap is capitalist lip service that has no basis in fact. And I've watched it being a small businessman, and I've seen other people go under because they're not getting any help. And even if they do try to get help, they've got to spend like months trying to get grants and other stuff. So what do you see happening? You see people doing GoFundMe. You see people doing, Kickstarter and stuff. Because why? All these alternative financing things that are bubbling up are because capitalism's not working. And so what they're doing is they're GoFundMe and Kickstarter are fucking socialist things. They're like, it's a person reaching out to this society and culture around him and asking for help. I need help from my society. They're building a small commune. I know you don't like that word, but that's what they're doing. They're building a small commune and they're pulling everybody together and they're pulling their resources to make something they all want. And that's the basis of these systems, communism, socialism, whatever. They all get, bastardized into other things. But that's the idea, is that we're working together for a common goal and we're going to try to get this thing and we're going to support each other and make it happen. And so all of this crowdfunding and everything that's popping up is just, you need a grifter. Can't just have the commune, you need the grifter. I don't know what that is, but I'm not that astute in those kind of things. How much do you pay for health insurance? I don't have health insurance. I haven't had health insurance for 13 years. No, I haven't had health insurance, even when I was at IBM, for 20 years. Yep. Actually, no, that's not true. I had it for 4 years while my wife worked at Target. Yeah, when she worked at Target, I had health insurance. That's when I got my colonoscopy. Yeah, as a service models. Yep. And that's America. And I stream all the time. I'm trying to get back because I believe we need to make some changes here. Talking about crowdfunding. I feel like, look, this is not a sob story. First of all, I'm not doing this to make a sob story. I'm doing this to paint the picture of why some of these ideas need to be looked at more closely. Everybody should use MIT and give their stuff away for free. You know who's telling you to do that? The reason that you keep repeating that is because somebody has built that narrative for you. And this, boy, Freire is so clear on this. That's the worst type of cultural invasion. So these anti-dialogical themes have snuck into our world where, you know who benefits from that? Apple, Google, Facebook. They all benefit from it because they're the ones taking it for free. Everybody else benefits from it as well. But the people that are pushing the narrative, the people that are pushing the message, you need to give your stuff away for free or you don't matter. You can't be a good technologist. That thinking isn't coming from the people making the stuff. It's coming from the people who want to control this stuff because they're the ones benefiting from it. So, and by the way, this is why companies don't want you to do it. How many times have I've almost been bullied twice into releasing Pagan fully as a 100% permissive license. Why? Well, my company won't even look at it unless it's released under that license. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, but no one's going to take you seriously. They're not going to look at your project unless you release it under the most permissive license possible. If that's not literally the voice of the oppressor, I don't know what is. Because that's exactly the thematic ideas that they want to push. Like Brazil. And it's like, yeah. So what's happening is, and this is one of those cases where I do agree somewhat with Stallman on that particular point. And I agree with Torvalds on that point. Torvalds to me is the perfect middle of the road dude on this issue. He's the perfect middle of the road dude on this issue. He says, look, I'm making something really great and I want to force you to give back any changes to this really great thing. The end. And I don't want you to lie and say that you made it. I don't want you to tell anybody. You can't use Linux without, I mean, you can, but I don't want you to go telling everybody that you made it. Because, I made it. And I don't have any other credit to my name except for the fact that I led this project, even though lots and lots and lots of people have contributed. It's Python's the same way, right? You don't see people running around calling their new language Python. So I think he walks the middle path really well. And it took a long time for Linux to be successful and to find its way in the business world. And it has really shaped our business world, thank God, and it's in good ways. But I think the MIT licenses and the BSD licenses, frankly, they have a place. But there are some things that I think, and this whole conversation came about because I was wondering about the what was I wondering? I was wondering about the Mozilla license. That's why we're even talking about this because the Mozilla license, I think, is, I want to believe anyway, that it's right down the middle. The only thing I need is a permission to use it in a closed source. Yeah. And you have that already, right? Right, Quint? So actually, I think, Quint, I'm almost positive that Mozilla lets you use it in closed source and sell your product. They very specifically said that. The difference is if you extend on it in any way, you have to give your changes back. Does that make sense? And that's GPL2. That's GPL2. So, in fact, I almost remember reading that exact word. I think that's the reason I like it so much is because that is what people, I think that's what companies want and what the creators want. So, good middle ground. So this is a 2012 thing, and I don't know. So the reason I really like this is because HashiCorp, who is a corporation that's up and coming, they just joined the Cloud Native Foundation this year in 2020. My Jewish, no, Murstein is not. It sounds Jewish, but no. And so yeah, so here it says, what is the difference between GPL 2 and 3? Oh, I could talk about that forever. Just don't even think about GPL 3. GPL 3, look, go watch the video on it. There's a thing on it. Should I use GPL version 3? Search for Linus Torvalds and GPL v3 and you can watch the whole video on that. Nobody should ever use GPL v3. It's a horrible, horrible license. It's a hardware license. It's not even a software license. Yeah, or Google. It's disastrously bad, and Torvalds really rips them a new one. And I'm glad because it deserved it. Well, that's what I've been saying. So up to now, I've been using creative. So first of all, this has been my conclusion so far, but I think IP stands for intellectual property. Yep. Do you rate startup ideas? I don't know what that is. Do I rate startup ideas? No, I don't. That's probably not a good idea to do that. But so let me just recap before I leave this topic. I believe, I hope that the Mozilla public license might be the one right license to rule them all. And there's been a couple of other people say the same thing. And the reason is because it walks the perfect middle line between GPL and a permissive license. GPL is not, it forces you to release your source code as well. Well, yeah, but that's what you want. If you want a non-permissive license, right? So let me back up. So up until recently, the standard thing to do is to pick your favorite permissive license and copyleft license. And that means that you should probably pick one or the other. And up to like a week ago, Apache 2 is my absolute hands down favorite licenses. And I study licenses constantly. I believe I was a factor in pushing Facebook to release React under a proper license back in the day, and lots of other things. But licensing is a big question for me because I've been doing this for a while. And no license means that it falls under no license at all is never going to get used because nobody knows what the legal ramifications are of it. Yeah, there's entire companies and divisions of companies. Their entire job is to figure out the legal pedigree of every open source project. Yeah, and there's like, you can see videos on this. People, they will track all, there's like services that you can use that will show you the legal pedigree. God, what was that service called? We saw one recently. A lot of people have opinions on this, and there's one that will show you the legal pedigree of any software used, because you don't, when you pick a piece of open source software, you're not just picking one project, you're picking every project that has dependencies on, which is another reason to lessen your dependencies at all costs when you can. This is another reason the whole NPM node model is bullshit, because they deliberately promote small packages that have lots of interdependencies, thousands of them. And in order to, I don't know if you even can use it. Yeah. No depths is best, right? So the problem with this is that you can't, if you're a company or even an individual, and you're trying to decide whether you can use this thing or you can sell it or anything, it's your legal responsibility to track every single line of code in that product, including every single dependency you have, and its dependencies and its dependencies. And I'm telling you, there's entire businesses made just off that. And then they'll say, well, this little, Lodash over here has a problem, or this has a problem here. And they'll say, well, this doesn't have one. And if there's any dependency in there that is not clearly explicitly defined, the entire project's dead. And this might not matter to you as some random person out there who's just writing something, but I tell you who it matters to: companies. Companies will not touch it, and they pay big money for these services to do all this tracking. And if you want to get your software adopted by one of these companies, you have to go into the project with the cleanest possible legal pedigree at all, because yours is going to be calculated into all the other dependency trees, and you need to make sure your nose is totally clean. And the reason that I'm so interested in the Mozilla public license is because I need to see which licenses get a green light from the most companies, and if I even care. And that's where this becomes an issue, because the reason that some people like, this MIT used to be what everybody wanted, right? But the problem is people don't want that anymore, because MIT doesn't give any patent rights. So there's companies that won't use MIT software. Straight up, they won't use it. And in Africa, what is the worst that happened if I decided to ignore licenses and go ahead and create a product, ignore GPL? You can. It's the problem. If you're living in Africa or China and you have a country that doesn't matter and doesn't care about licenses at all, we were talking about that earlier. Look, it might not be the ethical thing to do, but legally, do whatever you want. Don't expect anybody to use your stuff over here.
or any company to use your stuff. Any multinational companies won't use your software. They won't. If you're trying to release a product or something, multinational companies won't touch it because they'll be subject to international law, not just your law. But if you're a big company, country like China or Russia, you don't care. You just steal everybody else's IP and use it to your heart's content. But if you live in America and you want to keep your job, you need to know about these things, and you need to know what licenses are going to be used. How does the international? Good question. I suspect that most of the multinational corporations, they have legal teams that do all of this, traipsing through all of these things. This is why I can't remember the name of it. There is a service that just sells legal pedigrees for software. That's all it does. It specializes in tracking dependencies and any legal considerations for any of those dependencies and every one of its contributors. Because see, every time somebody, think about it, you've got software that's developed by thousands of different individual people. For example, GitLab, in 2019, they had 4,000 contributions from people all over the world. And they had to be very explicit in their creation of the DCO, was it called certificate of authentic, a certificate of a DCA of authentication, saying that if you're a contributor, you guarantee that you can contribute and you have the legal right to do so, and that you're not holding any patents or anything. It means that it didn't protect patent rights. So the MIT licenses do not protect patent rights. So what that means is that if somebody uses the software from MIT from a package that's released or something like that, and that's fine, they can use it, they can sell it and everything. But one of those contributors to the MIT project, it doesn't even have to be the project. It can be a contributor to the project. And this is where it gets really dicey. So you can have a contributor to the project that's licensed under MIT, who may or may not have a contributor's license agreement. Either way, they've never given up patent rights. And we're talking about, so Amazon patented the one-click purchase. That's the kind of thing you can patent. I mean, it's crazy, right? Software patents are a separate topic all by itself, and they suck. And that's why Facebook made the no patents thing in their React. And so React was crippled until Apache said, we are not letting any developers who ever work on anything with React on any Apache project, foundation project, not just Apache, until you change your license, because you've corrupted the entire market. And Facebook bowed down and said, fine, we'll release it under MIT. They didn't even really think about what they were doing at that time either. They should have released it under Mozilla, I think, or Apache 2. But they're going to be damned if they're going to release it under Apache 2 after they got totally owned by Apache. I am so happy that happened, by the way. I cannot tell you how happy I am that Facebook just got totally fucking called on the carpet for that. Totally because I'd been pushing for that for a year and a half, and finally they got thrown out. This is a really fun thing to see happen. Other than Amazon can implement one-click purchasing. No. Okay, so I might be getting the story wrong a topic ago, but I just want to give you an idea of how stupid software patents are, right? And given the nature of how stupid software patents are, it's really important that you have a license that grants patent rights from all its contributors. Because that way, if some stupid person out there decides to patent something, Facebook wasn't breaking Apache 2. Facebook released it. I did a whole blog on it if you want on Medium. It's really old. It's called Facebook is React is not open source. This is big. I had so many hits on this. React is not open source. It is now. It has been for 5 years now, thanks to our repeated bludgeoning of them to do the right thing. And Apache finally came in and sealed the coffin, man. They were like, you're gone. Was it 2017? Yeah. Here we go. So if you want to follow this. No, Facebook rather stupidly tried to protect themselves from being sued by patent trolls. And in doing so, their BSD plus patent grant. This is why BSD is a horrible license, because it's way too out there. It has all these other riders on it, and the Go BSD license is horrible. I hate it. But it is what it is. So this is a guy. This is Juan Mendez from VMware, who asked the legal department at VMware, "Can we use React?" And they said, "Hell no." And this is just one specific example. Meanwhile, the whole world was going React crazy and putting it on everything, not knowing that they were giving up their rights to sue Facebook for anything. Well, this is a long time ago, usurper. So this is what was going down. All right. And it says here, and then, so this is the leftover from my thing in 2016 I did. And here we go. They gave in. We're relicensing React.js Flow and Immutable.js under the MIT license. And now the MIT license has problems. So Facebook announced that it will release React under MIT license. Looks like some things can be influenced. And back then when I wrote this, I actually thought MIT was a great license. The license, you can understand, this is, what, it was 2016? In 2016, there were entire clones of the project. One was called Preact. They came out, and there were lawyers writing about this. And they were like, Preact doesn't have a leg to stand on because it's a derivative work. And everybody, to this day, they were worried about React coming up and saying, well, what about patents? In fact, I think one of the reasons, I actually may have written about this. Yeah, VMware banned React. So it says right here, I prefer Vue. I even said that in 2016. But here's the thing. Turns closed source, right? So I think they picked the MIT license on purpose. And the reason I think they picked the MIT license versus the Apache license, this was in reaction to Apache calling them out. I mean, everybody else was calling them out, including me, but they weren't doing anything about it. They were like, no, we're doing the good for everybody because we want patent trolls suck and they keep suing everybody and we don't want to do that. And then they went and released it with MIT rather than releasing it with Apache 2, which would have granted patent rights. And so the whole world was like, no, they're just going underground. We were all waiting. We were all waiting for them to come up and say, oh, that's right. We never said you could have our patents. In fact, there was a bunch of people. There were a bunch of people that when they did this, they were terrified that they were ramping up a patent litigation thing to go along with the MIT license. And that's why they didn't go with the Apache license, which granted specific patent rights. And that's why Mozilla Public License version 2 is attractive to me, because it grants trademark rights and patent rights. So does Apache 2. And it's why you shouldn't use MIT and you shouldn't use BST unless you have a plus patents, some sort of thing on there, because BST does not provide patent rights. So in 2021, any license that does not grant patent rights is a dangerous license that should not be used. And that includes MIT and BST without any other additional writers. I'm just going to maintain that. I'm not a lawyer, but we already know this because there's companies that won't even accept licenses that don't grant patent rights now at all. So I told you, the companies, you guys say nobody's good your stuff unless MIT. That's a short-sighted statement. That's somebody who hasn't been following the legal landscape very closely, because they haven't been following what's been going down with the patents. And believe me, there have been people doing this. So there was actually a GPL troll from the network team at Linux who was suing the crap out of everybody for patent rights and stuff. So let's replay that situation. Okay, so let's say you use software that has MIT licensed software in it. This license used for their USB protocol library. It's weird. Yeah, there's a bunch of weird ones, man. But so hypothetically, and now whether or not someone's going to actually do this to you is a different question. I don't want to scare you to death, right? But hypothetically, this is how it goes. You use React, let's say. This is MIT. This is a very legitimate scenario. You use React on something, and Facebook decides that component-oriented design is something that they've patented. Not a far-fetched scenario. If you can patent one-click purchases in Amazon, why can't you patent component-oriented design? Now they would have a hard time pulling that off in court, even getting the patent, because Google's been doing component-oriented design for a lot longer than that. That we're talking about the combination of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript into a thing, or JSX, for example, right? They could easily patent JSX. Yeah, and so they could say, yes, we released it under MIT, but we don't like you because you sued us. That their original license said if you sued them, they pulled any license for any software that they had with that license from you, which destroyed your company. So if you sued them for something that was completely irrelevant and not even related to the software you were using, for any reason, it automatically null and voided your license to use React, which in most of these cases would have destroyed your product. You couldn't even sell your product anymore, which basically is like, you might not want your legs to get broken if you sue us. You know what I'm saying? That was Facebook. And they did that, and people adopted it anyway for 2.5 years. They did it. And everybody else, including lawyers and VMware, are like, no, we're not doing that. Dude, Facebook is the fucking devil. People who work for Facebook and can sleep at night, I don't even know how you do it. Yeah, I think Vue is MIT too. Look, but that, I think look, we're kind of in a transition period about the MIT and the BSD licenses. I've been following this pretty closely. I haven't been reading legal journals or anything, but I've been following it pretty closely. And the movement it's not a very fast movement, and people are tired because they've already released their stuff under these other licenses. But the movement is away from MIT and BSD toward licenses that grant patent rights. Or what they're doing is they're doing MIT, and then they're tacking on, like BSD, the Go license, for example. The Go license specifically tags on another license to the BSD license. You can go read it. That grants patent rights. It grants patent rights and also says you can't use the Google name. And those are all things that are guaranteed by the Mozilla Public License v2, which is the one I'm looking at right now. So then you have a situation where, the MIT license hasn't been really tested, but the people who work there make it possible. I'm not going to talk about that anymore. There's good people who work there, and there's good people who work Facebook, and there's bad people that work at Facebook. But Facebook as a company is, I know a lot of people mean well, but the practices that they're doing are just no. When you employ military grade psychological manipulation against people to make money off of them and sell their attention and personal details to others, you're not helping the world. Sorry, you're not. You can keep thinking you're trying to build up the world and connect and everything all you want, but you're not. People are people. Yep. Yeah, it's not the people, dude. It's not the people. It's not just people. It's people who are being manipulated by professional psychologists hired to control them in a way that's far more insidious than standard marketing. Anyway, so hypothetically, Facebook could come to you if you use their React stuff. And if you piss them off, by suing them, they've already told us, everybody, that they don't want anybody to sue them because they're sick and tired of patent trolls coming after them, which is a problem in the industry. You watch Silicon Valley, there's a whole thing about that, about software patent trolls just going after people to just make money. They sue the crap out of everybody just to get money off of it. They'll patent a thing and then sue them or whatever. And that's a problem. That's a problem in the industry. And I feel for Facebook in that regard. I mean, everybody else is getting sued too. SCO is one of the worst patent trolls that's ever existed. Usually a company's going down when it starts suing like crazy, like Oracle. With all these, you tell me. I have no idea. I refuse to use it, and so did VMware and a bunch of other people. You know how it got famous? Because people don't give a shit. They say, "Oh, it works for me. I'm going to go use it." They don't look at the licenses, and they don't have legal teams like IBM and these other big companies and VMware to say, "Hey, you can't use this." And God knows they're not going to sit through a 2.5 hour rant from some white guy about legal issues. So just, do your own research. finite infinite games, I probably would. I don't know what that's about. That sounds pretty interesting though. So in this hypothetical situation, you sue Facebook for something that's completely unrelated. Maybe, oh, I don't know, they destroyed your family because now everybody's all this militarized, you know, cacophony of different ideologies that can't even talk to each other, like my family. And you want to sue them for that, right? So you sue them for that and they say, oh, I see you have a small company that's using React on your webpage. Oh, we just so happen to have a patent on component-oriented design. We are suing you for that because you're using our software and you're using our patent without giving credit. You owe us money and stuff like that. Totally legitimate possibility. The really weird thing, the really scary thing about this, and there was a whole dialogue about this at the time in 2017, 2016. In 2016 and 2017, everybody was this thing kind of, you know, Facebook appeared to do the right thing. And then a bunch of legal people are like, we don't know what they're doing because behind closed doors, they may be working up patents. And we had, I kid you not, there were people that were checking patent licenses from Facebook over the past 2 or 3 years. They were going to the patent office to see if they had filed any stealthy patents behind the scenes, because that's how clandestinely shitty Facebook is. And so they were trying to figure out, what are they doing this way, and how are they potentially going to come up? And they came back and said, no, there hadn't been any patents filed within a certain amount of time. And then they realized that after a certain amount of time of it existing, they couldn't file a patent on it. So for example, if they were going to try to file the patent for component-oriented design, it would have had to have been done within 1 or 2 or 3 years. So this particular scenario is I think not something to be afraid of, because React has been around long enough that they can't retroactively go add patents after it's been out for a certain amount of time. But watch out for the new stuff. And because if somebody makes something new and they don't release the patent to it, there might be a patent that they're holding on the thing that they're not even telling you about. They're not even disclosing. And then they can get everybody to use it and sue the shit out of them. Now, that's not a lot of good people wouldn't do that. But as I said before, lowest common denominator. These laws exist for all the people who try to get away with shit. And it's sad. I hate having to think about all this stuff. It gives me a headache. But there are companies that will do that, man. They will do the lowest common denominator, and we know that because Amazon sued people over one-click purchasing. They did. Totally sued people. You know who else is suing people right now? So let's talk about legal issues. What's that Netflix Choose Your Own Adventure movie? Did you see about that? It's all over the news now, right? So they make Bandersnatch, and now somebody comes out of the ancient 1980s woodwork and sues them over the term Choose Your Own Adventure and says that's a trademark or copyright. Seriously, I just went to court, 2021. Lowest common denominator people, they don't give a shit. It's like, you can't call it that. How dare you? That's just a money grab, man. That's just a money grab. It's not like that person invented Choose Your Own Adventures. It's different than like owning Vim and whatever. So I hate thinking about all this legal stuff. It's probably time for me to leave on this wonderfully positive note. This is really the only reason I went down this rabbit hole, is I really wanted to justify looking for something better. And in this case, that means what I hope is going to be counts as a generic trademark. It should, but go read about it. It's going to court. Netflix is getting sued. You know what that is? That's just a bunch of greedy little shits looking at Netflix as a cash cow, going, I'm gonna make money off these people. And that kind of patent troll makes the whole world worse, because we wouldn't even had that BSD issue. We wouldn't even had this BSD plus patents issue with Facebook if it weren't for patent trolls like that. But the world sucks because they exist, and then the overreaction from the powers that be also exists. And then you get them doing their thing. Oh yeah, well, you even try to sue us, we're going to destroy you. And that's a Facebook thing. And then you've got to figure out how to navigate all of that as an open source person in the middle. And so the only reason I'm saying any of this is because when I see a license come along like Mozilla Public License 2, which tries to be a middle ground, even though this is 2012, I don't know how legit this is. I gotta do some more research on this. This is appealing to me. But I tell you what, if you're picking a permissive license right now and you're picking BSD or MIT, it's the wrong license if you ask me. If you ask me, and I'm not a lawyer, but the absolute best license right now is Apache 2, and I've had lawyers agree with me on my blog about this. So you make your own decisions, of course, but because of the patent rights and the other stuff that is granted, it's better. There's a possibility that the Mozilla GPL, Mozilla Public License version 2 is my replacement for GPL 2. GPL v2 does not grant patent rights. GPL v3 does. GPL v3 did a lot of extra things. I think GPL 2 has adopted some of the extra stuff from 3, but I don't know how much of it made it into 2. But this license here, which is also backed by the Mozilla Foundation, and GPL v2 doesn't have a backer right now because FSF don't want anything to do with it. As far as I know. I don't know. I mean, after Torvalds threw him under the bus, I doubt the FSF would ever come to call for. Who knows? I mean, they're big into GPL too, so they might. But I want to look at this one. I don't know how good it is or not. But the only way to really make that assessment is to ask companies that I care about, 1 or 2 or 10 companies. Would you use software that's licensed under Mozilla license for version 2? And if they say no, and then we have a problem. What license we should use? Right, please. I would say, well, okay. So as of this moment, I think if you're going to use an Apache v2 for now, for permissive, and GPL v2 for now. Possibly Mozilla. Oopsie. Possibly Mozilla v2. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. GPL 3 is a disaster. Don't use it. And I mean, I'm telling you want to make sure your stuff never gets used anywhere. Use GPL v3. No, I don't think that's the one to use. Anyway, that's just me. I've done some research on this, but I'm not a lawyer. Some old hats. Yeah, if you can look, if you pass it along to old people that have been following the open source game for a while, please make sure they read the new versions of the licenses, because it's the new additions to Mozilla 2. Mozilla has been Mozilla 1 was a bad license. It was way too loosey-goosey. It was all over the place. It didn't know what it wanted to be. It had to be dual licensed with other things. They actually write about that. And this license, however, has learned from the past, and it seems like it's brought together the best parts of GPL v2 and Apache without a lot of extra verbosity, so it's easy to cut and paste and all that. In business school, they support and push China economic social models. So yeah, well, I know the China's getting a lot of things right. I'm just going to say it. I don't like that they repress their populace and all the other horrible things that they're doing, but they're, and I'm not saying communism is the way to go. That's not what I'm saying. They're saying, but they, I don't even think they practice communism. I think the better word for them is state capitalism. State capitalism is capitalism that includes an element of communism for the whole group, but allows really, really, that's what I would call it. But Apache BSD and MIT, here we go. MPL was designed to be the middle ground. This is sitting between the restrictive licenses such as Apache BSD and MIT, while the MPL license itself allows derivative works to be released under any license. This is another thing. So if the other licenses, if you make a derivative work, it has to be under the same license. Including a proprietary one, it still requires a form of copyleft at the file level. This consequently puts the MPL in the same bucket as Eclipse Public License and LGPL. Rights to free trade, yeah. CCP owns 50% of all business in China. Really? Dude, America, no. If China and Russia actually manage to team up again, the Western world is screwed. We're screwed. I particularly with climate change, because all that tundra is coming free. It's going to become irrigatable land. Yeah, with all the climate change, all that dead land in Russia and China is now becoming agricultural land. or full-blown fascism. The major exits out of this. Yeah, free-flowing markets supporting human rights or full-blown fascism. I know. We'll see. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Projection may be a test experiment. Who knows? Yeah, it's true. People can't know. The fact that most Mozilla branded software have been historically released under MPL, GPL, blah, blah, blah. A simpler, reusable, and pragmatic software license. A weak copyleft license certainly has some merits, especially when the said license applies at the file level. It was written in the open by both open source advocates and lawyers, and is free of any political message which you may not necessarily adhere to. Yes, I'm looking at you, Richard. That being said, so this is another thing. So this license is file oriented. So, and businesses love that. IBM had to have, when I worked there, you had to have at the beginning of every file a statement of the license, so that if any of that code ever got separated from the other code, the license still applied. And I think that's the way MPL is done. Canada could be good, particularly since a lot of people are going up there. There's a lot of really great people flocking to Canada, good tech people too, because it has a lot more freedoms, and it has a better socialist system, and for social support. I don't want to call it socialist. Let's see. That being said, the MPL in its original form was not necessarily easy to apply to non-Mozilla projects, so much that the derivatives of MPL were written such that CDDL by Sun. Okay, so the latest MPL looks much better to the outside world because there's no reference to Mozilla. Simpler and shorter in the past 10 years. Sold out Canada's gold and was trashing Chinese troops. I don't know if that's true. Well, I have no comment. The explicit compatibility with GNU and Apache licenses also an added benefit, especially as it does not involve a complex multi-license scheme like was the case with the old MPL. This is why I'm super intrigued by this license and the fact that HashiCorp, the world's leading cloud-native applications provider right now, is releasing all of their stuff as MPL v2. That says everything to me. That company is so freaking smart. HashiCorp, I want to work there so bad I can't stand it. I do, just to be around the people that are there. I mean, the people at HashiCorp, the stuff they're making is just so amazing. Does not provide a complex multi-license scheme like it was the case with the MPL. Can Mozilla unify open source? That's a great column. Other coverage of the new license has focused on the modified patent piece, and other adjusted terms. Goodbye Netscape. But the most important development in the creation of the version 2 of the Mozilla license, in my opinion, is the inclusion of the specific compatibility with GPL. Previously, the Mozilla project used a complex and messy triple license arrangement to allow it to straddle the worlds of copyleft and non-copyleft. Other users of the MPL and its many variants tended not to bother, with the result that some code bases were isolated from collaboration with the great universe of GPL stuff. Should you use it? I can say that I am certainly going to consider MPL v2 for future software. I'm not a proponent of strong copyleft, so that sounds like you guys, right? Which citation needed? Oh, the Trudeau thing? Yeah. Yeah. Let's not fight about politics. You can debate about politics, just don't fight. Because he's wrecking people's lives by taxing everything to hell. I don't know if I can support that statement. I don't know. Which cloud provider is open sourcing stuff? HashiCorp. HashiCorp, not everything. They open source the HashiCorp configuration language. That's how I found out about this. Which is kind of cool, actually. It's very unique. When I first looked at it, I'm clearly not a proponent of the strong copyleft GNU stuff. Oh, the golden training soldier thing. Yeah. That being said, those licenses can be very useful in certain contexts, especially when a business model needs to be put in place to sustain a development of a project. Do you see this? This is why I love this license. I'm hoping it turns out to be true. What does HashiCorp do? Look, guys, you know me. I'm not getting paid to shill anything. People accuse me of that all the time because when I like something, I like it. When I hate it, I hate it. Until I get new information. It is listed. What do they say? Oh no, are they going to attack it? I have a feeling they're going to say it's not left enough. That's what they're going to say. They're going to say it's not left enough. Yeah, but that's what I want. That's why I think it's a good license. Look, I'm going to read this again. I'm clearly not a proponent of strong copyleft GNU licenses. Now, why wouldn't you be? The same reason everyone tells you to use MIT and BSD, and your company says they won't use anything that's not one of those licenses or Apache 2, is because why? Because they don't want a strong copyleft license. They want permissions to sell it and be, is it really? That's not what I've been seeing. They are way too restrictive, and they carry a political message which should not be a part of the license text if you ask me. That being said, those licenses can be very useful in certain contexts, especially when a business model needs to be put in place to sustain the development of a project. So let's say you want to hold on to software enough to have a business model for it, which means that if someone else makes changes to your software, they have to give those changes back. It doesn't mean that they can't. The other thing about this that's different than the other licenses is if somebody can take that, they can extend it and use it however they want without, while the lax BSD MIT Apache licenses generally have been my preference, I sometimes feel that they may be giving away too much to freeloaders, and I've been saying this all night, who never give anything back to the upstream projects. Hello, Apple. Open source is now widespread, unlike it was the case 10 years ago. And I have witnessed firsthand a change in the way people consume open source projects. And I was just telling you all about that. I don't want to sound like an old fart, but people participate less in projects than back in those days. And this is the problem because they've got you like really screwed up. Vagrant Terraform, yeah, Console and Vault. And don't forget, what is it? Nomad, right? Their Kubernetes competitor. So HashiCorp just got added, was it August or September 2020? They're now part of the Cloud Native Foundation. So they're a fast rising star in the cloud native space. They have their own ecosystem, which is kind of interesting. But the first time I heard about them was probably 4 years ago. They were the first. They wrote their own IPC over stat in, stat in, and stat out between compiled Golang executables way before gRPC and everything like that existed. No, that's not true. gRPC actually I know now was around for a long time. It just wasn't popular. So, but yeah, they wrote their own, modular framework, and I was looking for modular frameworks with the Scalebot stuff, and they wrote so you can have separate executables, and they run and they open up stud in, stud out channels to each other, and they communicate, and even though they're separate processes, is super cool. And so that was the first time I heard about them a long time ago. Hey, Lamentino. The MPLv2 form of copyleft may be an appealing incentive to those projects who want to liberate creativity while reminding its users that a bit of ethics never hurts. The simplicity of MPL2 combined with a fair... I have a feeling that companies are going to be like, well, I like my Apache, but I don't know. And the free software people are going to be like, well, this is going to be a complete complaint. It's not strict enough. It's not whatever. So it's like, maybe it could be that because it's in the middle, it's going to get squashed because it's neither permissive nor is it copyleft enough. This is a free software license. Provides indirect compatibility between this license and the GNU GPL version 2 and the GNU APL version 3 and all later versions. When you receive work under MPL2, you may make a larger work that combines that work with the work under those GNU licenses. When you do, Section 3.3 gives you permission to distribute the MPL covered work under the terms of the same GNU licenses with one condition. You must make sure that the files that were originally under the MPL are still available under the MPL's terms as well. In other words, this is a great explanation. Thank you for finding this. This is perfect. I love this. In other words, when you make a combination this way, the files that were originally under the MPL will be dual licensed under MPL and GNU automatically. The end result is that the larger work as a whole will be covered under the GNU licenses. People will receive that combination from you, will have the option to use any files that were originally covered by the MPL under the license terms, or distribute the larger work in whole or in part under the GNU license terms with no further restrictions. It's important to understand. Yeah, I know that's the hard part. To have both dislike it instead. That's a good point, Christoph. That's a good point. This might be the one that pisses them off both the least, right? They're both annoyed by it, but they're not going to use it, right? There was a thing in Designated Survivor. It says that the mark of a good deal is that nobody's happy. So it's important that I love that the mark of a good deal is that nobody's happy. It's important to understand that the condition to distribute files under the MPL's terms only applies to the party that first creates and distributes the larger work. If it applied to the recipients as well, it would be a further restriction and incompatible with the GPL. Interesting. That said, when you make contributions to an existing project, we usually recommend that you keep your changes under the same license, even when you're not required to do so. If you receive a work under a GNU license where some files are also under MPL2, you should only remove the MPL from those files when there's a strong reason to justify it. If you receive a work under a GNU license where some files are also under MPL, you should only remove the MPL from those files where there's a strong reason to justify it. Interesting. Wow. That's really interesting. That means that if you release it under MPL and another greater work uses uses your library, that it has the legal right to re-release those same files as GPL. That's interesting to me. That's crazy, because that's cool. That definitely satisfies the copyleft thing. So they're not complaining. They actually don't mind it. Check the license notices on the MPL covered software before you make a larger work this way. Parties who release original work under MPL2 may choose to opt out of this compatibility by including a sentence in the license notices that says that the work is incompatible with secondary licenses. Any software that includes this notice is not compatible with GPL or AGPL. Software under previous versions of the MPL can be upgraded to version 2. But any software that isn't already available under one of the listed GNU licenses must be marked as incompatible. This means that if you can still use the license as if the software as if it were sort of Apache'd, and you can remove the license completely if you want and use it as, you can use it as both. Wow. That's crazy. I was expecting like a rebuke from them. They're not. They're actually saying this is fine. This is just basically they're saying this is just a different way of doing GPL. Huh. I really love that. You know why I love that? Because somebody who is like a big time GNU advocate can use your contribution, and if they feel more strongly about being hardline on the greater work, they can still use it, remove this stuff without screwing up the license, which you cannot do with MIT and the other licenses. That has to be there. And that's super big. Oh my God. I hope I'm interpreting that right. Can complete links in every live file in my project. Yeah, just one of you know if you could just link to a file. You can't with this one. You not with this particular license. this particular license has to be in the file, and that's why. The reason that it has to be in the file is because the license is designed to live in files along with files of other types of licenses, which I really love, because that, it's granting patent rights and all that other stuff if you want to keep it. What I need to read is I need to read a take from the Apache Foundation or something like that about that. Because yeah, I just really love the idea that if you basically, I mean, I think MIT and BSD, you don't have the choice. If you make MIT or BSD, no, this is right in the middle, right? I gotta go to bed. It's like 8:00. I know that sounds weird, but I sleep in the day at my place. I'm like really blown away by this. I didn't really get into I read the overview, but this is really amazing to me, because this means I can satisfy hardliners in the GPL community and give them something they can use without feeling like, what I've always hated about MIT and BSD? It forces people who believe in the GPL to not use my software. I've always hated that. Always hated that. I want to give them the ability to use my software and to re-release my software in as extreme terms as they want to. But it's also realist, right? You're also a realist. You see what I'm saying here? I love this license. So the only other thing, so after reading this from GNU, completely 100% on board with the Mozilla license being acceptable to even the most extreme copyleft community, because that means they can get rid of it and release their software without being forced to re-release that piece of the software. Now, the other side of this that we haven't talked about, Quint, is the company, right? Because the main distinction that I'm kind of understanding here about this license I didn't really get before is that with BSD and MIT, if you release a project under MIT or BSD, first of all, it's not file based. And I love that this is file based from what I'm gathering so far. It seems like each individual file in your project is released like this. More licenses and more layers. Yeah. So you see what I'm saying? It's like if you release, because it's every individual file, it sounds like, then you can decide what you want to do with that file. If you do that with BSD or first of all, I think MIT and BSD are an entire project. I don't think it's per file at all. I think it's the entire project, starting with that. And that means if you release a project as MIT, the whole project has to stay MIT forever. You can't relicense or anything. It has to be, the changes have to be re-released under MIT. You can release your changes under a different license, I think. I don't know. I have to find out. But the point is that the MIT and BSD license and the Apache license are like all or nothing kind of things. You can't granularly go in there and say, I want to do this and allow this to be changed later by other people. And that's what people want, right? So this is both permissive without forcing MIT or BSD thinking on any greater work that might want to use your software. I love that. I love that it's not, yeah, I love that just once, right? Yeah, just once. It's true. They did say that. So yeah, that's cool. I mean, I really want to look at it. We need some lawyers to look at is what we need. We need somebody who's in a company to say, can I use this software in my project as a company? Because the people who have the opposite concern, the people who like Apache 2 because it says I'm giving away the farm to you, to have a good baseline, I think BSD is a good way to go. Yeah, I don't think BSD is good at all. I think BSD is one of the worst licenses you could ever release under. And I think Apple has made and Go have both made that point very clear. So I would never release anything under BSD. Not me. It's too permissive. It doesn't have any teeth. It doesn't have anybody backing it. It's unclear as to how it's the reason the React license was pulled. It's a bad license. Yeah. They don't have to ask any lawyers. Yeah, and even if they did have to ask lawyers, who's going to come after them? The only people backing the MIT license is MIT, and they're not going to come after anybody. Yeah, corporations love BSD and MIT because it's free software, period. And it always will be free. But it doesn't grant patent rights, and that's scaring some companies. And that's why Apache's a better license. Look, if you want a permissive license, I've told you again, I mean, it seems like we're repeating this over and over. If you want a super duper hyper permissive license, use Apache 2 because it gives patent rights. MIT and BSD don't do that. The end. If you're a company, you want all the things. You don't just want part of the things. You want Apache 2. Yeah. Always a disadvantage. Yeah. So what I really want to hear from is I want to hear from a company that is okay with Mozilla public license. And Mozilla public license has Mozilla behind the name. And Mozilla's, they've had their missteps and stuff. And Mr. Robot comes to mind. But they, as an organization, they largely are, I think they're largely kind of, do what they say kind of organization. From what I've seen, I've had some run-ins with some people from Mozilla that were just the worst fucking idiot woke lords I ever run into. A couple of people online, I ran into some people on Mozilla, and they were some of the worst human beings imaginable, and such hypocrites. Oh my God. Imagine there were some of the ones who got fired. That's a little schadenfreude right there. Schadenfreude, all those people who lost their jobs. It was probably the ones who went to work at Facebook right after that. Did you see that Twitter I sent? One of the Rust developers loses his job at Mozilla, changing the world. Guess where he goes? Facebook, right away. Yeah. Okay, I gotta go now. I'm getting really grumpy. All these people that slam boomers for like doing all this stuff where they take over, they were hippies when they were kids and now they're like mainstream lawyers and everything. And then you have people that are like inclusion this, pronoun that, and look, I'm not against pronouns. You guys know I am, but and then what? And then they throw it all out the door because it's a good job at Facebook. So they throw all their ideology and everything out the window because now Facebook's going to pay them a bigger paycheck, and they sell out all their principles just because they can get it. Oh, well, I can't get a job. It's a job. Fucking hate that. That's exactly what the reason I'm so sensitive to that particular thing. Money talks, bullshit walks. Yep. It's like the reason I don't like that is because I saw that happen to the hippie movement. I was old enough to understand it when it happened. I saw all of these woke boomers and everything. And then they all saw the money and they flipped. Some of them, you can read about them. They flipped and all of a sudden they're like really crazy conservative people making all kinds of money. There was just a bunch of bullshit. They just wanted an excuse to have sex and do drugs, a lot of them. There's a lot of them that were really sincerely world changers. They were really involved in that. And then the rest of them they just flipped. And then what's so funny is the same people that are saying, okay, boomer, are now doing the same thing. Lose their job at Mozilla on a Rust project, flip and go sell out and work for Facebook. They're doing exactly the same thing and they don't even know they're doing it, and they're calling out the boomers for doing it. So I get pissed when I see that. So they don't have any ideology. Their ideology is me. And I don't ever want to be that person. That's why I'm calling it out, because I don't want to be that person. It's really hard. I mean, I told you, there was a job, they're hiring at Raytheon of all places. Can you see me working at Raytheon? I couldn't do it. I could make crazy money. And I'm like, well, maybe I should just work for Evil Corp for a while and get a lot of money and leave and then go do something good with my life. That's the way people rationalize really horrible shit. They do. I'm just going to be a porn star for like 10 years. I'm not trying to shame sex workers by any means, but there's people who make career decisions that are not fully based on how am I going to help the world. Yeah, first food on the table, then morals. Yes, I know. Is that what that means? Yep. I love that saying. Time for me to go. As you guys can tell. Hey, you guys know I love you. I'm trying to change the world here. I know you're trying to do it too. I don't presume to have all the answers. I'm trying to get the answers just like everybody else. And I believe that we need to, have dialogue and think about this stuff. But if everybody put morals first, nobody do anything, right? Career days might be over. You think so, huh? Damn. We wouldn't have a food problem. I know. Believe me, I know. Yeah, this has been fun. So I'm gonna go now, and I'm gonna fall asleep and eat breakfast and all this stuff at the same time. So yeah, if there's any other, I'm just gonna make one request from anybody out there. If there's did you just do the customer service meme? The only food problem we have is economic corruption. Yeah, and that gets into socioeconomics, right? And socioeconomics takes us down that very, very scary conversation with all those buzzwords that trigger everybody. I really love this. I know it might not seem like it, but I really do. I'm kind of tired right now, so I should probably go. Thank you so much again. And one request though, if anybody is out there in live stream land and you have any access to any kind of legal person within a company, I'd really appreciate just your feedback on the Mozilla public license as to the community. I think he's not getting sued with the license, not the patents. Yeah. So I'm not particularly interested in what developers have to say about this right now. I'm more interested in what the legal team of a company thinks about this license. And I don't have access to that kind of input right now. There's a couple of people I'm going to ask, some CEOs that I know, that I'm going to ask what they think of the license, and they can float it by their legal team and see what they actually think about it officially. The social work I'm doing, well, it is sort of social work. It feels like it. And that I just appreciate that. We know what the GPL, the GNU, the FSF thinks of it, and that they've already given a really great stamp of approval on it. So that's good to know. So since they've given their stamp on it, if we can get a fair amount of conservative companies to say, yeah, I'll use software that's released under MPL, no problem. Yeah. We need them to say that. And if they would say that, I've got a new favorite license at that point. So, I'm gonna leave it at that. That would make my life a lot easier, because then I haven't have to make the decision about whether I'm super permissive or copyleft on a thing. I can just say, use this, right? And in all those cases, by the way, you can still sell the stuff you're making. All right. I think that's it. I don't really have anything else to say. Go back to my whatever thing. Where's my whatever thing? There I am. Just my head here. I don't know what I have to say. I say whatever. This is a long stream, but I feel like we got a lot done. I do. I think we got a lot done. I do. You have a good time too, Paul. Bye, everybody.